Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all are in spirit and ready to go, because for the first time in these championships, good morning, San Marcos! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Syndicate NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. We're going to have our first events to take to the water very, very soon. But before we do, we'll have the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. I hope you're in good voice and in good spirits during the course of this competition. And I will make a roll call of all of the teams, Division 2, Division 1, in just a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to every single one of you that's out there here at the San Marcos River Ranch. Star-Spangled Banner being played. Let's get ready to rock this. Aha. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tony Lyford, and I'm glad to be here for this running of the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. And just to clear any confusion or any potential bias that I might have to maybe one or two of the teams, I am a former collegiate skier. I skied for the Raging Cajuns way back in the late 90s, early part of the 2Ks. So just want to clear that out the way, so you know that if there is any bias or anything like that that may or may be perturbed from what I'm saying, then you know why. All right, so what events do we have on this morning? I am glad you asked, because we are going to start off with women's jump this morning in Division 2. Women's jump will get things up and running in Division 2. And as promised, I wanted to get a roll call of all the teams. So first of all, let's see who is representing out there for the South Atlantic Coastal Region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Alabama. Let's hear it for Florida Southern College. Rollins College. Clemson. And Auburn. All right, then it seems like that most of the teams that are here are from the West Coast, okay? So Arizona State, where are you at? What about San Diego State? What about Western Washington? What about Cal Poly? And last but by no means least, the team for UCLA. Okay, reduce their coffee by half. Okay, that's the West. How about the Midwest? Wisconsin-Madison, where you at? Kansas, where you at? Wisconsin lacrosse. Miami of Ohio. Nebraska. Purdue. Southern Illinois University. Michigan State. Yeah, the Spartans are in the house, all right. But what about the Buckeyes of Ohio State? All right. That takes care of the Midwest, but what about the South Central? Texas A&M University, where are you at? What about Baylor? What about UT Austin? Too early for them, huh? Too early for UT Austin. What about Louisiana Monroe? And last but by no means least, Louisiana Lafayette. Too early for all of that, huh? Well, it's only going to get worse from here on out, okay? All right then, folks. Now we've read all the teams that are participating. We're going to get ready to go with our first competitor. Women's jumper, it's going to be Darby Hagan for the Bears of Baylor. Following her will be Leah Pinkowski from Michigan State, the Spartans. Then we got Western Washington with Ellie Wotowski. Hopefully I pronounced half of these right. I actually have an easier time reading off Russian names and Czech names and Slovak names than some of this lot here. But Emily Walter from Ohio State. Kennedy Austin from Cal Poly. Nicole Busing of Nebraska. Michaela Huck of Purdue. And Layla Gates from lacrosse. And who has the honor of getting these championships up and underway? Wearing the green bib of the Baylor Bears, Darby Hagan. So, little bit of trivia here. Fun fact, this is the first time in over a decade, in over 2 decades, as a matter of fact, that Baylor has qualified for the big show. Darby Hagan will try and get you the distances. I might, if you're nice, if you're really nice out there, I'll try and get you the distances in metric. How about that? But feet and inches will do for right now. Oh, that coffee's strong. All right there, making the turn towards the jump. The first jump attempt of these championships, the 2024 Syndicate NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships, representing the Bears of Baylor. For the first time in over 2 decades, they are going to attempt to score in the national championships. Up, over, and... Okay, 2 more jumps to come. All right. We've started off with Division 2. In less than half an hour's time, we will go on to Division 1 with the women's
For 2
slalom.
decades, they are going to attempt to score in the national championships.
Minutes.
Up,
About 25 to be exact. And, okay, 2 more jumps to come. 2 decades, they are going to attempt to score in the national championship. All right, there, Darby. How are you doing this morning? Over and... You doing okay? Okay, 2 more jumps to come. Well, the skis are on, which is always a great help. Okay, so for you guys that are along the shore side for jump, what are the 3 things you need to know about jumping? Knees, trees, freeze. Let's see if she can get the job done with the remaining 2 jumps implementing that strategy. Otherwise, we're going to have to come up with something different. Hey, someone is coming towards me with a Bucky shirt on. Do I shudder in fear? Yes. Fear the woodchuck. During the course of this event, I will mention our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I get a list of them, I will let you know who is our sponsors. Once I now. Okay, behind you as well. That's favorites on the wall right now. Okay, behind you as well. That's favorites on the wall right now. Right now. Okay, behind you as well. That's favorites on the wall right now. Okay, behind you as well. That's favorites on the wall right now. Improvement. Good morning, everybody. For those of you that are tuning in from all points around the world, and this is a worldwide webcast, ladies and gentlemen, you could be watching us somewhere on a sandy beach in the middle of the Pacific, watching the sun go down somewhere off the coast of Malaysia or wherever else in the world. Ooh. They're already asking for interviews this morning. What's going on here? All right. There you go. Apparently, my coaching's going a long way with some of these people. The Ohio State University. All right, then. Okay, Darby, let's see if we can get you over the jump and get you intact, okay? Keep the handle nice and low. Do not let it go up. That will throw your weight back. Keep the weight over your toes. Keep the handle down. You might survive this one. All right, there. Let's see if we can get behind Darby. No distance to her credit right now. She's getting ready for a third and last. All right there, here comes Darby Hagan, third and last jump. No landings to her credit so far. Let's see if she can make this work. Up. Oh, my word. Takes a big old hit. No distance to her credit, but let's give it up for right now here in the 2024 NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. Darby Hagan. We will proceed on with our next competitor as our women's slalomers get ready for their go on the opposite lake. We're running these jumpers at a furious pace. Michigan State, the Spartans, Pinkoski. Leah Pinkowski, yes. Go Spartans. Go Spartans, go. Leah Pinkowski making the turn at the bottom end round the other ramp. Who went to Bucky's this week? And it wasn't for the fuel. Not primarily. Okay, Leah Pinkowski up. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Ooh. Okay. Right now. Okay, all right there, Leah Pinkowski. We just saw the instant replay of that jump, and all right, Leah, you got 2 more jumps to come. Now the trick is here is not to kick it, which you tried to do with that one. Okay, Leah Pinkowski. Come on, let's get behind her, folks. Why not? Let's give her some support. The Spartans of Michigan State. Come on, the Spartans, they have traveled far to be here, all the way from Lansing. They made it to these nationals, and they certainly would appreciate your support going along. Leah Pinkowski. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Oh, yes, and don't forget, folks, that if you show your spirit, it could be rewarding, because Syndicate have got that big old award for the team that exhibits the most spirit during these championships. And the eligibility starts right now. Syndicate, the title sponsor of this, the 2024 NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. Okay, Leah Pinkowski. All right, let's get set in the position. Better. Oh, and she goes for the old Greg Louganis dismount. And I doubt whether any of you are of the vintage that will actually remember who Greg Louganis was. But it was a great dive. So Leah Pinkowski, a little bit of a dive on jump number 2. Leah Pinkowski. All right, let's get set in the position. Better. Oh, and all right, she goes. Looks like our passenger in the boat. She goes well for the Leah Pinkowski. Sure all right, let's get nice set in the position. Better. Nice and loose and slippery, and she goes. That our skier can She
get
goes
the feet
for
in.
the old, yeah, there we go. A little bit of coaching from the boat. That's what I love to see, you know, in these collegiate competitions, okay? Land on your feet. Just land on your feet. If you can land on your feet, then everything else will become a heck of a lot easier. Leah Pinkowski for the Spartans of Michigan State. All right, so. Okay. Leah Pikowski from the Spartans of Michigan State. 2 jumps so far, not a landing quite yet. Behind that Nautic towboat, up and over. The landing was better, the ride out not so much. But it was better. You were getting progressively better. All right then, so 2 jumpers gone, no landings to speak of. And the skier on the water right now representing the Vikings. Ella Witulski, the Vikings of Western Washington University, coming to us all the way from Bellingham. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Guys, you won't believe who just walked past. It was Captain Jack Sparrow. You want a parlay? All right, the Vikings of Western Washington. They've traveled far to be here. Let's see if they can make this work. They could take the lead in this Division II competition, provided they land a jump. Here's Ella. Yes! Woohoo! There you go. I get to do some work with my pen now. Right, we're going to wait on the distance. Ella Witulski. Looking at the instant replay for the benefit of you webcast folks. Wasn't looking for the height or distance, just looking for the landing. Once you get the landing situated, then everything else becomes academic. Just waiting on that distance to reveal itself. No, she hasn't. Oh, it's a 35-foot opening jump. 3-5. 35 feet. And during the course of this event, given the parity for a lot of our competitors, maybe there will be a few that will land around about 35 feet, in which case the metric system will be used to basically break any ties, as is typically the case. Hey guys, there we go. Jaime Palomino there, and I've got Nikki Antonsen, and I've also got Pat O'Font there. 3 skiing legends. Up and up. Oh, look at that. Oh, yes. Lovely, lovely looking jump there. I think that one is going to get closer to about 37 or 38. Hey, let's start predict a distance. Knowing that our first jump is 35, do you reckon that was further? Anything? Come on. Do you think that was further? I think it is. Question is how much further? Distance coming up any moment now. She struggled a bit with the landing, but landed it. She did. We are about 10 minutes away from the... Oh, it's 38 feet. Wow. 38 feet, another 3 feet on top of her opening jump. It's remarkable. I've got skiers here, elite level skiers that are absolutely pumped and amazed and just absolutely beside themselves that a skier from Bellingham in Washington is able to land 2 jumps back to back. Come on. Come on, let's get behind her. She's landed 2 jumps. Let's see if she can land the 3rd. Yes, 3 jumps. All 3 jumps landed. Rocking and rolling. We'll get the distance for her very, very soon. But Ellie Witolski scores for the Vikings of Western Washington. And because they are the only team that has landed a jump so far, they are in the lead in the team overall in Division 2. But will they hang on to that lead between now and the end of the competition? Like that Asia song, only time will tell. All right there, so 38 feet on that last jump, 38 feet on the last. I'm not too sure whether the 2nd or the 3rd was better than the other. But there we go, Emily Witolski. All right, Ellie Witolski in the lead with 38 feet. Emily Walter for the Buckeyes of Ohio State is on the water right now. And Ohio State appears to have emptied out the local Buckies here on their way down. A Texas institution. If it doesn't have Buckies on it, they're not interested. All right there, Emily Walter. Come on, let's get yourself set into position. A little bit back on the skis. Up. Hey, and that's how far back she was. Just needs to just absorb the landing a little bit. Try not to battle against the water when you hit it. But she still has 2 more jumps to come. Lead score right now, 38 feet, belonging to our jumper, Ellie Witolski from the Vikings of Western Washington University. Skier on the water right now representing the Ohio State University, Emily Walter. They've traveled from Columbus in Ohio, just somewhere in the middle, somewhere between Cleveland and Cincinnati. I've no clue where it is. All right, our skier is putting the bindings on. Emily Walter, we are about 5 minutes away from starting the slalom event in Women's Division 1. All right, so we're waiting on women's slalom to take place in the next 5 minutes. Our lead-off score is going to be the Tars of Rollins College. Alexandra Baldwin will be our first competitor out for the slalom competition in Women's Division 1. In the meantime, Emily Walter, 1 jump down, no score, 2 jumps remaining. Let's see what she has in store. Emily Walter for the Buckeyes of Ohio State. Come on, start cheering, you guys. Up. Oh, that was... Did she have some float on that jump? She had some float. You're not supposed to get float until you're jumping over 180 feet. Certainly had more float than I ever had. And the landing was just, bam, absolutely stuck it. Yep. 35 feet on jump number 2. And she could take the lead with a jump of over 38 feet on a third and last. Maybe she needs to up the boat speed a little bit or just kick a little bit harder. But I'll tell you what, she stuck the landings like a Simone Biles vault. All right, so we are currently on skier number 3. We're 3 minutes away from starting the Women's Division 1 Slalom. But in the meantime, Emily Walter, third and last jump. All right, you Buckeyes, let's get behind her. Okay, let's start to bring the noise up. Oh, yeah. All right, she lands, but is it enough? Is it going to be 38 feet? And if it is 38 feet, is it the furthest 38-foot jump? We do go to the metric system. "36 feet. 36 feet on the last jump. So after 2 complete jumpers, Ohio State currently in second place, Western Washington in the lead in the team competition. After 4 competitors, the Vikings are the kings. Okay, skier on the water right now, representing Cal Poly, Kennedy Austin. Little bit back on the skis, but ooh, she almost rode that one out. Okay. All right, Kennedy, good looking first jump, but you need to try and get your shoulders a little bit more over your knees. Think of it like taking the snap if you're a quarterback. If you're under the center and you're receiving the ball, that's how far your shoulders have got to be over your knees. All right, so Kennedy Austin. I think she's getting ready for jump number 2, getting some last moment advice from our passenger in the boat. I don't know who it is, but he seems to be quite effective in that resplendent nautique from Correct Craft, and we got to give a big shout out to our boat providers, Malibu, Mastercraft, and Nautique, for letting us use examples of their fine boats for use here at the NCWSA Syndicate Collegiate National Water Ski Championships. Oh, by the way, we also have Rob Hazelwood here from Syndicate, who will be doing some video work, and he will actually put that into a vlog for Syndicate. Come on over here, Robert. Come on over here for just a moment. I want Robert here to tell you good folks what to expect from you during the course of this weekend, because...
Huh?
Yeah, tell the good folks what you're doing here. Rob Hazelwood, pro skier and Syndicate team member.
Well, me and Marcus is here this year. I get asked that a lot. So we're both here. We're trying to capture the spirit. We're here to judge the spirit, I think, as well. I think we help out. So got to make sure that you show us all about your university colors, all your college colors, and give some energy.
Excellent stuff. Well, we thank you there, Rob, and also Marcus Brown. Oh, yes, there you go. What about that for spirit? Second jump, lands it, and puts a score on the board for the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. The Mustangs. Now, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, despite being on the coast, they don't ski anywhere in the ocean. They actually ski over in Bakersfield, over at Ski West. They train over there. So, there we go. 34 feet. That currently puts Cal Poly in third place right now in the team competition. Still in the lead are the Vikings of Western Washington. All right, then, one final jump. She's on 34 feet. She needs to get about 5 feet further to take the lead for the Mustangs, and it ain't going to happen there. All right, so she has 34 feet to her team's credit, which is good. It certainly beats the alternative. All right, then. Love the hat. All right, then, folks. On the water, representing the Midwest and the Cornhuskers of Nebraska, it's Nicole Bussing. Nebraska are on the water right now. Yes, the Cornhuskers. They actually had a good football team once upon a long ago. Nebraska are back and on the attack. And if they can get a 39-foot jump, then they'll take the lead in the team competition. All right, then. So we need our women's competitors, women's Division 1 competitors. Make your way to the dock, please. We need to get your event up and running ASAP. All right. Nicole up. Oh, and just lands like a cold bowl of porridge. Nicole Bussing has got 2 jumps remaining. All right, then. I'm going to try and work up some analogies for some of these falls. Nicole Bussing has got 1 attempt under her belt, no landing. 2 more attempts to go. For those of you wondering where I am, I'm over at the bridge. Nicole Busing for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. And we got two other teams to come, and their skiers, Michaela Huck from the Boilermakers of Purdue. They're waiting on the dockside, ready to go. And Layla Gates for Wisconsin Lacrosse. All right, coming in, jump number 2, Nicole Busing. Coming in. Behind that, Nortique setting the boat speed up for something along the lines of maybe about 22 or 23 mile an hour, maybe a little quicker. Nicole Busing. Hopefully I've got the name right. All right, let's see if she could get her shoulders a little bit further over her skis. Up and over. And lands like a cold bowl of corn chowder. All right, pressure's on. She's got one more jump to come. And the Huskers need to score here. Sure. All right then. So, Curtis, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, thanks, Tony. I need to know personally, and I bet a lot of folks on site would love to know, what is your morning routine? Because you've rolled out of bed with just boundless energy. I mean, you're already, it's 8 a.m., day one, and you've brought the voice right up the threshold of pain. What are we, slamming Red Bulls or just a coffee? How do you get yourself prepared for a gig like this, mate?
Chobani yogurt.
Chobani yogurt, wow. Some of us are just built different, I guess. I'm still slowly making my way out of bed at this point, but
okay.
Great day of skiing ahead.
Yeah, we're looking forward to some great action. We got Women's Division 1 Slalom. They kind of slow out the gate this morning, but we'll try and get them on the water very, very soon. Rollins College will be our lead-off team, followed by San Diego State, the Aggies of Texas A&M, the Badgers of Wisconsin, the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio. Then we've got Kansas, the Jayhawks. Then we've got the Clemson Tigers, the Sun Devils of Arizona State, the Moccasins of Florida Southern College, the Crimson Tide of Alabama, the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe, and of course, the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette.
Yeah, 9 a.m. start. Much appreciated, I would say, from many of the D1 athletes, especially the ones I was out singing karaoke with last night.
All right there. So, Nicole Busing coming in. It's going to be the third and last attempt for this first rotation Cornhusker. Come on, let's get behind her. She hasn't landed a jump yet, and this is her last bolt. Keep going. Come on, Nicole Busing. Up, over. Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, look, generally speaking, if you're hanging out in Division 2 and you're a first-round women's jumper, there probably aren't super high expectations on landing, but that's, I think, a little disappointing because she looked so good out there, Tony. It seemed like landing was on the cards.
Yeah, indeed, and this is what you would call in cricket a duck.
I suppose it is. Outside of yourself and I'm not sure how many cricket fans there are on site.
Oh, there are some. About maybe one or two, but there are some. All right there, so that's Nicole Busing for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Okay, there's something missing here. There's something missing here because we have got a skier from Purdue, and there is supposed to be a train horn coming up. Come on, where are you? Oh, that's weak. That is just pitiful.
You got to be careful we don't get too many noise complaints from the neighboring communities.
Michaela Huck for the Boilermakers of Purdue. Up, 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 and away. Oh, doesn't get much better than that.
I mean, if that's Purdue's first round, I'd be a little bit nervous to see what's coming if I was one of the other teams. She looks so solid out there, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just look at this instant replay, that the handle getting up a little bit high over her right shoulder, but she kept her position all the way through on that jump, and she just absolutely stomped the landing. We're going to get a distance from her very, very soon, and anything more than 38 feet will put the Boilermakers of Purdue firmly in the driver's seat here. 34. Okay, she's got some work to do. 34 feet. All right then. So, you being an elite level coach,
that's kind, Tony.
Yes, you are an elite level coach. You come to us from New Zealand. What are the elements to a successful jump at this level?
Well, I think for a lot of these girls, they're just trying to ride over and plop. I imagine it'll be a long time before you see anyone cut at the ramp or edge. And my big thing with this level of jumping is to make sure you keep tight line right through the jump. Okay. You kind of watch here from this young girl from Purdue. She'll actually drift from the left back to the right in towards the boat, keeps tight line right through the air.
Whoa,
that's why she's able to stop that landing, yeah.
Oh, yeah, she had a really, really good feel for that right ski, and she needed to on the landing because it was fixing to her to catch an edge and deny her a landing on that jump.
But you see, Tony, you know, obviously the bigger jumper is going to be cutting, and they'll travel from the right out to the left. These skiers are actually going the opposite way.
Yeah, so you're actually creating slack line going in towards the boat.
Well, you're trying to keep it tight the whole way through is the idea with that. You actually let the boat pull you in.
It's a bit counterintuitive.
Yeah, rather than, because if you lean on the line, that's when you get into trouble. And really great stuff here from Michaela. I imagine she's been bumping the boat speed each successive jump. That's why she got a few more feet out of that. This will probably be up around 30 miles an hour, I'd say, for third and final.
It's a 37-foot jump, which means that the Purdue Boilermakers are currently in second spot right now in the Division II team competition. Still out in the lead are the Vikings of Western Washington.
It's pretty early to be calling team results, but I love the enthusiasm, Tony.
Well, I mean, this is about the only event where you can actually call out the team results with a level of accuracy.
Yeah, so we've bumped the boat speed up every time there. It does get trickier and trickier, and little imperfections in form start to be revealed as we get up to, I'd say there was about 30 miles an hour, and things are getting tricky at that speed.
Indeed, indeed. You know, so I mean, you need the boat speed up a little higher to get further, but it just increases the difficulty going a long way through, you know, and there you go. All right there, down to our last competitor in the first rotation Division II women's jump for Wisconsin lacrosse, Layla Gates. So, where is Layla Gates? Okay, she's about to leave the dock. The Purdue Boilermakers in second spot right now, showing off their team spirit. Yes. 10 points for every position above last goes to each team member. So, not too sure how that works out with teams with less than the full complement of skiers.
It's certainly going to hurt them. I'm impressed how many scores on the board we have already here in Rotation 1. In years gone past, Rotation 1, Division 2 women's jump was pretty much a whole lot of zeros on the board. But we've had, 4 or 5 girls land already. And that just shows you that just landing probably isn't going to be enough, Tony. You need to go out there and try to push up close to 40 feet to get those valuable team points.
And we are over 50% of successfully landed jumpers right now. We've had 7. And we've had 4 successful landings.
Yeah. Human calculator Tony Lightfoot bringing you all the stats throughout the weekend.
Trying. All right there, jumper number 8. Let's see if we can work this up to near enough 60% here. out of the first rotation. This on the water is Layla Gates for the team from Wisconsin Lacrosse.
Yeah, and she handled that ramp really well, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's knocking on the door of 40 feet. She actually got almost a little bit of extension. She didn't quite crush as much as we've seen from the other girls, less of a safety crush. And I thought that was a very tidy opening jump. She seems like someone who's capable of going well in excess of 40 feet.
Flying like an eagle, Steve Miliband.
I think it's more of a controlled fall, but at least she's in control.
Yeah, indeed. And representing the Eagles of Wisconsin Lacrosse, we'll try and get the distance for you very, very soon. Okay, looks like because of light issues, we've got a delayed slalom start of 9 o'clock, which is why we're not seeing anyone out there right now.
That's all right, mate. They announced it last night at the meeting. I think all the D1 skiers, they're aware that we're at 9 a.m. start. It's a nice sleep, and like I said, it allowed us to have a little bit more fun last night than perhaps we could have with an earlier start.
Maybe. Looks like we got a bit of a poke at the jump, and yes.
That's great jumping here from Lacrosse's first woman on the water.
Yep.
Very impressive stuff.
And I kind of suspect that Wisconsin Lacrosse are in the lead at this point. I'll tell you what, some great skiing so far from our first rotation jumpers. And definitely safely into the 50% realm. Over 50% of the jumpers have landed and skied out in rotation 1, which is actually quite remarkable.
I'm impressed. I've spent the last few nationals, I've boat judged for this event for whatever reason, and I think at one point I sat in the boat for about 3 hours without watching anyone land a jump. So we've really improved women's jump in leaps and bounds this season. Very impressed what we're seeing from these ladies.
All right, so still trying to get distances for jump number 1 and jump number 2, but I kind of suspect that oh, look at this. 35 and more significantly, 39 feet. The Eagles of Lacrosse are in the lead.
I reckon you'd go all right, Tony, as one of those news announcers during the election that calls the election when the first county ballots come in.
Oh, don't involve me with the election. That's just a dumpster fire waiting to happen. All right, there. So...
Yeah, she's built well throughout the set as Layla. That one may have eked up over 40 feet. It looked pretty similar to jump number 2, but see, she's actually starting to take almost a little bit of a cut at the ramp.
Oh, yeah.
Compress there. So she, it's one of those things when you learn to cut, often you have to take a step backwards to take a couple steps forward, and you don't necessarily go further right out of the gate. So 39 feet may end up being her longest, even though she took a cut there on that last one. Oh, there we go. No.
Okay, any guesses as to that distance on that last jump? Was it more? No, it was 40. The Eagles are still in the lead after the first rotation. So in the lead after the first rotation, Wisconsin Lacrosse, then followed by Western Washington, Purdue, and Ohio State.
Yeah, moving right along into rotation 2. And for those of you joining us on the webcast around the world, a big welcome. I hope you're enjoying listening to a fully caffeinated Tony Lightfoot at 8 a.m. in the morning. It's a little bit like having Monster Energy with your cornflakes. And we now have Lauren Hightower of Texas on the water.
Okay, for the University of Texas at Austin, and...
Yeah, we got to make some adjustments here for Lauren.
Yeah,
back on the heels, and we were talking about keeping that line tension through that ramp, Tony, and she lost the pull of the boat right as she hit the water, which is why she sunk in like that.
Landing like a cold bowl of barbecue sauce.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not in the habit of tossing bowls of barbecue sauce around. I think a couple little adjustments. Hopefully she's got someone from her team giving her some pointers, and we could see Lauren have a better crack here on jumps 2 and 3.
All right, and if you good folks in New Zealand are watching this webcast, you are certainly a very, very hearty crowd because it is 2:20 in the morning tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's many people tuning in. We do have one New Zealander skiing this tournament. Jack Silver's skiing for the
Louisiana Lafayette.
So he'll be tricking later on today. I'm sure there'll be a few Kiwis. It'll be a bit more of a palatable time for them this afternoon tuning in for Jack Silver. But I can't imagine there's too many people from the Southern Hemisphere tuned in right now.
How about the Northern Hemisphere? If you're tuning in to us from Rome in Italia, it's 2:20 in the afternoon. If you're watching us from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, it's 5:20 in the evening. And we have a wide constituency here at the Collegiate Nationals, the Syndicate Collegiate Nationals for 2024.
Okay,
all right, then.
Jump number 2 here for Lauren. Let's see if she can gain a little more control. This looks better.
And she just got launched out of those bindings.
Yeah, but she did manage to improve a few things there on jump 2. Unfortunately, the skis have come off, so that's going to delay things a little bit. But I think that she's an outside chance at landing this third and final one. There's been good improvement on jumps 1 and 2.
Okay, so the tip here is to land on your feet, not on your butt. Because if you land on your butt, you drag. And when you drag, you get catapulted out your skis.
Really? I've been doing it wrong all these years.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want to land on your feet. That kind of helps. Oh, yeah, so by the way, just to emphasize what my good friend has just said, start time for women's slalom D1 is at 9 a.m., which is in about 40 minutes from now.
When you were in college, were you a jumper? You just a slalomer, Tony?
Slalom and tricker.
Oh, okay.
I rocked it on the slalom and tricks.
Oh, I knew you were a handy slalom skier. I just never heard of you jumping. Never a big jumper?
I was a big jumper until I blew out my meniscus.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah. Blew out my meniscus in, 1998, something like that. And
a good year. I remember that year.
Yeah. But couldn't do much of anything on the jump skis, and I didn't have access to the same kind of surgery that you folks out there take for granted these days. So I just had to grin and bear it.
I'm sure there's plenty of people on site grinning and bearing it right now. Pretty tough rolling out of bed on a Thursday morning. A few head injuries sustained last night, I'm sure.
Least said about that, the better. All right, then, Division 2 jump. Let's have a look at the current results.
A lot of scores in that 30-foot range. 1 or 2 perhaps up over 40 feet. Last chance saloon here for Lauren Hightower. Has struggled on jumps 1 and 2. This is the best of the set on third and final. She's trying to hold on, but unfortunately loses those skis.
Okay. All right there. So first jumper, second rotation. Unfortunately not yielding the distance, but the effort was certainly there. All right then. So now we get to introduce a brand new team to these National Water Ski Championships. They come to us from Illinois. Their nickname are the Salukis, Southern Illinois University.
Yeah, pretty cool. We're, 45 years now of collegiate national championships, and we're still cracking new schools into the fold. So huge congratulations to the program at Southern Illinois University, making their way to the national champs for the very first time and adding to that rich history of the Syndicate NCWSA Water Ski National Championships.
Southern Illinois University. Coming to us from Edwardsville, somewhere in Illinois.
I'm going to assume in the southern part, Tony. I don't know a lot about my Illinois geography, but that's my guess.
Actually, hang on a second. Got a little bit of wrong information there. Actually from Carbondale, Illinois.
Okay, Alison Bradford. She'll be coming in for the first of her 3 attempts looking, you imagine.
Oh, she's
just to
actually
get a
edging.
score over. She's just trying to get herself out wide enough she can drift back in. This is a solid approach here from Allison. Can't quite hold on, but she's close. I think we could see a land here, given 2 more attempts.
So, there we go, getting ready for the remaining 2 jumps. And here is the AI-generated version, their description of Southern Illinois. The Southern Illinois Salukis, yes, there is such a thing, are the varsity athletic teams representing Southern Illinois University in Carbondale. The nickname comes from the Saluki, the royal dog of Egypt. Wow.
That's pretty good stats. Tell you what, Tony, what's your estimation? How many years before AI replaces us? We'll be obsolete soon. It wouldn't be hard for a computer to do a better job than you and me.
I don't know. Speak for yourself. All right, then. All right, there. So representing the Salukis, Alison Bradford. And why does the Royal Dog of Egypt have a tie with Southern Illinois? Well, it looks like because the name of that area had a relationship with Little Egypt for just under 200 years. Anyway,
you're getting deep into the Chamber of Commerce website there, Tony. This is the facts people wanted this morning.
Well, it's the first time they've qualified for the Nationals, okay? So we got to give big ups to these folks. Big ups so far for the Eagles of Wisconsin lacrosse, who have their first distance of over 40 feet. They are currently in the lead right now.
Yeah, and you can tell a little bit, Tony, by looking at some of the ranking averages of these skiers. So these next 5 skiers, the first 5 skiers rotation 2, all of them have an average of 0. And what that really means is that in the fall semester, they have not landed a jump. So these are kind of Hail Mary attempts. We've seen several girls, though, that didn't have any scores previous to Nationals land in rotation 1. So I think things are feeling good out there.
This also means that if they do land a jump, then they really must have stepped up their training between the time that they last competed and now.
I mean, for a lot of them, they're probably on week 2 or 3 of jumping. So
all right. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Coming in, Alison Bradford for the Salukis of Southern Illinois. Oh, whoa, and she kind of made contact with her butt first.
I mean, she pulled that one back. She came off the ramp and those tips were pointed straight down. And she's done well to come out of that close to a land.
And also a point was being made, of course, that because of the speed that it normally takes to actually go through these jumpers for 3 attempts, in a lot of instances, if you don't land your first 2, you don't get a third.
Yeah, outside of regionals and nationals. And then the other thing to note is that some of these skiers haven't had a whole bunch of tournaments this semester. Obviously, that the SAC region has been riddled with hurricanes over the past month or so, and
one just absolutely took a big old what on Florida right now.
Yeah, I hope everyone in Florida who's maybe tuning in is doing okay. I'm sure we've got some viewers live from the eye of the storm. But the SAC regionals were actually cancelled because of Hurricane Helene, I believe it was. And so some of these skiers probably haven't had a whole bunch of tournament build-up. I know on the West Coast, we had a pretty truncated season this year with nationals being early. So the averages aren't the end-all, be-all, but it gives you some idea of what these girls are capable of. I'm certain that they are all capable of landing jumps, but it's going to take a big performance.
All right, then. And also during the course of these NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships brought to you by Syndicate, I will be doing some podcast episodes during this event for the TWBC podcast, so check in for that.
You're a busy man, Tony, busy man.
I try, okay. Alison Bradford, first jump 0, second jump 0, third jump in progress. Let's see what she's got. Still edging away. Yes! Down the Salukis! Score!
Yeah, that was a really good jump from her. And she's come in. She's not interested in taking the final jump.
No, that was the final jump.
That was the final jump. Okay. Wow, great skiing from her. Gets that score on the board. First ever land. I think we're going to get some butts here early on a Thursday morning. But yeah, that's first ever land.
Okay, so we're... Okay, so we wait. Okay, that's a 33-foot jump, 33-foot jump for Alison Bradford. That puts the Salukis on the board right now. Okay. Okay. Our next skier on the water, and I bet she gets a lot of stick from cycle riders. Ashley Spokes.
I see what you did there, Tony. That was pretty good.
Up and over, and brings the handle up a little bit. She tried to kick that one.
Yeah, a lot of movement out there. If she can stay just a little stiller, I think she'll find it a lot easier. So, Tony, back to you. Got anyone cool lined up on the podcast? Can you share anything in advance?
Oh yeah, I've got some great podcast episodes that have just been published. A rather spicy interview with Jonathan Travers about one or two incidents that occurred earlier on in the season.
Wow, that sounds like a good one. You're getting controversial on the pod, mate. That's what you need to get the engagement, the listens, the viewership.
Also spoke to Freddie Winter.
He's just a one-man controversy machine, isn't he? So that's perfect.
But also, big-time interview together, Whitney McClintock-Rini and Lucas Cornell.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that would have been interesting. They were the two winners, of course, last weekend. Is that right? Whitney
Absolutely. I interviewed them together, and we talked about their wins. All on the TWBC podcast. You can find it on Spotify, on YouTube, and at waterskibroadcasting.com/podcast. Yes. Ooh. Oh, I tell you what, it's beautiful out here, you know.
It is, and it's sort of a calm before the storm. I know we're underway, but with just one lake, things are relatively sedate. But once we get the two lakes humming, you got wall-to-wall action. Turn your head, you'll see something. It starts to get pretty crazy out here. Of course, a lot of the D1 schools haven't really even rocked up to site yet, so it's about to get a lot busier up in here. But for now, we have Ashley Spokes of Baylor.
Actually, it might actually be Katie Zuski from Michigan State. You know, I'm looking at the live scoring right now, and it seems to indicate that Ashley Spokes not on the water, but Katie Zuski. It's one of those Czech names that starts off with a C and has a Z for the second letter.
Some of these Eastern Europeans, they just jam every consonant in the alphabet together and expect us to pronounce the name out of it.
It's not Czech, it's Polish, I believe. Like Mike Krzyzewski. Like the pronunciation has no bearing on what it's supposed to look like on paper.
I think we need to talk to the NCWSA about some of these names.
All right there. So, Katie Zuski for the Spartans of Michigan State University. The Spartans. I'm eating a rather Spartan breakfast of yogurt. All right, so Katie Zuski, I believe she's gone through jump number 1 and an attempt on jump number 2. We'll welcoming you, every single one here, to the 2024 Syndicate NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. Up and over. And a rather Spartan landing.
Yeah, not to be for Katie Zuski. And we move right through rotation 2 of Division 2 women's jump. That will go to the West Coast with Kayla Bourgeois.
All right, then. Now, this is a name that I can get with, given where I currently reside in this part of the world. Katie Bourgeois. Yep, great Cajun name. But she represents the Vikings of Western Washington.
Yeah, and, you know, WW historically has been known as a very strong jump team. They spend a lot of time with the Goodmans. And Terry Goodman, I know, is on site coaching the team. So Kayla has an average of 0, but she's only had the opportunity to ski in one tournament so far this year, the regional champs up in Washington. And she looks pretty confident out there on jump skis. I'd expect her to get some points on the board for the Vikings.
So, Western Washington, they're up in Bellingham, Washington. Sneeze and you're in Canada. That's essentially how close Bellingham is to Washington.
Yeah, if you, you know, we've had some incidents where tournaments up there and somebody was driving to the lake and they missed an exit and ended up crossing into Canada, having to go right through border control.
Yeah, that's never pleasant. So, Kayla Bourgeois. I bet they struggle with that name in Western Washington.
Okay, we've got a very hunched body position. She is locked in for success here, Kayla.
She's focused. Look at this. Up. All right, there you go, Western Washington, fight back. So, I believe that was a second attempt, wasn't it? Or is
That's jump number 1.
Jump number
She
1.
is open strong. That score on the board. Like I said, for Western Washington, jump definitely is their strength. So they're going to look to get some points on the board here in the jump event and see if they can't hold a lead going into slalom and tricks. Tricks, you know, it's a cold place up there in northern Washington. Tricks isn't historically been their strength, but jump, this is where they really shine.
And, you know, Washington State is basically the epicenter for water ski production around the world. I mean, basically, almost every single ski that one rides, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, was produced in Washington State.
I wonder, so Western Washington, would they be the furthest north team at these nationals? They'd have to be, surely.
Yeah,
none of the
they
Midwest
are the
schools
furthest
are that
north.
far north. Here's the stat I love. Over half of Canadians live south of Seattle.
Okay.
Think about that one for a second.
Ponder that.
Yeah.
And while we do, Kayla Bourgeois, second jump. Ooh, there you go. Nice landing. She's got this jumping thing cracked.
Absolutely, and I'd say that boat speed is being incrementally bumped up.
All right there. So, Kayla Bourgeois. Okay, that was 34 feet. So Kayla Bourgeois, currently in the lead in rotation number 2 with a 35-footer. And if you want that in metric, it's 10.8 meters. Gotta love metric. Still the best jump that we've seen so far is Layla Gates for the Eagles of Wisconsin Lacrosse with a 40-foot jump. Still waiting on our slalomers to make their presence felt. We'll get that up and running in about 20 minutes. All right, Kayla Bourgeois. Kayla Bourgeois. Oh, I love that name. Because it actually bears a good relationship with where I'm from, which is outside Baton Rouge. You wouldn't know it, would you? Anyway, oh, look at this. She's the new leader. It's 42 feet.
I told you, do not sleep on the Western Washington jump team. I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in Division 2, particularly on the women's side.
Don't sleep on the Vikings, because you could get a nasty shock with the horns.
I think you can probably safely sleep on their trick team, though, but so they've got to build this lead and jump, because it's not going to hold up through slalom and tricks.
Make hay whilst you've got the opportunity to. All right, so skier on the water, Emily Schaefer for the Buckeyes of Ohio State.
Okay, Emily coming in for her first attempt. Great body position. Comes off the ramp in real control.
Oh.
Unfortunately, just pops the handle, but she's so close. I imagine we will see her get some scores on the board on jumps 2 and 3.
Yep, she's going to have to conjure up something here. But got a good position over the skis, but just the ramp work just needed to... just the handle up was just a little bit too high. That's all it was.
Wow, she lost a little bit of line tension there, and I think she was just leaning on the rope a little bit as she hit the ramp. So, again, that's where starting out on the left and letting yourself drift back in can help you maintain that tight line right through the ramp, the landing. That's the key to a successful plop, is what most of these girls are shooting for out there. Sort of, sometimes you get caught in that no man's land between plopping and cutting. It's not a good place to be.
All right, then. So, Ohio State, the Ohio State University. Looking at some of the fun facts that are associated with the Buckeyes. The colors, the original colors selected for the Ohio State University were orange and black. But the committee decided to change their decision to select scarlet and gray because Princeton had already selected orange.
Oh, I remember that. The furor of 1868 when they had to change their colors. That was very controversial. Here's jump 2 for Emily. Great body position once again. And this time she makes no mistake of it.
Yeah, waits on that line to get nice and tight before making any significant movement. Oh, yes. Waiting on that distance to come through. All right, Emily Schaefer, 33 feet. 33 feet. They have a score on the board to match up with their 36-foot best jump currently from Emily Walter. So not getting enough for the lead, but what's important at this stage is that everyone scores.
That's always the goal at the college nationals, mate. Everyone is out here looking to score. And 33 feet is good. But we got to go just a little bit further, I think. We've seen really strong performances across the board from the girls. So the difference between jumping, say, 33 or even 36 feet could be very valuable in terms of team points. There's a real logjam in that low to mid-30 range.
All right, here we go, folks. Emily Schaefer. Up and over and down. A little bit of a shame there because that last jump had the potential of being quite long, but
she's pushing for that big jump, isn't she, Tony? And
oh, yeah.
You got to respect the intent. Didn't quite come off, but she had the solid 33. She was going for something up in the high 30s, and with that extra speed, wasn't quite able to hold it. One thing, you know, we're seeing from these girls is every time they land a jump, they tend to be bumping that boat speed up to see if they can't just get a little bit more distance. And as you go faster, it gets a little more tricky out there.
All right, representing the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, it is Annie Chambers.
Yeah, and Annie pretty dependable, I would say, to get a score on the board. She's a pretty solid jumper. We probably won't see her go super far. She is just looking to get one of those 30-footers in the books.
All right, here we go. Coming in for Cal Poly. Oh, and riding up all the way to the back of the skis. So, Annie Chambers. So, Annie Chambers for the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. As a matter of fact, the Cal Poly wanted to bring their mascot here for this event, but they didn't have enough room in luggage to do so because their mascot is a live horse called Chase, and it was donated by an alumnus in 2013. So they would have had trouble bringing that over here. Mind you, we do have plenty of horses over here in Texas, so I don't know if we can arrange for that. Just make sure you don't paint it green. All right, so Annie Chambers has got 2 jumps remaining. Our remaining skiers in rotation number 2 in the women's jump competition in Division 2. We got Maria Adet from Nebraska, who is on dockside, getting ready to go. We got Alexa Leggett for the Auburn Tigers. Then Katie Roach for Purdue, and Claire Robicki for the Eagles of Wisconsin lacrosse. All right, Annie Chambers coming in, second jump. No landing on the first, and no landing on the second either. So Annie Chambers just trying to get a score on for the Mustangs of San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly, who already have a score from the first rotation of 34 feet and looking to try and add some more points for the Mustangs. We are about less than 50 minutes away from starting the Division 1 women's slalom competition. We're using the Malibu for that event. We're using the Nautique for our current women's jump event in Div 2. All right, so let's see what we got for Annie Chambers. Third and last jump. She's got to get this. Her first 2 jumps yielded a big, fat Zippo. Let's see what she has. Annie Chambers. Come on, let's get behind her, folks. Let's hear you. Up over the skis. Oh, shame. Unfortunately, no score there for the Mustangs of Cal Poly. All right. Looks like we got our first skiers are starting to make their way for the Women's Slalom Division 1. Alex Baldwin will be our leadoff skier, followed by Lucille Niederer of San Diego State. Then we got Carissa Smith for Texas A&M, Katja Wardle, and Rachel Bell, Ellie O'Brien, Julia Beeman, Katrina White, Avery Crane, Samantha Hill, Daria Lachance, and Ali Garcia. Okay, skier on the water representing the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. It is Maria Adit. All right. The Cornhuskers are about to go corny with this first jump. Oh. You need to land on your toes. Try and land on your feet. And that will yield a better jump distance. All right, the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Maria Adit. We still got 3 skiers to go after her before we round off series or rotation number 2. Maria. Maria Adit. All right, here we go. Representing the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Up and over and... not the best landing I've seen, but let's see what we can do with our third and last jump. All right, that Malibu towboat making its way up and down. Maria Adit on the other lake there behind the Nautique. And during the course of this competition, I will try and regale you with some fun facts about some of these fine educational institutions, such as the University of Nebraska, which is actually the home of the esteemed Johnny Carson School of Theater and Film. Didn't know that, did you? And those of a certain vintage will know that the Tonight Show on NBC was actually anchored by Johnny Carson for I don't know how many decades. I mean, it seemed like forever, but you can find out all about him and his legacy for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska by looking up fun facts. Here we go. Coming in on the third and last jump. Maria Adit. Oh, and unfortunately scoring 0 on all 3 jumps. All right, then. So Nebraska currently do not have a score to speak of out of their first 2 rotation competitors, which means that they've got to really, really dig deep for their remaining 3 competitors in the women's jump division 2. But in the meantime, the Auburn Tigers bring on Alexa Leggett. Yes, Alexa Leggett. And around about now, every single online device is wondering what you're saying next. Alexa, make my coffee. Not her, the other Alexa, anyway. Alexa Leggett for the Auburn Tigers. Alexa Leggett. The Auburn Tigers are showing some really good spirit so far, and they could be in with a chance of taking away that big surprise, big prize from Syndicate. But unfortunately, the handle just a skosh too high there for her. All right, so continuing on. Skier on the water, Alexa Leggett. Now, if you're out on the highways and you're driving and you take a moment or two to recognize and feel the smoothness of the road, you'll be pleased to know that a lot of that smoothness was due to one of the research centers at Auburn, especially where it comes to asphalt. Some of the best asphalt in the world derived its research from Auburn University. Fun fact there. Come on. Coming in, Alexa Leggett. Okay. Hits the jump. And unfortunately, the landing needed some work. So it looks like she's got one more jump to come. For those of you wanting to get the running order for these events, you can go to ncwsa.com and download the PDF version of the running orders. You don't have to photograph mine.
I don't know, one day a signed copy of Tony Lightfoot's running order could go for a lot of money.
Not really, no. Desperate Kennedy, yes, but not me.
With the yellow highlighter through it? I got to get me a copy of that. That's a reference. Very few people on site are going to get, Tony, but I appreciate it.
No worries. All right there. So on the water, Alexa Leggett, one last jump.
Yeah, and we're 2 or 3 minutes away from getting underway in D1 Women's Slalom. We're about to have action on 2 lakes at once, Tony. That's when things really start to heat up here at the Syndicate Collegiate Water Ski National Championships. And we have Alexa coming back in on the jump lake.
All right, here we go. Coming in on the third and last jump there at the first scoring athlete for the Auburn Tigers. And it will stay that way. Unfortunately, no score there for the Auburn Tigers, but they still got plenty of opportunities to come with the third, fourth, and fifth rotations. All right, there. So about to take to the water, on the water right now, Katie Roach. All right, something's missing here, guys. Come on, help me out. It's Purdue on the water. Katie Roach. Train horn. No train horn. Oh, that's disappointing. All right, so Katie Roach, who comes into this event with an average of 38 feet. All right, here comes Katie Roach. Jump number 1, up and over. Oh, and just got a little bit slow on the landing there, so unfortunately unable to ride that one out. So Katie Roach.
Well, over on the Slalom Lake, it looks like we have our first skier on the dock, rope in hand, ready to get underway. And a little bit interesting, you know, of course, we ski in a seated order, Tony, so you typically go from the bottom-ranked school up to the top-ranked school based on their performances in the fall in this particular event. So women's slalom, the bottom-ranked school right now is none other than Rollins College, who largely hurricane-related in their defense.
Yeah.
Came a little bit closer than they would have liked to not qualifying for Division I this year. They did not have a strong showing. They had one tournament they attended, the Florida Southern versus Rollins event, but they didn't send a full women's team to that. And Rollins, as is tradition, didn't attend any of the other tournaments in the SAC or fall semester. They don't choose to attend the Bama and Clemson tournaments. That's for whatever reason. Maybe they don't like those schools or they don't travel outside of Florida. And then, of course, regionals.
Their budget's low.
But maybe it's a budget thing. I don't know. But for some reason, they didn't attend any of the tournaments. And when regionals was canceled, they found themselves in a bit of a tough spot. And in the end, they still comfortably made it in. But there were some rumors circulating that Rollins may have found themselves in Division II at one point. And it just shows that you need to show up with a strong team at every tournament because you never know how the season's going to unfold.
Absolutely. So as we focus in a little bit on the women's slalom event. Rollins College will be our lead-off team, but in the meantime, we still got Division II women's jump. Katie Roach comes in to the course right here. Let's see if she can get a weight distribution a little bit better here. Unfortunately, unable to do so, but Katie Roach, 0 score on jump number 1, 0 score on jump number 2.
Yeah, this is disappointing because Katie is a consistent performer. She's gotten lands in the board, and coming down to the last attempt is not what her team would have liked. Really critical in terms of Purdue's chances. They're chasing a national title, of course, in Division II, and they need to fire on all cylinders to take down the favorites, lacrosse.
Well, so far as things that fly, Purdue no stranger to that. Got a couple of fun facts here. Purdue is home to the first university-owned airport in the United States over in West Lafayette, Indiana. And in addition to that, Purdue University stores Hugh Hefner's famous Playboy DC-9 plane on their grounds.
Look at you, just coming with all the fun facts. If that plane could talk, if that plane could talk, Tony.
Yes, that would be a good recruiting tool, wouldn't you say?
I'd say it could have some pull, yeah.
Yep. It's interesting what you learn about some of these universities, including Purdue, which actually has the 4th largest international school population in the entire university system of the United States. Here we go. We have got Katie Roach.
Yeah, must land jump for her team's chances. She's left it down to the 3rd and final. And she cannot ride it away, Tony. And that is a big blow for Purdue.
Unfortunately, not scoring. They've already scored with their first rotation jumper, so, I mean, it's not all bad news out of the first couple of rotations, but they've got to come up significantly with the remaining 3 rotations.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you take only the top 4 scores, and what that means now is for their last 3 jumpers, it is a do-or-die situation. If they were to get another 0, that would cost them enormously in that team space. And I do think Purdue, they are going to be a strong contender for that D2 national title.
Yes, indeed. And on the water right now, last skier, rotation number 2 for the Wisconsin Lacrosse Eagles. Claire Robicki. All right, there. Here we go. Oh, and she almost rode out that jump. Skier on the water. Women's Slalom Division 1.
Yep, we're underway in the slalom event. Alexandra Baldwin of Rollins College opening up at 26 miles an hour, 22 off. And Rollins, well, they got a point to prove. They're sent off first as the bottom-ranked women's slalom team in the nation, and it has not started well. Disappointing there for Alexandra Baldwin. Perhaps not accustomed to skiing so early in the tournament, and that's something they're going to have to adjust to throughout this week with their very low seeding.
All right, then. So continuing on, we got Claire Robicki. Hopefully I pronounced that right for the Wisconsin Eagles, Wisconsin Lacrosse Eagles. All right, then. So continuing on with the women's Division 2 jumping competition. Wisconsin Lacrosse, who among club-level sports, they offer a whole variety of sports, such as rugby union, soccer, and baseball. And you can include water skiing among the club sports that enjoys a strong presence on campus at Wisconsin Lacrosse, including lacrosse.
Oh, great. Surely that's they have that as a sort of varsity team sport as well. You'd have to imagine Wisconsin Lacrosse is pretty good at lacrosse.
Yes, the University of Wisconsin lacrosse team. Anyways, all right there, Claire Robicki for Wisconsin Lacrosse. And who do we have coming up next in Women's Division 1?
We are going to San Diego State. It will be Goose Lucille Nieder, and she will be opening up at the rip-roaring speed of 21 miles per hour.
Rip-roaring?
We're going to really put that 6.2-liter engine to the test.
Yeah, indeed. Throw out the anchor. All right, there. Here we go. Skier on the water to round off rotation. Oh, the beautifully landed. Nicely done. I love that jump. We'll get the score coming up in just a moment. So still out in the lead with 42 feet in this rotation is Kayla Bourgeois. And let's turn our attention to Div 1 Slalom in the women's. 23 mile an hour, 18.25 meters.
Absolutely. And this is Goose on the water. Very proud of San Diego State making their way back in Division 1 after a 5-year absence. Took a lot of hard work to get here, and she'll be looking to open up with a full 6th in the books here at the very slow 21. And unfortunately, she goes down, so disappointing start there for the Aztecs.
All right there, so we got the score for Claire Robicki for the Wisconsin Lacrosse Eagles. It's 39 feet. 39 feet, and obviously she's going to up the boat speed to try and get more distance. But our best jump so far in this competition is that 42-footer produced by Kayla Bourgeois. Well,
1 1/4 for Goose. And Yeah, quarter boy at 21 miles an hour. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before.
Oh, taking a big hit there. But thankful that she got the second jump landed and scored. And interesting to note there, the second rotation success rate in landing and scoring a jump was less than 40%. Compare that to close to 60% on rotation number 1.
Yeah, some of these round 1 skiers got something to prove out there. A little bit of chip on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Performed above their seating. They want to prove to their team captains that they are not first out of bed material, that they would like a little bit more of a sleep in come the next tournament.
Now we're going to expect some larger jump distances as we move down to the third rotation. Matter of fact, the best jump distance on average is a 50-footer. And we'll see that maybe from our skier from Nebraska towards the end. We'll keep an eye on that as we work our way along. In the meantime, Michaela Jenkins for the Longhorns of Texas. Nothing for Texas. So Michaela Jenkins for the Burnt Orange of Texas. All right, then. So we are on to our third skier in the Women's Slalom Div 1, isn't that right?
It is. We're going to Texas A&M and Carissa Smith, and unfortunately it has not been a strong start in D1 Slalom for the first 2 skiers, as Michaela Jenkins has another fall. But hopefully Carissa can right the ship. I think it's one of those situations, Tony, where somebody just needs to go out there and ski well, and after that, everyone else will go out and run big scores.
Matter of fact, the first 2 scores in Division 1 Slalom don't even add up to a pass.
No, they don't even add up to a full 2 boys.
Yeah, okay.
It's been a very disappointing start. Your heart goes out to Alex and Lucy. Not what they would have wanted out of these national championships. But Carissa Smith, she wants to set the record straight, throw out a big score to get the ball rolling here in D1 Women's Slalom.
Beautiful sunshine, beautiful conditions out here over at San Marcos River Ranch. Carissa Smith out there.
Yeah, looks to be calm and in control. She makes her way through opening pass, putting some demons to bed. Again, I'm really hoping we get Carissa a full pass in the books, and from here on out, the girls will all run their openers.
Well, she's in the lead. We know that, but let's see if she can extend her lead out a little bit more. And it really comes down to having a deep team, because in a lot of other competitions outside of collegiate water skiing, it's based upon the score. But in collegiate skiing, it's being able to beat the person that's directly underneath you by enough times, So I mean, 10 points for each successful athlete on our way. Here's our way up to the top. All right, then we got Michaela Jenkins. Try to describe that, but I made a right cod's ear out of it. All right there. So Michaela Jenkins, we getting through on that second jump. I don't think she got the first one, but we'll try and keep count here and let you know what's going on. All right, 31 feet. 31 feet. That is the equivalent of
just a shade under 10 meters, is it?
9.4. 9.4 meters. Now, Curtis and myself, we love the metric system.
Yep, on the water, Carissa Smith. She ran her opener. She's back now at 23 miles per hour. And she looks like a girl who could be out there for a long time. Very comfortable slalom skiing. Nice and early as she heads now across to 4-ball. And this is another great pass from the Aggie out of Texas A&M.
All right. Oh, yes, we got another jump there for Michaela Jenkins. We're going to see that on the instant replay. Good greetings to you folks that are tuning in to live coverage of the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Jump-In. Because we have the facility of doing the instant replay, you will not miss a single bit of action out there.
Yeah, well, back to the metric system versus feet debate. It gets contentious at times sometimes, Tony. So what I actually did a number of years ago is I announced the College Nationals where every jump distance was announced in Ericas as a solution.
Ericas?
Yeah, 5-foot increments. So if someone jumps 30 feet, really that's 6 Ericas.
6 Ericas. Yeah, I can understand that because Kelvin had already been taken.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the problem with Kelvin is he's about 7 foot tall, and that math's a little bit harder to do.
And that deals with temperature.
We could measure jumps in Kelvins. We just have to be a little bit better at math.
All right, then. So we're going to get a jump distance coming through. Michaela Jenkins. Already on 9.4 meters, and she has a third and last jump to take. First skier out in rotation number 3. Oh, and skis kind of got behind her a little bit there, and unfortunately unable to ride that jump out. So Michaela Jenkins, first scoring jump there for the Longhorns of UT at Austin.
Yep, and on the Slalom Lake, Carissa Smith making her way through 25 miles per hour. And look, I think she's going to be out here for a while yet. I've been very impressed with everything I've seen from her around the Slalom Lake.
All right there. So we're waiting on our next jumper to hit the ramp, representing the Salukis. I love that name. I can say that all day. Salukis for Southern Illinois from Carbondale.
That's a fun one. I didn't think we were going to get Egyptian cats in the mix this week. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
Yep. Looking at this. Okay, continuing to go right along. Who do we have slaloming on the water right now?
Carissa Smith is having the slalom set of all slalom sets. She has run her first 3 passes. She's coming back in at 26 miles an hour, and she has almost looked to get better with each successive pass. So it would not surprise me if we saw 26 go down.
Oh, my word. I never thought I'd ever see this, but what about a blue Viking?
I think it's a Viking Smurf.
Yes. They don't let Vikings in Smurfland. Papa Smurf would be rolling in his grave right now. And only people of a certain vintage know what a Smurf is.
I think everyone knows what the Smurfs are, Tony. They made a movie, so
yeah.
Even the kids will know what the Smurfs are.
And they do have a turf in Boise State that's called the Smurf Turf.
Right. So this is Carissa 26, and tell you what, I picked it. Another complete pass. She has now run 4 full passes, and like I said, I think she's getting better and better with each successive pass.
All right, then. So far, the early scores that we got in the third rotation of 5 in the women's jump D2. Michaela Jenkins with 31 feet. And Haley Walbrick for the Salukis of Southern Illinois having trouble with jump number 1. And also having trouble with jump number 2, I believe. Kind of hard to keep up with action going on both lakes, but we're endeavoring to try. We'll try and get the scores up on the screen as and when possible. Haley Walbrick for the Salukis of Southern Illinois. And slaloming on the water, who do you have?
Carissa Smith is still going. This is pass number 5. We've gone all the way up from 21 miles an hour to start to now 28 miles an hour. And she, like I said, she's getting better and better, but this is starting to get pretty fast. it may test her strengths out there. Good start on 1, though, as she heads now across the 2-ball. Carissa Smith, the Aggie, she's right up in personal best territory, the set of her life, and she's still on it. She heads around 4. Can she run 28 miles an hour? I think she's going to pass number 5 in the books. What a slalom performance from Carissa of Texas A&M.
Tell you what, she's got some great line control, you know, almost like Lucas Cornell.
Very impressed with her. And like I said, every pass, she's looked a little bit better out there. I'd love to know what her personal best is, but running full 5 passes, about to come in for pass number 6.
That is personal best territory.
We'd have to be there or past it, you'd have to think.
And, you know, she's skiing on an absolutely superb slalom line, which is brought to us by Syndicate. They actually have two types of line now.
I wonder if that's it. She's been training and doing all her skiing up to date in an inferior slalom line. And now that she's got something with a bit of quality in it, she's running a big PB. That could be it.
Could be. Absolutely. So Haley Walbrick has 0 scores so far, and she has, I believe, either 1 or 2 jumps remaining for the Salukis of Southern Illinois University. We are on skier number 2, rotation number 3, and she's got to get this position sorted. Coming into the jump, lower half of her body is over the tails of the skis, and that doesn't help. All right, then. So
back to the drawing board, you'd have to say on that one. We need to make some pretty major form adjustments for her through the off-season.
All right,
and on the slalom, like Carissa Smith, 30 miles an hour, the slalom set that just doesn't stop, and she has picked up 2 at 30 miles an hour on pass number 6. A huge performance. Texas A&M making a statement early on in women's slalom.
Looks like the Halloween candy's on her. All right, then. So we just seen Haley Walbrick work her way out. And now we've got Sloan Townsend for the Baylor Bears. All right, coming in, representing Baylor University, Sloan Townsend on the jump lake. Get the instant replay to you very, very soon, but Sloan Townsend unable to get jump number 1 out the way.
Yeah, and over on the slalom lake, we move into the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Katia Wardle, she's opening up at 25 miles an hour. A little bit shaky, just trying to get some jitters out as she moves through this opening pass. Down course, narrow. She's going to have to work a little bit harder here through the back end of this pass. I think she may have gotten herself back on time, though. That's the beauty of 25 miles an hour. Plenty of time to correct mistakes, and she will get that full pass in the books.
All right, so we've got some slaloming taking place right now. We've also got some jumping in women's Division 2. No jump landed yet for Sloan Townsend.
What's going on there, Tony? We started off so strong in Division 2 women's jump. We had almost all of the rotation 1 girls land, and it seems like rotation 2 and 3, things have just fallen off a little bit.
Maybe it's just the pressure. It's just the pressure of the situation, knowing that it comes down to them to score one of the top 4 scores, you know, because, you know, whenever you're a first rotation athlete, you know, there isn't much expectation that you're going to put a score out there. So So it just comes down to you, you know?
It is, I've talked a little bit with my team about this. It is a very different environment for a lot of these skiers. They've never really skied with this much energy and noise and pressure and expectation. And it can be very challenging out there for a lot of these, aspiring young skiers might be skiing at their first national champs. And there can be a lot of pressure. You're absolutely right, Tony. And I think that's a good theory because it's true. If you're rotation 1, Division 2 women's jump, you heard me. I had 0 expectations of lands. And they all went out, proved us wrong, or me wrong. I think you were a little more generous than I was. And maybe now with the pressure on some of these later girls, they're struggling a bit out there. On the water, on the Slalom Lake, we have Katja Wardle. She made solid work of 25. This now is 26 miles an hour. And actually looking a little bit better, I think, at the faster boat speed. She is making her way through this pass, and it looks like she is going to run 26 miles an hour.
Here we go. Here comes Sloan Townsend of Baylor, and getting into a little bit of difficulty there as well. She averages around about 36 feet, representing Baylor University, the oldest university in Texas that is still in existence. It was founded in 1845.
That's back when you and I were in college, wasn't it, Tony?
Well, maybe me, but I just be rest assured that I was not around when Baylor started off in Waco. And Baylor, as a matter of fact, in terms of these championships, the first time since 2003 that they've actually qualified to compete in these NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships.
It's always fun to see some new teams, new names. Obviously, we've talked a little bit about Southern Illinois University, but you're right, Baylor back at the national championships after a long absence. So it is fun to see a little bit of churn, a little bit of turnover, and different teams punching their tickets through the nationals. Not the same old year in, year out. I mean, to give you an idea of the churn, University of Michigan last year were the Division II national championships, and this year they didn't qualify.
They're not here.
And that gives you an idea how competitive it is to get those national spots. Things can turn in an instant. On the Slalom Lake, we have Katja Wardle returning now at 28 miles an hour, looking to post a big score for Madison, Wisconsin. Of course, the lead right now, 2 at 30 miles an hour.
Ooh.
She's down course. She's going to have to make up some ground here. Back pops the wheelie.
Come on, keep
She's
going,
fighting
Katja.
hard and pops the handle. Solid score for her, but will not take the lead.
And for Sloan Townsend, beg your pardon, unable to score for the Baylor Bears with the 3 attempts that she has. All right there. Next competitor up, representing the Spartans of Michigan State, Natalie Torsen. So Natalie Torsen on the water right now for the Spartans. Let's see what she can conjure up. The Spartans, Michigan State out of Lansing.
Yep, Natalie on the jump lake, looking to see if she can't post a big score for her team. It's a tidy enough ride over, but just kind of collapses on impact with the water. And another fall for her.
All right, they're taking a big old dive there, and that is Natalie Torsen almost getting caught up in the line, as a matter of fact. All right, so continuing on. as we work our way through. Now, a lot of folks out there, especially in this part of the world, highly regard a college such as Texas A&M as being the scion for like an agricultural type school. But as a matter of fact, Michigan State was the first agricultural college in the United States.
Hey, you just pull out all the stats today. Rachel Bell of Miami of Ohio, she's opening up here at 26 miles an hour and making tidy work of it. It speaks a lot about the insecurity of your town or college when you have to add the state at the end to it because you don't think that you're the most well-known Miami. Imagine if Miami of Florida added that qualifier.
Oh, and getting a little bit caught up there as well. Natalie Torson still yet to score. Taking a big old hit there. So, Michigan State, who are proud to have a Magic Johnson as one of their alumni. And Michigan State, the largest university campus in the entire country, spanning over 5,300 acres. Didn't know that, did you? All right. Natalie Torson getting ready for jump number 3. In the meantime, we have Rachel Bell from the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio. All right, let's see. Oh, nicely done, Rachel Bell getting through that pass, returning towards the dock. So for the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio, getting ready for pass number 3. In the meantime, Natalie Torson rocking away, getting ready for pass number 3, for jump number 3. So, Miami of Ohio, the Red Hawks, and they've only had that mascot since 1997. They changed it for what it was previously at the request of the local Native American tribe. So they are the Red Hawks. Let's have a look and see what the Red Hawks can do with pass number 3. Continuing on. Up and over the jump there for Natalie Torson, and unfortunately unable to get any of her 3 jumps scored. So Michigan State in a little bit of trouble early at this juncture of the competition. So in Michigan State, 9 jumps attempted, none of them complete. So they've got 2 more rotations to come. Rachel Bell, on the other hand, looking good with the slalom. Round number 5 and round number 6 on the instant replay, and doing a good job for the Red Hawks in the Division I women's slalom. In the meantime, on the jump lake, Indigo Hobson for the Vikings of Western Washington out of Bellingham. Here we go, coming in, up and over. Oh, I don't know what happened with that landing. That looked very, very impressive. Just needed to get a little bit tighter with the grip. All right, let's continue on. We just saw Rachel Bell getting pretty deep down past number 4. Putting some points on the board for the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio. Yep, good performance there from her. In the meantime, Jump Lake, Women's Division II Jump, Indigo Hobson.
Absolutely, Rachel Bell taking the lead by a full pass in Division I Women's Slalom. And that could bode well for Miami of Ohio as we approach the halfway point in rotation 1.
All right, coming in, getting ready for jump number 2, Indigo Hobson, representing the Vikings of Western Washington, the northernmost university in the entire United States of America among the contiguous 48 states. Up and over, lands, yes! And Western Washington are coming through clutch. And as a matter of fact, that previous jump, the previous jump where she didn't land was the only jump that they haven't landed at this point. But now back into scoring mode, Indigo Hobson. So out of how many jumps? They've had 8 jumps. They've only failed to land 1.
Like I said, Western Washington's jump team very strong, and that is going to be crucial for them to get off to an early lead in those Division II team race. And back on the Slalom Lake, we have moved to Kansas University. This is Ellie O'Brien. She is opening up at 23 miles an hour, 15 off. And looking pretty solid as she makes her way through this opening pass.
And much like the other 2 competitors from Western Washington, they have opened up with lead distances in their respective rotations. 36 feet for Indigo Hobson as she works her way in for jump number 3 for the Vikings of Western Washington. Up. Oh, didn't quite land that one. That had the legs to be longer, but 36 feet. I'll take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Absolutely. That is a shame. That jump looked to be over 40 feet. She had a good deal of speed. Couldn't quite stick the landing. And on the Slalom Lake, Ellie O'Brien, she has run her opener and will be bumping that boat speed up to 25 miles an hour and see her back in very shortly.
All right, rocking and a rolling here. Our skier on the water, Sydney Farwick for the Buckeyes of Ohio State. All right, there. All right, then, continuing right along, representing the Ohio State University, it is Sydney Farwick. Approaching the jump right now.
And Ellie O'Brien going down there on pass number 2, so not quite the score she was looking for.
Up and over. Yep, puts a score on the board to match the previous scores of 33 feet on the previous rotation and 36 feet, the rotation before that. Who's our slalomer on the water there?
We had Ellie O'Brien from Kansas University. She's gone down on pass number 2 and finishes with 1.5 at 25 miles an hour. And we are about to move into our final 6 skiers in Rotation 1, Division 1. Things are heating up. Next on the water will be Clemson's Julia Beeman.
Okay, just waiting on the score to come through for Sydney Farwick. Okay, Sydney Farwick jumping 33 feet. And looking to bump up that distance there with jump number 2, Sydney Farwick. Up and down.
Okay, we move now to the Clemson Tigers. Julia Beeman opening up her campaign here at the 2024 Syndicate Collegiate Water Ski National Championships. And we've kind of lifted the ability level here a little bit with Julia. She is looking very calm through this opening pass and will be up around the lead already just by running that opener.
Yes, this is the Syndicate National Championships, the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. Now, did you know there, Curtis?
I'm going to guess I probably didn't, but hit me.
That Syndicate were the first major water ski producers to actually use sustainable fibers in one of their competitive slalom skis.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's it's all recycled material, or so, or it's organic or something.
Absolutely.
It's like your ski's actually alive.
Yes.
Made from living beings.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive.
Now, those living beings aren't going to help you get through 38 off or anything like that, you know. But
I don't know. I think we could start that rumor, Tony.
Maybe it's working pretty well for Rob Hazelwood, who won at least a couple of pro events this season.
No, that's great. Some of the innovation in ski design is fantastic, but to have that sustainability-minded approach, I certainly applaud that.
All right, there. So getting ready for jump number 3 coming up. Sydney Farwick. Julia Beeman is still on the water in the women's Division 1 slalom, second rotation, I believe.
Yeah, she's rocking through this pass, and Julia, she has taken the lead here in Division 1 women's slalom. A little bit down course, let the chest get ahead of the ski into 6-ball, but in the end, no issues.
Beautiful conditions out here, hardly a ripple on the water. The only ripple being made is the boat wake and the skiers' trail. But on the water right now, jumping, we've got Sydney Farwick for the Buckeyes of Ohio State University. The Ohio State, and she lands that one. So good skiing there from her. And indeed for the Buckeyes, who have something called the Victory Bell, and it's a bell that weighs 2,500 pounds and could be heard from over 5 miles away. So whenever you hear of a victory from the Ohio State University, you'll be hearing that bell. So 36 feet on that last jump. 36 feet. Oh, and take a look at this. Indigo Hobson and Sydney Farwick. They both jumped 36 feet there, Curtis. But is there anything to separate them on metric?
I don't know. That's 6.6 Ericas they've pulled out, but
Well, we go with metric here, and they both jump 10.9 meters. So what happens when they tie in a scoring collegiate? We'll have that answer in a moment. Oh, and handle going up a little bit high there for Amber Hansford from Cal Poly. Now, what happens so far as scores that are actually tied on the metric system is that they basically share the points, don't they? So if
that's right, yeah. They'll divide it up, though.
Yeah. So if one skier earns 80 points for their jumps, and the one below would typically earn 70, then both of them get 75 points because it's a split between the two with the same distance. So there we go. A little bit of drama earlier on in this competition there, Curtis.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Julia Beeman picked up 2 on her third pass. Really solid skiing from her. Starting to hit into the higher caliber skiers in this field.
Getting a little bit inside buoy number 3, but still managing to tot up a great slalom score, and buoys equals points. So good effort there for our slalomer out there in Division 1. Amber Hansford. All right, then. So we're getting ready for Amber Hansford with jump number 2 coming right up. Then after her, we have Kelsey Davis, Mackenzie Milstead, Erin Parnham, and Anna Thompson.
Yes, and over on the Slalom Lake, we now go to Arizona State University. Katrina White opening up 32 miles an hour, 22 off. And we're into the rock stars here. Final 5 schools where you expect your national championship team will come from.
All right, Amber Hansford jumping. And almost rode that one out. What a pity. She has one more attempt to come. Amber Hansford for the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
Tidy opening pass there from Kat White.
All right, then. So, all right, then. Here's a fun fact, and this might actually sound pretty gross to you regarding San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly. They have a place called Bubblegum Alley. Now, Cal Poly, they're located in San Luis Obispo, is home to Bubblegum Alley, a 70-foot long, 15-foot high walkway with millions of pieces of chewing and bubblegum lining the walls.
The more you know, the more you know.
That sounds gross to me. Ugh. I find bubblegum and chewing gum gross anyway, but that, ugh. I don't want to be anywhere near that.
Okay, Kat White returning 34 miles an hour, 22 off, getting in deep, but if she can stay composed here, she will get the job done. A little bit chattery here through the back end of this pass, but Kat White, Arizona State University, she has a full 6 in the books. Makes her way through 34 miles an hour, 22 off. It's time to cut the line.
All right. Skier on the water right now. We've got Amber Hansford. Slalomer on the water representing Arizona State, I believe. Who do we have there, Curtis?
Cat White, and she's opened up strongly. Made her way through 32 and 34 miles an hour. We're going to shorten up now to 28 off.
So 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, 47 feet for our competitor, Cat White. And on the jump lake, Amber Hansford, yet to put a score to her name in this third rotation of 5 in the women's jump. Rotate, and won't do anything with that jump either. So Amber Hansford.
Okay, Cat White now coming into course, 28 off. Looking to set an early mark for the rest of the girls to follow, with 4 of the best in the country still to come in rotation 1. Start will be critical here at 14 meters, 28 off, the yellow loop. It's a good start from Cat White. She heads across the 2 ball. She's on time and early for 3. She's making her way through 28 off. She rears up on 3. Oh, disappointing. It was such a good start. She could have got further down that pass, but finishes up with 2.5. At 28 off.
Yep, the team from Alabama are certainly in high spirits. I don't really want to mention the university whose name starts with V.
Oh, Tony, picking at a raw wound.
Too soon?
No, it's always good to knock them down a peg.
All right there, here we go. Coming on in on jump number 1, Kelsey Davis. Whoa, and getting in a little bit deep there on jump number 1, representing the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. And so far as finding something to eat there, Curtis, looks like we got the food truck back there. So do a little bit of business with those folks. We know that
get those carbohydrates in, Tony. Soak up some of the toxins.
But we know that in Nebraska they have something called the Dairy Store, which has been serving handmade ice cream, cheeses, and meats since 1917. A little bit of a fun fact there for the University of Nebraska. They've got plenty more as well, but I'm hungry, so I kind of like zeroed in upon that. Oh, yes, and this, of course, is a fun fact because Husker Volleyball and Husker Nation hold the world record for attendance at a women's sporting event. Yeah, remember that about a year ago. They held volleyball right in the middle of their stadium.
Fantastic. We have a scratch from Florida Southern, so we're right into Alabama, and Samantha Hill opening up at 34 miles an hour, 15 off.
Here we go. Here comes the Cornhuskers. Up, over, lands and scores for the Huskers. Now, for those of you that are watching the webcast, you might have a little bit of disjointedness with what's been announced on the other lake and what's going on in the Slalom lake.
They all put us on mute anyway, Tony. Don't worry about that.
No, they don't. They listen to us. Anyway, who's slaloming right now to try and...
Yeah, so we got Samantha Hill from the University of Alabama. She made her way through 34 miles an hour, 15 off.
Hill.
And Avery Crane, unfortunately, under a bit of a fitness cloud, had to withdraw from this event. So Florida Southern will not have the full complement of girls' scores to call upon, adding a bit of pressure on the rest of their team.
All right there, Kelsey Davis, her best jump so far, 10.2 meters or 33 feet. Or that's a little over 6.5 Ericas.
That's absolutely right.
Oh, we try. We try. All right, there. Here we go. Coming on in on jump number 3. As we see the replay on jump number 2, here we go. Jump number 3 for Kelsey Davis. Boom. And just scrapes the landing. Nicely done.
Fantastic. And on the slalom, like Samantha Hill making her way through 22 off. In fact, even easier and earlier than that opener. And she has a chance now to challenge the lead with ASU's Katrina White of 2.5 at 28 off.
Right, just waiting on the distance to come through for Kelsey Davis. Right, skier on the water is Mackenzie Milstead. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be 33 feet, 33 feet for Kelsey Davis for the Cornhuskers of the University of Nebraska. Now we turn our attention to the Tigers of Auburn University. And that is going to be Mackenzie Milstead. Coming on up and through. Oh, and looked like a good jump, but the landing could have used some work. Right, slaloming taking place out on the water at this time. Skier on the water, Samantha Hill. I believe getting through 28 off. Or getting close to it. We'll double check on the line length there for Samantha Hill. But we got Mackenzie Milstead with unfortunately a no score on jump number 1 through her fall. In this rotation, we have a tie for the lead with 36 feet, both feet and inches and metrically, 10.9 meters. In the meantime, we've got, and with 2 competitors remaining, our third from last competitor in rotation number 3. It is Mackenzie Milstead. All right there, here comes Mackenzie Milstead for the Tigers of Auburn University. Oh, ah. All right there, so Samantha Hill skiing back towards the dock. I believe that was that a score on 12 meters?
13. That was
13.
4 at 32 off.
4 at 32 off. Excellent
And that
stuff.
is, of course, the leader right now.
Yes.
And a lot shaking up because obviously the traditional way that these competitions run, Tony, is you go each rotation, you get better and better, right? So it's a seeded order. But some schools are not good sports, and they like to play monkey business with the order and put their best skiers out first. And coming up in
that's
skiers...
That's unsporting.
It is unsportsmanlike. And you know which team is unsportsmanlike?
Who?
Your team, mate. It's Lafayette, because they have put out...
Whatever it takes.
Who I believe, is she the former national champion, is going to be skiing in rotation 1.
Well, you know, whatever it takes.
As soon as it was Lafayette, you changed your tune and started defending it. I don't like it. I think there should be a rule change, because I think it ruins the spectacle of the event when you put out your best skier in rotation 1. But not everyone is as sportsmanlike as some of the other teams.
It works.
Watching you change your mind the second I said whose team it was hilarious. You went from being on board to completely against it.
I don't know. I don't deny that it's unsportsmanlike, you know, but I mean, whatever it takes. Anyway, Mackenzie Milstead, no score on the first 2 jumps. Let's see what she can do on a third and last. Mackenzie Milstead for the Auburn Tigers up. Oh, and just losing grip of the handle and not scoring, unfortunately. So now, all right, so we've just seen Alabama. We're going on to our penultimate skier in rotation number 1 in Girls Division 1 Slalom. It is going to be Daria Lachance.
Right, she is opening up at 28 off, so we're not mucking around at all. Of course, the lead right now at 32 off. She is looking to post a big score, and what has been a bit of a rebuilding phase for Monroe, but I think they're really starting to hit their stride, and they are going to be a force to be reckoned with here at the 2024 Syndicate Collegiate Water Ski National Championships. And Dara Lachance opening up strong here at 28 off. Not a worry in the world.
All right, there. Skier on the water at this time in the women's Division 2 jump. It's going to be Erin Parham. All right, then, up and over. Oh, and getting a little bit of difficulty there with the landing, Erin Parham. So, Purdue University. They are the Boilermakers, which comes from a nearby college's student section, which used the name to refer to Purdue students' trade-based education. They make boilers. Therefore, they are the Boilermakers.
Sometimes it's that simple. And Dara Lachance, she is about to return at 32 off, challenge the lead, but she will know that, you know, with the caliber of skiers still to come, she wants to get herself deep into 38 off, I would wager. Really just a warm-up pass here for Dara, making her way through the green loop, 13 meters, 32 off. She is going to take the lead in the women's slalom. She's going to do more than that, Tony. She is going to run 32 off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She is good to go all the way through. Daria Lachance. I'm not too sure whether she is French or not. She might even be Canadian.
I mean, you're pronouncing a name like she's French, so I'm wondering.
Well, it is a French name, Lachance. Anyways, we continue on. Let's see what our skier can do. Erin Parham for the Boilermakers of Purdue. Up. And sinks into the landing there, representing Purdue University. And they actually have a Grand Prix, don't you know, Curtis? Yep, they have a Grand Prix, which is a 50-mile, 160-lap go-kart race, which takes place every year. Probably more times than the Monaco Grand Prix.
Wow. I'm just learning. So you're a fountain of knowledge, Tony. 35 off, 12 meters, the blue loop. Dara Lachance, she has the lead. She has a chance to extend it, perhaps find her way onto the podium here. It all comes down to the start here at 35. Not a great start. She breaks at the waist. She needs to regain composure. It's a pretty good 2-ball. She's still in with a fighting chance. She blows out the fin around 3, though, so 2.5 at 35 off for Dara Lachance.
So Daria Lachance, who actually is Canadian. She comes to us out of the Canadian province of Nova Scotia. and a freshman on this team for Louisiana Monroe. So Erin Parham getting ready for jump number 3 for the Boilermakers. Let's see if she can conjure up something here. Erin Parham, and unfortunately unable to land that jump, so not able to make much hay with that one. That is Erin Parham. As we now turn our attention to our last skier in this rotation. In Women's Division 2 jump, we've got Anna Thompson for the Eagles of Wisconsin La Crosse. All right, then. I'm actually rather surprised. You know, I am surprised, Curtis, that the guys from Wisconsin La Crosse aren't playing Fly Like an Eagle from the Steve Miller Band.
Steve Miller Band?
Yes. I want to fly like an eagle.
Oh, wow. We're going to get Tony doing some singing up here a little bit. Where were you at the karaoke bar last night, Tony? We got to heard some of your dulcet tones.
Oh, I love karaoke.
See, you're a professional. You got to rest the voice, the vocal cords at night. You're not out there thrashing them like I am.
All right, Anna Thompson. Now, Wisconsin La Crosse have been really, really good so far as their scoring. 40 feet on rotation number 1, 39 on rotation number 2, and almost landing the first jump in rotation number 3.
Big things happening here on the Slalom Lake, Tony. Someone who you've spent a lot of time calling over the pro season, over the summer. Coming up, first rotation. If she is the bottom slalom skier for this school, I can't imagine what's still to come. But it is Ali Garcia. She's opening up at 32 off.
Indeed, indeed. And she's well used to starting at this line length. Ali Garcia, who is currently 7th on the Water Ski Pro Tour ranking list, and has competed in a number of events during the course of the summer, you know, events such as the Mastercraft Pro, the Carmel Marrakesh Pro, and San Gervasio, a number of events across the world, and doing really, really successfully.
That's right, and a former national champion, I believe, at the Collegiate National Championships.
2 years ago.
And she will be looking to back that up here. She's opened up strong, running 32 off. We will shorten up and have a crack at 35 off for the lead. She will know the winning of this event will probably be deep down 38, perhaps even into 39. We have some very strong women's slalom skiers still to come.
And really working the turns very well. Very, very upright, very well forward onto her offside turn to try and get the tip a little deeper into it so that they can rotate round and get across course. On the jump course. All right. Oh, and she lets go of the handle again. Same kind of jump, same kind of error. And unfortunately for the Eagles, they've got a third rotation skier having not landed the jump quite yet and needing to conjure up a distance to keep their momentum going.
Right, 35 off now. The lead, 2.5 on this pass. I don't think Ali will be paying too much attention to the lead right now. She is thinking, what score do I need to post the maximum possible team points for the Raging Cajuns? And that will include running this 35 off pass, which she seems to be doing very, very smoothly. No worries at all for Ali Garcia.
And Ali Garcia, if I know anything about her training regimen coming into this competition, she is very well aware of that line, that Syndicate line. Probably a little bit stiffer than what she's normally used to so far as slalom lines are concerned. You know, so she's probably taken a little bit of time to actually acclimatize to that particular brand of line. And looking very strong out there, Curtis.
Absolutely. It can be tough to make that transition from an inferior line to the superior Syndicate line, but she seems to be handling it fine.
And new for this season, the Syndicate lines actually come to you in two kinds of stretch. The black line, which we're seeing out there right now, and the new red line, which has a little bit more in the way of forgiveness. And on the water right now, we've got Anna Thompson, and she lands her one and only jump on her third attempt.
Okay, folks, huge moment coming up at these national championships. Ali Garcia, a former national champion, about to come into course, 38 off, 11 meters. The winning of this event will likely be either deep down this pass or right through it. This is huge in the context of the Lafayette team chances, huge in the context of this young lady. She would dearly love, I believe she's a senior, to take home the national title. 38 off. 6 buoys here, 6 turns for glory for Ali Garcia. Can she take home yet another national title? She comes now into 1 ball. It's a great start on 1. She heads across to 2 ball now. Does the Raging Cajun. She's on time and early here from 3 into 4. She's making her way through 38 off. She's getting a bit down course and now needs a big turn at 5. She's got it. Ali Garcia has run 38 off. What a pass. What a pass.
Absolutely on fire out there. That is Ali Garcia.
And the gauntlet has been thrown down. She goes out early in rotation 1, and she says to the rest of the field,
how about this? In the jumping competition right now, we have a skier from Western Washington, a skier from Ohio State, and a skier from La Crosse, all tying with 36 feet, 10.9 meters. How are you going to break that tie? A 3-way tie for a distance?
I think quite simply with a calculator.
But I mean, how? I mean, you don't measure to decimal points whenever you step aside from 0.5, of course. But I mean, it's going to be 0.33, isn't it?
That's why we need to switch to Erica's, the much more accurate system of measuring jumps.
All right, there. Here we go. Up, and over, slipping on out there. Our first skier in rotation number 4.
Okay, folks, she's made her way through 38 off. We have cut the line now to the very short 39.5 off. And look, it's not safe yet. There are some very good skiers still to come, girls that are capable of getting into even midway through 39. The difference between a 1 and a 2, perhaps even a piece of 3 here, will be critical for Ali Garcia. Rotation
There's
1.
number 1, and that's it.
Look at the disappointment from her. Great work. She's run 38. She'll know, though, with that 1, she's left the door just a little bit open for some of the girls. If they can run 38, all they need is that piece of 2.
All right, then, as she skis into shore, give it up, please. Ali Garcia rounding off rotation number 1 with the lead score of 1 at 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Skier on the water, or rather in the water at this time, it is Chiara Tenorio for the Bruins of UCLA. All right, so Chiara Tenorio. Fun fact here for UCLA. You know, the UCLA's mascot, they actually considered having a mascot such as a buccaneer or a gorilla before they settled on Bruins.
Fascinating. On the Slalom Lake, we go to Rollins College, the freshman, Martina Font, opening up at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. And making pretty tidy work now of this opening pass. Looking to get the first score in the books for Rollins College, the bottom-ranked women's slalom team in the nation.
All right there, so continuing right along, we've got Chiara Tenorio. They don't have enough jumpers to fill the first 3 rotations, so they're contributing jumpers in the last 2. Let's see what Kiara can do. Up and over and a little bit on the back and unable to ride that one away. So, UCLA, who way back in 1969 initiated the internet. It wasn't Al Gore, it was UCLA.
Controversial statement there, Tony. Pretty sure it was Al Gore.
You sure about Al Gore? I mean, he invented pants.
He invented a lot of things, but I really hate, the worst thing he invented was global warming. I think we can all agree.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you go and invent something like that?
I don't know.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, he takes credit for a lot of things. All right there, so Kiara Tenorio getting ready for jumps for a third and last jump. On the water, Martina Font there, rotation number 2.
Yeah, cruising through 28 off. There's a great pass here from Martina.
And we don't get to see her an awful lot on the slalom ski. She's more adept at the trick ski, as to is her brother.
Well, I actually think Martina is probably just as strong at slalom as she is in tricks, Tony. She's a very strong slalom skier, as was, Pato Font's no slouch on the slalom ski himself, and the oldest brother, Diego, was also a strong slalom skier. They don't jump the Fonts.
All right there, here comes Tiara Tenorio, and unfortunately unable to land any of the free attempts that she has at her disposal, which means we go on to our next competitor, Caroline Ewald. Caroline Ewald, who is our next competitor for the Longhorns of UT at Austin.
Okay, Martina Font has shortened up now to 32 off the green loop. Can she post a big score for Rollins College, looking to exceed their ranking of 12th in the nation in women's slalom? And starting off strong, but getting a little bit unstuck there at 32 off, so she'll finish up with 1 at 32. And of course, the food vendors, just over the bridge here at the far end of the lake, they are open, ready to do business. If you need a late breakfast, early lunch, some carbohydrates to soak up the toxins from last night, they are doing a roaring trade. Great food down there.
Here comes University of Texas at Austin. Oh, and taking a big old edge there. Going with the old...
winding the windows down.
Winding the windows down, absolutely.
I don't know. My truck, you still have to wind them down old school, but I don't think there's many of those vehicles still kicking.
Mm-hmm. All right, so coming to us out of University of Texas at Austin, Caroline Ewald, and the University of Texas at Austin can actually lay claim to winning more than 150 Olympic medals. That's quite an incredible number.
It is incredible. Do you have any inkling, Tony, what kind of sports they're doing quite well in?
Normally track and field.
Track and field, big
track and field
school.
and swimming. All right then, so we've got some slaloming taking place. Is Martina still skiing, or?
Martina finished up with 1 at 32 off. The boat's about to pick up Ellie Clem of San Diego State. And she's a 3-eventer. She'll be kicking off her campaign, looking to get some valuable points on the board for the San Diego State Aztecs.
All right there, Caroline Ewald. Oh, no, beautiful jump there. I think that might actually be enough to take the lead in terms of distance. Caroline Ewald taking a good solid edge on that one. Not exactly the best of positions, but I mean, she edges all the way through and just absolutely blaps that one. So Caroline Ewald, we're going to get the confirmed distance in a moment. All right, we do have a new lead distance. It's 49 feet or 14.9 meters. 49 feet is the new lead distance in our penultimate rotation.
Okay, on the Slalom Lake, Gabrielle Clem opening up at 24 miles an hour, 15 off, looking to get some valuable points on the board for San Diego State.
Taking a big dig into the bottom of the jump. Does she land it? Oh, not quite, but she does have the lead, though. Some solid jumping there on jump number 2. They could have used a little bit of help on jump number 1 and jump number 3, but you can't have everything, I suppose. Caitlin Ducharme from the Salukis of Southern Illinois.
Unfortunately, San Diego State has failed to fire once again. Disappointing stuff there. Ellie Clem not running her opening pass. That's 2 of the first 2 girls from San Diego State mopping on pass 1. It's not been the opening that they are looking for.
All right, so skier on the water, Caitlin Ducharme. Hopefully I pronounced that right. It's a kind of a French-sounding name. So, Caitlin Ducharme getting ready for jump number 1. The Salukis of Southern Illinois University can count among their alumni Richard Roundtree, the actor who played John Shaft in the 70s.
If that's their most famous alumni, that's a deep cut there, Tony.
You're talking about Shaft, and he can dig it.
I'll talk about Shaft anytime you want, but Emma Jones of Texas A&M, she is on the Slalom Lake.
Oh, Caitlin Ducharme, just looking at that instant replay, really had to fight hard to get that jump under her belt. It won't be anywhere close to the lead, however. However, it is 34 feet. 34 feet or 10.4 meters. That would actually put her in about the top 5 right now, but in the lead in the straight up women's jump competition in Division 2, we see Caroline Ewald with 49 feet or 14.9 meters. All right there, Caitlin Ducharme. Let's see what we've got here. Up, over, done. Right, that boat speed might actually have been a little bit quicker, which will certainly aid in terms of getting a better jump distance without taking a poke at it.
Yeah, well, we were complaining about some of the names earlier, Tony, quite difficult to pronounce. But this skier on the water on the slalom, like Emma Jones, might be the front runner for the best name so far for my slightly still impaired from last night brain to process. That's a nice simple one I can get behind. Not too many syllables, no curveballs there. The letters are all where they're supposed to be. So I'm wishing Emma Jones well as she comes into course at 30 miles an hour. She made easy work of that 28-mile-an-hour opener, looking to get some more solid points for Texas A&M, who have slalomed out of their skin so far in Division I women's slalom. Emma Jones looks to be continuing that trend as she runs a full pass. Oh, no, I've spoken too soon, it appears.
All right.
Up with 5 at 30 miles an hour.
So I believe that second jump there for Caitlin Ducharme was a 34-footer. 10.4 meters, no change to compared to jump number 1. All right, up and over. Caitlin Ducharme. We'll see if that jump distance is anywhere close to the ones that she had before. So Caitlin Ducharme lands all 3 jumps and gives herself the maximum possible opportunity to get a decent distance. Distance coming through for Caitlin Ducharme for the Salukis of Southern Illinois as we get ready to bring in Michigan State's Ella McCrum. Ellen McCrum.
Well, a contender in the best fit of the tournament so far, in head-to-toe pink. Bright pink hair, pink bathing suit. It is Lucy Neely of Wisconsin-Madison, opening up at 28 miles an hour, 15 off, and trying to translate some of that pink energy into a big slalom score.
Here comes Ella McCrum. And that, unfortunately, is where the cookie McCrumbles. And I tell you what, I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, then Caitlin Ducharme has jumps of 34 feet on each one of her jumper attempts.
The question is on that one, is she very, very consistent, or are our judges perhaps asleep at the wheel? Because we've all missed the impact button and made up a distance in the past, and sometimes you just keep doing the same one over and over again. We'll see.
Oh, that's some controversy right there.
Yeah, the D2 judges are all volunteers. They just wrangle them up on site, so who knows what caliber we've got going there. And it's usually someone like me, so that gives you an idea of how much they'll scrape the bottom of the barrel for some of those D2 officials.
All right there, so Ella McCrum getting ready for jump number 2, representing the Spartans of Michigan State, one of the probably the largest campus in all of North America, 5,300 acres.
Wow. Well,
Yes.
Lucy Neely on the water out of Wisconsin-Madison, currently leading in the best hair department.
Oh, yeah.
And she is making her way through 30 miles an hour.
Just you wait until you see the end of the second rotation. All right there, here we go. This is Ella McCrum. And letting the handle go. Unfortunately, unable to register a distance on that jump. All right there, so looking at our instant replay for our slalomer on the water. getting really, really good turns. Lucy McNeely for representing the Badgers of Wisconsin. There is hair that is red, and then there is hair that is just too red.
Well, that's bright pink.
It is bright pink?
Bright pink.
I thought it looked red to me.
It's going to be 32 miles an hour now for Lucy Neely.
All right, then. So Ella McCrum getting ready on a jump number 3, making the turn. We'll see what she has. Unable to score with the opening 2 jumps. She's under pressure now. Up and over her skis here and just trying to maintain a good solid edge away from the boat. Does she get this job? Ah! And dare I say it, that is where the cookie crumbles. So no score on any of the 3 jumps. As we now work our way to the team that's currently in the lead by this rotation. Every single one of their jumpers so far has registered a score. The Vikings of Western Washington present Isabel Lukes.
Love the energy, Tony. Love the energy. We just had Lucy Neely finish up with 4 at 32 miles an hour. Another great solid team score there for Wisconsin-Madison.
Ooh. Wow. Oh, we got some people getting into the spirit so far at this event, and they're all chasing that water ski spirit title here at the Syndicate NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships for 2024. On the water, Isabel Lukes. And she gets it to go and taking a bit of heat there on that jump. So we're just waiting on the distance for Isabel Lukes. All right, Western Washington. Oh, my word. Not again.
Is it 34 feet, is it?
Yeah, 10.4 meters.
6.8 Ericas. On the water now, we have Riston Benja of Miami of Ohio opening up at 24 miles an hour, 15 off.
That makes the fraction a little easier. It's now 0.25. All right there, here we go. And Isabel Lukes has 2 jumps remaining, that being the first of them. And I think the boat speed is set at almost a maximum for her. You can go as high as 52K or 32 miles an hour if you really want to. But really, it gets quite scary at that point. Nice looking jump there from Isabel for the Vikings of Western Washington.
Hey, the WW women's jump team has been a revelation. They have just fired on all cylinders. They have been fantastic, and I think they're going to finish higher up in Division 2 than perhaps people might have expected.
Mm-hmm. Off to a good start. We'll see what they do with the likes of the tricks and the slalom events to come within the next day or two. All right, so let's continue on. Isabel Lukes. Oh, nice. I love the consistency. Love the consistency with the Vikings. And you know, that kind of consistency comes through some really, really top quality coaching, I believe.
Absolutely right. They have the advantage of skiing with the Fountains of Knowledge, which is the Goodman brothers up there in Bellingham. And on the Slalom Lake, we have Riston Binger making her way through 26 miles an hour. Skier out of Miami of Ohio. And she is impressing out there on the water. I think we'll see a couple more passes out of her yet.
All right, then. So we're just waiting on the distance to come through Isabel Lukes. Okay, I still believe that their best jump is 34 feet or 10.4 meters. And that jump actually on a third and last might actually be a little bit further. So we'll... All right there, so that skier on the water, Kara Croucher, as a matter of fact, for the Ohio State Buckeyes. We'll get the distance for her very, very soon and see if it's among the leaders. Well, not quite at the moment. It's 32 feet, but it is a score that Ohio State has been looking for.
Yeah, and we got Riston Binger makes her way through 28 miles an hour as well, and building from strength to strength out there on the Slalom Lake. Fantastic skiing from her. 3 full passes in the books.
So Ohio State have been very consistent. They've landed jumps through each of their previous 3 rotations of skiers. So they're napping at the heels of the Vikings of Western Washington. Oh, and a beautiful looking jump there. I suspect Kara Croucher has jumped a little bit more with jump number 2. All right there, so we've still got some skiing there, courtesy of the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, Riston Binger's having a great set. She's starting to get a little bit unstuck now that we're up to 30 miles an hour, fighting her way through it, but a great set from her all the way into 30, her 4th pass. It's 3.5 at 30.
All right there, and Kara Croucher getting through on jump number 2. All right, here we go. We've got a distance coming through for Kara Croucher. Cara Croucher has moved into second place in this rotation, 40 feet. 4-0 has got one more jump to come. Oh, and getting into a little bit of difficulty on him. I'm not even convinced that our skier on the water is indeed Cara Croucher, but Cara Croucher, as a matter of fact, jumped 40 feet. Actually, I believe, looking out on the water right now, I believe that our skier is Lauren Conley. I do apologize for the mix-up so far as the skier ID is concerned, but
happens to the best of us, Tony. Alyssa Hinden from Kansas University, opening up 28 miles an hour, 15 off, looking to post another solid score for the Spray Hawks out of Kansas.
All right, so yes, indeed, confirmed that skier on the water is from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Lauren Conley. All right, so Lauren Conley, our fifth from last skier to go in rotation number 4. We're going very, very quickly with the women's Division 2 jumpers right now. Credit to the officials for having our skiers ready, and indeed to our skiers and their teams for performing exceptionally well out there with the consistency of their jumps, even at this stage of the competition. All right. Okay, here comes Lauren Conley. Up and, just barely able to ride that one out. Good effort there, solid jumping. All right, we got a distance there for Lauren Conley. Okay, all right then. This is getting a little bit ridiculous now because Lauren Conley has jumped 34 feet. The equivalent distance of 10.4 meters. There are at least 5 competitors that are all tied with that same distance, metric as well as feet and inches. That is just unheard of. And I think she'll probably land a similar distance again.
It's one of those things, Tony, where if you do the same thing, you're going to get the same results. We're all sort of riding over, plopping at the same speed.
That's the definition of insanity.
A week up here talking, and it's certainly done stranger things to better men than me. On the water on the Slalom Lake, we have Alyssa Hinden, who's having a great set. This is 32 miles an hour, and she is making her way through it as well. A full pass in the books. Great skiing there for Kansas University's Alyssa Hinden.
All right, then, and looks like the last jump was 37 feet there for Lauren Conley, so that's her best distance. So we're down to 4 competitors that are tied with 34 feet, and their respective metric measurement being 10.4. Skier on the water representing the Cornhuskers of Nebraska, Abigail Idit. Okay, coming in. Up. Abigail. Oh, and she rides out on one jump ski. Yeah, get after it, girl. Yeah. Abigail Idit. And rides out on the more difficult jumper, the right one. Who's the slalomer there, Curtis?
Yeah, we got Alyssa Hinden. This is now 34 miles an hour, 15 off, and she is actually making solid work of this as well. Pass number 4. Could we see it run?
Whoa,
she gets
come on, get after it.
Oh,
is inside 6. What a pity.
She's happy, though. Big fist throw. I think that could be a PB for her. 5 at 34 miles an hour. Fantastic score for her, posting big points for Kansas University.
All right, then. Abigail has jumped 49 feet. Now, as you may recall, we've had a jump of 49 feet from Caroline Ewald.
And we've just got Erica's 9.8, is it?
Something like that. But Abigail Idit has jumped 49 feet. Who has the upper hand? It comes down to the metric tie. Caroline Ewald has jumped 14.9. Abigail Idit with 14.8. But Abigail has something going for her. In fact, she has 2 things going for her. Jump number 2 and jump number 3.
And on the slalom leg, we got Whitney Shellhammer of Clemson. She'll be opening up at 30 miles an hour, 15 off. Clemson, a very strong showing at these national championships. They will be pushing for a spot in the top half of Division 1. And Whitney cruising through pass number 1 at 30 miles an hour.
All right, lots of great skiing going on in the jumping competition. The women's D2 jump, the women's Division 1 slaloming are taking place simultaneously. Let's see how things shape up with the remaining skiers in each of those events. We're down to the last 4 skiers in the penultimate rotation in the women's Division 2 jump. Looks like we've got a skier, I think from Auburn. Like taking a fall on... Okay, we got a skier from Nebraska there on the water, just to make absolutely positively sure. 49... So a fall on jump number 2, unable to get more than 49 feet on the jump that she produced on jump number 1.
Yeah, and we got Whitney Shellhammer coming back now at 32 miles an hour. And looking very calm and composed through the second half of this pass. Really liking this young lady's technique. I think she has the goods to go on and run a couple more passes yet, because that 32 mile an hour pass was a walk in the park.
All right, continuing on. All right, so getting ready, jump number 3 coming in. Abigail Aidit from Nebraska. Oh, a little bit of a crush there on jump number 3, but she held a good edge all the way through. Abigail Aidit, who averages a jump of 64 feet. I don't know whether she will be hitting that high mark this time around, but if she can, then it will certainly put her amongst the top skiers in this event. Abigail Aidit.
Okay, Whitney Shellhammer has opted to cut the ropes. This is 32 miles an hour, 22 off for her. And building into her set well is the young lady out of Clemson University,
all right,
South Carolina.
Then. So, we got a distance coming through. Cornhuskers, are you ready for this? The distance is 16.6 meters or 54 feet. And 54 feet is enough to take the lead in this competition right now in Division 2 jump. All right, Division 2 women's jump. Oh, taking a vicious fall there. Sarah Tompkinson.
Well, on the slalom, like Whitney Shellhammer just gets better and better. A fifth throw. She has now run 34 miles an hour, 22 off, and she will shorten up, have a crack at 28 off here. The Division 1 women's slalom event, rotation 2.
All right, so continuing right along. Sarah Tompkinson representing the Tigers of Auburn. And Auburn itself, some fun facts. For Auburn, its alumni includes the likes of the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, actress Octavia Spencer, who was in that movie Hidden Figures, and 6 NASA astronauts and 3 past directors of the Kennedy Space Center.
This has been another fun fact segment presented by Tony Lightfoot. Stay tuned, folks. We got 3 more days of this. He's going to keep coming. The hit's going to keep coming. On the slalom, like Whitney Shellhammer, shortened up to 28 off, right into personal best territory, looking to post a big score for the Clemson Tigers.
Here comes Clemson.
What can she do? Whitney, 28 off. Good start on 1. A little bit slow, though. She pushes for 2. She's still in the hunt. She squeaked around 3, perhaps. Looks like 3 at 28 off.
All right, then. Let's work away now with Auburn. This is Sarah Tompkinson. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep with that landing and unfortunately unable to ride it out. Still the lead distance belongs to Abigail Aidit from Nebraska with 54 feet. So Sarah Tompkinson. 2 jumps, no score so far. We'll see what she can do with her third and last. So a lot of moving parts, a lot of activity going on both lakes. The jump in Division 2 for the women and the women's slalom Division 1 going on right about now. The Sun Devils of Arizona State bring on their next competitor. Who is it going to be, Curtis?
Yeah, we're going to have Riley Gully come out second rotation for Arizona State University. And she'll be following Trina White, who got a solid score on a 28 off. Riley, she skis well, will be liking to challenge that 32 off loop.
Oh, and the third and last jump there for Sarah Tompkinson. And unfortunately for the Auburn Tigers, a big fat goose egg. So now we come down to our final 2 competitors in rotation number 4. We'll see Faith Paseo from Wisconsin Lacrosse take to the water very, very soon. But before her, Tessa Smith.
A very tidy opening pass from Riley Gully, opening up her campaign well here at the 2024 Syndicate NCWSA National Championships.
All right, so continuing right along. Purdue have their competitor on the water, Tessa Smith. And if you're feeling a little bit hungry around about this time, we've got some food trucks all the way back there adjacent to the Division 2 women's jump starting dock. Grab you some. Yum, yum, come get you some. Oh, and taking a soggy looking first jump there.
Okay, returning now, Riley Gully. This is 22 off, 34 miles an hour. Smooth work. And again, it's been a good start from the ASU girls in women's slalom.
All right, continuing along. Just to let you know that we've got a lot of activities situated. We've got the Rail Yard Bar and Grill in San Marcos on Thursday night after the skiing.
I can report a bit of a scouting report, Tony. I was actually at the Rail Yard Bar and Grill till about 1 a.m. last night, and it is a fantastic facility. The bar staff there really look after you. It's got a nice outdoor area with some bar games, so that's going to be absolutely popping tonight. Be there or be square, as they say.
Be there or be forgotten.
Riley Gully now returning to course, 28 off, 14 meters. This is the pass she would dearly like to run to get some big points for the ASU Sun Devils. It's a little bit slow here. She needs a big turn on 3 to get back in this. She's fighting hard here as she drifts further and further down course. 4 will be all she wrote, but a solid score from Riley.
All right, and our team from West Lafayette, Indiana, the Purdue Boilermakers, have landed their second jump in the fourth rotation of 5. All right, then. So we've got a 35-foot second jump there for Tessa Smith. And once we get to the conclusion of the women's Division 2 jump, we will try and get you the team scores. We'll try and get you the team scores very, very soon afterwards, so keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Tessa Smith, third and last jump for the Boilermakers of Purdue. Oi, just about manages to scrape away the landing. That might actually be further than jump number 2. That is Tessa Smith. All right, who do we just see slalom there, Curtis?
We had Riley Gully go and post a solid score on a 28 off, and we're now into the final 4 in rotation 2. Florida Southern will be having their first competitor of these national championships take to the water, and because they had that scratch, I understand injury-related in rotation 1, that just puts a little bit of pressure on their 4 skiers because they have to use all 4 scores. So they need to perform across every skier they have in women's slalom. So a little bit of extra pressure on Florida Southern, but looking at the caliber of their skiers, I'm sure they are up to the task.
Yep, they can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong between now and the end here in the girls' slalom competition. Tessa Smith, it's a 43-footer. Tessa Smith is now in 3rd spot in this particular rotation with a 43-foot jump of 13.1 meters with one last competitor on the water at this time. Our lead jump is still a 54-footer, courtesy of Abigail Adert for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Skier on the water representing the Eagles of Wisconsin lacrosse, Faith Passel.
That's right, on the slalom leg, Delaney Harris from Florida Southern College. The Moccasins is opening up at 32 miles an hour, 22 off.
Yes, and the Eagles, they take flight, courtesy of Wisconsin lacrosse. I want to fly like an eagle. Nope, no more from me. All right, we're waiting on the distance for Faith. It should be coming through pretty soon. All right, the distance for Faith Passel is the equivalent of 17.6 meters or 58 feet. She takes the lead. 58 feet on the opener. Wow. That takes the lead, and with a whole rotation's worth of jumpers to come, that could well put her into the top 5 and keep her there. Here we go. Faith Passel. Oh, and the ski getting a little crossed over on the landing. Not too sure whether that distance would have been much in the way of length anyway, but she has one more jump to come, Faith Passel.
Yeah, meanwhile, Delaney Harris should be returning now for pass number 2. This is now 34 miles an hour, 22 off. And the Florida Southern Moccasin is on time and early for 5 ball. She will run the pass and shorten up to 28 off. A little shaky towards the end, but getting rid of those jitters, she'll put that to bed and come out strong at 28.
All right, looks like the Eagles of Wisconsin lacrosse have found a use for their loud hailer. to actually give some advice to their skier out on the water over there. Yes, it's very useful at times. Yeah. I like the pink outfit. We don't have the distance for the fall.
It was 34 feet.
10.4 meters. All right there, here comes Faith. Third and last jump. Let's see if she can bring on a little bit of heat. And that might actually do it.
Yeah, great work. And now on the slalom, like Delaney Harris has shortened up to 28 off. Big moment in the context of Florida Southern's chances. They have to use all of their 4 girl slalom scores on their 4 entries. It would be huge if Delaney could run through this 28 off pass. It's not a bad start as she heads across the 3 ball. She is getting down course, though. She's in a spot of bother here. Needs a big turn on 4. She won't get it. 3.5 at 28 off. Significantly, that's half a boy behind what we saw Riley Gully, the previous skier, get.
All right, we got, I believe we've got a distance here, and I think it is going to be less than 58 feet. We'll try and get the distance on that third and last jump, but suffice to say that a jump distance of 17, what was it, 17.6 meters is her best jump. So she was hottest on the first, and she now has the lead. Now we're going into fifth rotation. UCLA, Catherine Gacho, who has an average jump distance of 59 feet. Let's see what she comes up with on jump number 1 with the single cut. Ooh, getting a little stretched into the bottom there, and unfortunately unable to land it out, letting that right ski drag behind her. All right. Looks like our skier getting her bindings on for the jump, for the next jump. It looks like we've got our next competitor to go on the slalom lake. And who is it going to be?
Yeah, we go to the University of Alabama, and it will be Brooke Boskus opening up at 22 off. Of course, the current lead in this event all the way into 39.5 off with Ellie Garcia. And Brooke probably not looking to challenge that, but if she can get herself through these next couple passes, post a score deep down 35, perhaps even in 38, that will be huge for the University of Alabama, and she is opening up very strong here at 22 off.
All right there, so Faith, actually Caroline Gacho coming through with a fall on the jump number 1, and jump number 2 coming up very, very soon. Needs to ride out one of these next 2 jumps to score for the Bruins of UCLA. Up and over, and we'll land and ride that one out. No worries there for her. First scoring jump there for Catherine Gacho. First score on the books there for the Bruins of UCLA. Handle a little bit high, but she at least finds a sweet spot on the landing and is able to ride it out.
Yeah, Brooke Boskus returning now, 28 off. And she is cruising through this pass. She's going to have a red-hot crack at 32 off.
All right there, so Catherine Gacho coming in on a third and last jump, 46 feet on the previous jump distance. And that one, unfortunately unable to be ridden out, but 46 feet is not a bad distance on the grand scheme of things. As we now get ready for our next competitor for the University of Texas at Austin, Carolina Alvarez. Okay, so skier on the water in the slalom event is Brooke Boskus.
That's right. They're about to come into course with her at 32 off. She started well. Now, in terms of the team's competition, the difference between her picking up 1 or 2 at 32 off, getting deep down and potentially even running it, could be very crucial to where the University of Alabama finishes in the standings. So they'll be looking to Brooke Boskus to pull out a big score. Their first competitor got 4 on this pass. Anything more than that, that will help the University of Alabama team score. Brooke Boskus, 32 off. The green loop, 13 meters. It's a good start. She's a little bit down course, though, as she hits the 3 ball. Needs to make up some ground. She's going to exceed Sam Hill's score, it seems. Can she hold on and run the pass? Shaky out of 5. She's in deep to 6. She's going to get outside 6, but she will not make it back in time for the exit gates. So 5.5 at 32 off.
All right there, Carolina Alvarez, I believe, lands her first jump.
Well, call coming through. Apparently, the judges have scored her 5.25. So Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles over there in the tower have either completely missed it or don't understand how slalom skiing works. But you can't ski back and score a quarter. It's just not possible. Someone needs to pull out a rule book. A little bit of judges' education. Which region appointed those tower judges?
Okay, so the jumper on the water currently is Samantha Varnes for the Salukis of Southern Illinois University, jumping 38 feet on the opener, and whoa, hello. That is one of the most bizarre landings I have ever seen, and I've seen a few. So hopefully we'll get an instant replay on that jump there from Samantha Varnes. We'll get a distance for her, no doubt. I think it's going to be over 40 feet. Just looking at this instant replay there for Samantha, coming off the jump, and everything looked good from there. Whoa, and Samantha Varnes with a jump of 41 feet. Or 12.5 meters, 41 feet. Oh, and Samantha Varnes trying to get a little bit more out of that jump, but 41 feet. is going to be her best distance for the Salukis of Southern Illinois. Samantha Varnes, we are in rotation number 5.
Moving along very quickly on the jump lake, on the slalom lake, we're right at the end of rotation 2, Division 1 Women's Slalom. Leah Mermont of the University of Louisiana Monroe. She'll be opening up at 28 off, and a skier who is capable of getting deep down 38 off, potentially with a personal best, challenging the lead even. And she's opening up very strongly here at the 28 off loop.
So, slalomer on the water, Leah Mermont from France. Skier on the water right now, Isabella Larkowski for the Spartans of Michigan. Michigan State Spartans.
We'll shorten the rope up to 32 off for Leah Mermont, but how do we pronounce that, Tony?
Leah Mermont?
Mermont. But we got a jumper coming up first before that.
All right, there, coming in, Isabella Larkowski for the Spartans of Michigan State. Up and over. And in. Unfortunately, on jump number 1, taking a fall there, Isabella Larkowski.
Well, Leah Mermont of ULM, still not quite getting that name right. She has cruised through 32 off, and a great start to her set, laying a platform she can build on for the crunch pass 35 coming up. I know I've started copping abuse from fans around site already for some of my comments. It's only a matter of time before I'm thrown off the mic, so I might as well double down on them, Tony. But, 45 years of tradition, the NCWSA National Championships, going 45 years, rich, strong tradition. In the rule book, it states, and it's been done this way for 40-plus years, that you ski in a seated order through your 5 rotations. It states in the rule book, and at some point in the last 5 years, some of the schools have decided they do not want to follow that. I know how they assign their running orders. They let the top seeds pick where they want to ski. It goes against the rules, the spirit of the rules. I think it's unsportsmanlike, frankly. It's not on the individuals. It's a team culture thing. But they are disrespecting 45 years of tradition. So I'm going to double down on that comment. I don't like it. I think it makes the event very anticlimactic when your best skiers are out in rotation 1, 2, 3. But that's just me being a grumpy old man getting on my soapbox. I think traditions are important, and I don't like the way that those things are disregarded.
Okay, you're entitled to that. All right, then, here we go. Coming in, jump number 2, Isabella Larkowski, and unfortunately doesn't have a jumping head on today, so looks like we'll see if she can conjure up a distance on her 3rd and last attempt, Isabella Larkowski.
Yeah, meanwhile, Leah has run 35 off. Did it quite comfortably, in fact. That's a great score from her. And Monroe in a rebuilding phase. I'm impressed with what I've seen from their team already this year. I think that they're going to give Lafayette a much stronger run for their money than perhaps in the last few years where it's been somewhat of a foregone conclusion. Lafayette's still the outright favorites, but Monroe definitely has built up a pretty strong team here. And Leah, I don't know that she's run 38 off in a tournament before. To challenge the lead of Ellie Garcia, that's probably a little beyond her capabilities, but if she can get herself midway down 38 off, perhaps even deep down 38 off, that will be very valuable in terms of the team points.
All right, then. So Isabella Larkowski from Michigan State University, a university that can claim to be first in the nation for the last 26 straight years for graduate programs in elementary and secondary education. So if you want to become a teacher, Michigan State's the place to go. She's got one more jump to come, Isabella Larkowski. We're almost halfway down this list in the final rotation. We are going through this rotation, through this women's jump division 2 like lightning quick.
Absolutely, and Leah Miamont has picked up 2 at 38 off, a very solid score. She would have liked a little more. You got to imagine some of the girls still to come. There's going to be a lot of scores in that 2 to 3 range at 38 off. So that could be a little bit back from where we'd have liked her to be, but 2 at 38 off, a solid score.
All right there, so that was Leah Marmont, and I believe the next competitor to go should be Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
Yeah, and this realistically, Tony, is where the national title in women's slalom is going to be decided. The 2 best skiers in this field have gone out rotation 1 and 2 for Lafayette. Ellie Garcia in the lead with a huge 1 at 39. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, she is someone, under 21 world slalom champion. She is very capable of getting down there. Yeah, that's a good point. Steve Garcia's pointed out Luisa Jaramillo, 5th round for Arizona State University. She's someone who can get into 39 as well. But that's right. There's a few skiers. I think those are probably the only 3 that have gotten that far. There's a couple girls like Alana Jones, Valeria Trubskaya, who have gotten deep 38. I bet they've run it in practice. So there is a little to play for, but these are probably the 2 favorites in the field. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, under 21 world slalom champion. She'll be opening up, I imagine, at 28 off. I'll get confirmation.
And the defending NCWSA National Collegiate Women's Slalom champion as well. Going out relatively early in second rotation. 28 off start for her. In the meantime, we got Kate Chapman for the Vikings of Western Washington. They're already a heads and shoulders above everyone else right now in the women's Div 2 jump event, and they have scores recorded from all 5 of their rotations. So the Vikings of Western Washington doing a fine, fine job out there. No 2 ways about that.
A little interesting strategy, Tony. Could we saw Ellie Garcia go out? She opened at 32 off, and like you said, she spends a lot of time on the Pro Tour, so she's used to that. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, she is shooting to get into 39 as well, but she's opened up at the more conservative 28 off. Going to give her some more passes, get to feel out the conditions, but perhaps fatigue will start to play a factor by the time she gets to 39. Right now, she's still going to have to run 32. Very early days in her slalom campaign.
All right, then. So Western Washington, Kate Chapman on the water. 37 feet on jump number 1. Anne-Marie Wroblewski coming back in, returning towards the dock with a pass number 2. This is coming up very, very soon. And on the water, we've got Kate Chapman, I believe, getting the job done on a second jump. But here comes Anne-Marie Wroblewski in just a moment.
Yeah, this is 32 off for her. And she is cruising through. Another regulation warm-up pass for a skier of her caliber. Obviously likes just to get a few passes under her belt, feel out conditions. Not a lot to feel out, though. It's beautiful. Not a breath of wind. Glass calm. Does not get better than that. And Anne-Marie, another strong contender in the best hair competition of this tournament.
All right, then. So Kate Chapman follows up a jump of 37 feet with a 44-footer. That currently puts her in 5th spot right now. Oh, and taking a biff hit there on that 3rd and last jump there, but 44 feet keeps her keeps the noses of the Vikings from Western Washington University very much in front. They have scores that represent 5th spot, 7th spot, 11th spot. And going down this list, I mean, you would have to search all the way down to see where they are, but they've got some really consistent skiing right now.
Absolutely. This is 35 off now for Anna-Marie Robruski. A pass. You imagine she should run pretty comfortably, but it is where things start to get a little trickier, so she'll have to make sure she's on her A game as she heads now across the 3-ball. The big, tall, lanky lass out of Lafayette is cruising through 35 off. Not a worry in the world, and she will now have a chance to run 38 perhaps and challenge that lead that is all the way into 39.5 off with her teammate Ellie Garcia.
Trains over at Kerbal Ski School over there in Lillington in North Carolina, which isn't too far outside the research triangle that is NC State, UNC, and Duke.
I hope we're getting some class credits for this. This is so educational, Tony. It's fun fact after fun fact.
I try. I don't come to this championship unprepared. All right, then. So we continue to rock on. Our skier on the water is Quincy Bizyak from the Ohio State University, the Buckeyes. Yes. As we see Anne-Marie get ready to come back in on pass number 4.
She's looking calm in the zone as she gets up now and comes into course. 38 off, 11.25. A must-run pass for the national title. Deep down this pass will pretty much do the job for the Lafayette team, though. What can she do? The defending national champion. Time to decide. It's a bit of a slow one, but she's in good body position. She needs a big turn to get back on this. 3, she's down course. She's in trouble here is Anne-Marie. She's holding on, though. She's slow into 5. She'll get outside 5. Maybe judges call. It's either going to be a 4 or a 4.5, but for now, Ellie Garcia will hold on to the lead. We're hearing 4.5 from the judges. They have deemed she went outside of 5-ball. Looked like she hit it pretty hard to me. 4.5 at 38 off.
All right, then. We've got a lead alert, a change in the lead there. A Quincy Bizyak from the Ohio State University. 59 feet or 18.1 meters. And we just saw her take the second jump as well. So with about 5 more competitors to go, Quincy Bizyak is about 1 competitor away from finding out if she's made it into the top 5 at the very least with her lead distance right now. All right, we got a new lead as well. 61 feet. 61 feet for Quincy Bizyak. She extends the lead by another couple of feet. We'll see what she can do on a third and last jump. Anything more that she can put on out there will definitely make the whole task harder for the remaining competitors to come, of which there are 5 competitors. Here we go. This is Quincy Bizyak. Coming into the course, jump number 3, sails in for the landing. So let's give it up, please, for the Buckeyes of the Ohio State University. Quincy Bizyak. Looking resplendent in all their Bucky's gear. They don't have a Bucky's in Ohio. All right there, so Quincy Biziak will try and get that last jump. Oh my word! It's a 65-foot last jump. The distance that Madeline Benstel is chasing down, but unfortunately unable to conjure up the kind of jump that she needs to make that happen. Quincy Biziak is now 2 jumps away from finding out that she has quite possibly made it onto the top 5 podium in Division 2 women's jump. Dog loves the drone. All right there, so the situation as it stands right now, we've got on the water Madeline Bensel. Madeline Bensel for the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. All right, so Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo with their skier on the water right now, Madeline Bensel. If you're wondering where that's located, it's located halfway between San Francisco and Los Angeles. And one of its claim to fame, folks, get this, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo is proud to have Weird Al Yankovic as part of their alumni. I'm not too sure whether you should be too proud to have him as an alumnus, but there you go. So let's rock and roll, shall we? Third, and I believe actually this is a second jump. Madeline Bensel for Cal Poly. Yeah, better looking jump there. Yeah, that's like miles better compared to her previous jump. And she's got one more attempt to come. Now, is this jump going to be in excess of 65 feet? If it is, it puts her into the top 5 and keeps her there. All right, Madeline Bensel has put herself into contention, but she still has work to do. It's a 54-footer. 54 feet or 16.6 meters. That actually puts her into a 2-way tie, both in feet and in metric, with Abigail Adet from Nebraska. All right there. Up and, oh, nicely done again, taking a bit of heat into that jump, and that jump might actually be a little bit further. The question is, how much further is it going to be? Yes. Next skier is already back out on the water. That's Allie Weber for Nebraska. In the meantime, I'm going to get you the distance for For a skier that we've just seen out on the water, that is Madeline Bensel. Madeline Bensel has just jumped 54 feet. 54 feet. We'll confirm that distance just to make absolutely sure of Madeline Bensel. 54 feet, 16.6 meters. That currently puts her in the top 4 right now. So hanging on by a thread into the top 5. Ali Weber from Nebraska. And also, let me confirm that lead jump distance of 65 feet from Quincy Bensel by Quincy Bizyak is good enough for a top 5 place and earns a spot on the podium. And on the water right now, Ali Weber from Nebraska. All right there, so Ali Weber, not too sure whether that distance on jump number 1 is going to be anything to write home about, but we'll see so far as the distance is concerned.
Love the strategy there. Ali Weber lands the first jump, taps in, back to the dock, drops the mic, says, off to you.
All right, then I'm actually trying to find out where she... Okay, Abby Weber... Ali Weber, 31 feet, so one and done. Just like the majority of Kentucky basketball players.
That one went over my head, sorry, Tony.
No, I mean, Kentucky are just absolutely famous for bringing in freshman basketball players, you know, and those basketball players normally leave to go to the NBA after one collegiate season.
Gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I'm not a big follower of collegiate basketball or basketball at any level, to be perfectly honest with you. But the good news is, if you're a fan of women's slalom, we had a quick delay there while we put a bit of gas in the boat, filled her up, and we are going to get underway with rotation 3 of Division 1 women's slalom. First up will be Anna Angulo out of Rollins College.
All right, so skier on the water from Auburn. The Auburn Tigers bring on Anna Warren. And actually, with that jump distance from Ali Weber, 31 feet, that means that our current leader with 65 feet, Quincy Bizyak, has a 4th spot at the very least and could actually earn a top 3 spot if things continue the way that they are right now. With Anna Warren, who failed to land her first jump and has 2 attempts remaining.
Oh, another one of the beautiful ladies of Rollins College, Anna Angulo on the water. She's opening up at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. A strong score from Martina Font earlier in rotation 2, and Rollins will be looking to back that up. They are certainly looking to outscore their seeding of last place in the nation in women's slalom. And what I've seen so far has impressed Anna Angulo, making easy work of 22 off.
All right there, Anna Warren, first jump, no score there for her. So we are 6 jumps away from concluding the women's Division 2 jumping competition. Time right now is about 20 to 12. Feels like it's just absolutely flown by. Here we go. Anna Warren from Auburn. All right, so continuing right along, let's continue on with Anna Warren. And who do we have slalom in there, Curtis?
We, out of Rollins College, we've got Anna Angulo, who cruised through 22 off, and she is shortening up now to 28 off. Rotation 3, women's slalom underway, first skier in it. Getting a little bit down course, but I think she's going to be fine to the back end of this 28 off pass is Anna Angulo out of Rollins College. Tidy enough.
All right, so Anna Warren, 2 jumps gone, no jump distance recorded. Making the short turn prior to our secondary jumps position on the on this lake. All right, here we go, folks. One last jump. Up and over and unable to land any of her jumps, which means that our lead skier, Quincy Bizyak, has put herself in the top 3 with 2 remaining competitors. The Ohio State Buckeyes are absolutely beside themselves. I'm not too sure how many titles that the Ohio State Buckeyes have won in their history, but they're very close to finding out that they might have conjured up a win here. That is all dependent upon the remaining 2 competitors.
That's right, Tony. But right now we've got Anna Angulo going down around 2 ball at 32 off, so 1.5 at 32 for her.
Right, jumper on the water for the Boilermakers of Purdue, Finley Donovan.
Look at that, Tony. Of the first 3/4 cut of the day. Finley Donovan
here
not
we
messing
go.
around.
Finley Donovan. Oh, and goes out the back. She's going after it, folks. She is not giving us any ambiguity whatsoever about her intentions out there on the water. She wants this. All right, so that is Finley Donovan representing the Purdue Boilermakers, home of the big bass drum, standing 10 feet tall and needing 6 people to handle it. Unfortunately, we do not have that big bass drum right here. But we do have a car horn or 2.
Okay, well, on the Slalom Lake, we're moving right along in rotation 3. We have Bella Mello of San Diego State opening up at 24:15, and it has been a morning to forget for fans of the Aztecs. So far, we've gotten scores of 1.25 and 1.5 from girls who are well capable of running multiple passes. Hopefully, Bella Mello can right that trend. A little bit of slack line on 1. She's just got to get through this pass, settle some nerves. It's shaky at 2, and the complete implosion from the San Diego State women's slalom team continues. And I don't know who their coach is, but I'd say he needs to be sacked. Let's get him out of here.
I think the coach is actually one of SpongeBob's friends down there. Who is that guy? Patrick. He lives in a pineapple under the sea. Oh, and looks like we got a jump there all the way through on a jump number 2. Finley Donovan has put a score in for the Purdue Boilermakers with this 3/4 cut. Little bit shallow compared to jump number 1, but she's still able to get that jump away. We're going to get the distance any moment now for Finley Donovan. Finley Donovan, 51 feet. She's got work to do here. 51 feet. If it stays the way that it is, then our current leader, Quincy Bizyak, could have a spot on the top 3. Could actually have a spot in the top 2. All right there, so we've got a 3rd and last jump taken there from Finley Donovan. Now this was a slightly wider approach on this 3/4 cut. Up, almost hugging the bottom right-hand corner. I think that jump is going to be bigger. The question is by how much. I think that Quincy Bizyak might have herself a position in the top 2. Quincy Bizyak still in the lead, and we're just waiting on that distance to come through for Finley Donovan. Finley Donovan, a 52-footer. That means that Quincy Bizyak has got herself a position in the top 2 right now with 1 competitor remaining. The destiny of the title for Division II women's jump rests upon the shoulders of our last competitor for the Wisconsin Lacrosse Eagles, Ava Pasek. All right there, Ava Pasek from the Eagles of Wisconsin Lacrosse. Is that big enough on jump number 1? I don't think so. She's taken a single cut approach. Looking at the instant replay, rocking back, but she does score, and that is significant for the Eagles of Wisconsin Lacrosse. As we turn back to slalom there, who do you have, Curtis?
We got Ellie Bowl from Texas A&M, who ran a very smooth opener at 30 miles an hour. She'll come back in at 32. We got the Division II jump title on the line, so we'll try to focus mainly on that. But meanwhile, Ellie, of course, is picking up some very valuable team points. Here she comes now, 32 miles an hour. Solid enough start from her. A little bit broken at the waist, but she seems to have regained her form as she heads now from 3 across to 4 ball. And the Aggies continue their strong showing in women's slalom, but we've had a bit of an out the front. Talk about the commentator's curse. She's gone right out the front into 5 ball. Still solid score on the board for her.
All right, here we go, folks. Ava Pasek. Hopefully I'll get this name right one of these days. Ava Pasek from Wisconsin Lacrosse. It's a 58-footer on jump number 1. There was one other competitor with 58 feet, and I'll tell you who that skier is. Ava with jump number 2. Now, Ava and Faith Passel, both of them tied with 58 feet. However, one of those jumpers has the upper hand by 10 centimeters, and it's Ava, who is currently in 2nd spot right now for the Wisconsin Lacrosse Eagles. Faith is in 3rd place right now. Abigail for Nebraska, currently in 4th, and Madeline Bentzel, currently in 5th place right now. So now it's down to one last jump. The one last opportunity for her to ascend above 65 feet to take this title.
Yeah, we got Lily Thatcher of Madison opening up at 28 miles an hour, 15 off, over on the slalom lake. She will make her way through this opening pass.
Okay, incidentally, that second jump there for Ava Pyshek from Wisconsin Lacrosse Eagles. 62 feet, so she's in second spot right now. Can she claw back the distance here? Not with that jump, and she takes the forward. That means that your Division II women's jump winner with a jump distance of 62 feet, representing the Buckeyes of Ohio State University, Quincy Bizyak. So here are your top five. Quincy Bizyak in first with 65 feet. Ava Pyshek from Wisconsin Lacrosse with 62. Third, also from Wisconsin Lacrosse, 58 feet for Faith Passel. Fourth place for Nebraska Cornhuskers, 54 feet or 16.6 meters, because that is a two-way tie for fourth place. It's a shared fourth place between Abigail Adit from Nebraska and Madeline Bensel from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. So, well done to those top five. We now go on to Division II men's jump.
And meanwhile, we got Lily Thatcher of Madison. She returned at 30 miles an hour, and a bit of a trend here where girls are struggling to run that second pass. The first pass was the key, though, getting that score on the books. So still solid enough skiing from Lily Thatcher.
Okay, I want Quincy Bizyak right here, right now. Where are you, Quincy? Come on over there, Quincy. Come on over here. This is the winner's interview. Okay, we continue to go on with slalom. What's going on there, Curtis?
We're midway through rotation 3. We've just had Lily Thatcher pick up 3 at 30 miles an hour.
And being as we're midway through rotation 3, we're actually exactly midway through the competition.
Yes, of course, men's tricks still to come later on today, so there's a fair amount of skiing
well,
still
midway
to happen.
through the actual women's.
Yeah, about the halfway point.
Yeah.
And, things are shaping up where, Lafayette has started strongly. I've been impressed with some of the skiing from Monroe, from Rollins, from Texas A&M.
Take a seat there, young lady. So, sitting here in my chair, Quincy Bizyak, you're a big old winner.
Yeah, 65 feet. Felt really good. Felt really strong. But first time landing a three-quarter in tournament, so I'm happy.
Wow, that sounds amazing. So, I mean, when you landed that 65-footer, did you have any inkling, any estimation at all that jump would have given you the win here?
I didn't think it would give me the win. I thought I had a good shot at podium, but I knew I went far and I knew it felt good, so I was really excited about it, despite distance.
Excellent stuff. So, who persuaded you to go for the gusto and go with the three quarters? Was it you, or was it your teammates back there?
It was actually my coach back in Ohio. His girlfriend started jumping again, and she said, "You have to three-quarter at nationals." So, did it.
So, what does the celebration look like tonight?
Blacking out.
I'm not too sure what that is, but it sounds like something that
Tony,
that
don't worry.
someone
We'll
can
get you
enjoy.
there. We'll get you there, Tony. Don't worry.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Quincy Bizyak.
Fantastic stuff. And on the slalom lake, Cation Hornbostel of Miami of Ohio, she has run through her opening pass at 26 miles an hour, and she is now returning back to course at 28 miles an hour, picking up some more valuable team points for Miami of Ohio.
All right, then. So I'm going to take a little bit of a breather here for a second. I'll let Curtis do a little bit of the heavy lifting so far as the slalom is concerned. It's just enough time for me to swallow this turkey burrito.
Yeah, well, we're actually going to introduce a guest announcer, tapping in for a minute here. We got my new friend Mitchell from Michigan State, and I understand you ski against a lot of these skiers coming up in Division II men's jumps. You can give us a little bit of insight, I hope.
Yeah, I ski against them a lot, and it's always fun to watch D2 men's jump, especially when it's here at Nationals. It's really a wonder to see all of these teams out here and see how far they can boot these jumps. Women's D2 just coming to an end here. It was fantastic to see all those skiers. And again, congratulations to OSU for taking that win.
How's the Michigan State team doing? How'd you guys come out of that jump event? You feeling good, or?
Pleading the fifth might be wise here, but, we didn't do too great. But seeing as we don't have a jump readily accessible to us where we practice, for being out here and making it to Nationals in the first place, it's surely a fantastic thing. And, we didn't do too hot, but I'm really looking excited and looking ready for next year and seeing how well we can take our women's team and see how far we can make our strides.
Yeah, that's the attitude, mate. The team I coach is in Division I, and we've yet to run a pass. So sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. Summer Hartzler, she's on the water from Kansas University, looking to post some big scores for that university. The Spray Hawks off to a strong start at this national championships.
All right, with that, I saw our first men's D2 jump behind me. We've got Corey from UCLA being our first men's jumper.
Yeah, and shaking things up, I'd put Wes Corey from UCLA as a pretty strong chance to win the D2 jump event. He's a guy that's jumped 130, 140 feet. He's a very strong jumper. And he's obviously taking a hand out of the Lafayette playbook of skiing out of order. So we can add UCLA to the naughty list too.
I think that's a great place to put him. I mean, we've got him coming around for jump number 2 here, just down at the other end of the lake. Ready to come up for jump number 2.
Summer Hartzler.
There it is. We got our distance on that. We've got 119 for jump number 1 for Corey on UCLA. Here we go. Jump number 2. Coming out nice and wide. Cutting through, up, over. Big jump there. Jump number 2. Stomp that landing as well. Let's see that distance on it.
In fairness, he may be UCLA's only jumper. So in a sense, he is their first round jumper. They just don't have a second, third, fourth, or fifth.
Well, that would make sense why he's in round 1 then. Throwing him there, showing off a little bit, and moving on for the rest of the competition. That second jump's distance was 129 feet, 39.4 meters.
And actually, that 129-foot jump, nearly 130 feet, that actually doubles the winning jump score from the women's Division II.
And that's incredible. First jumper already doubling that record, that win there for the women's D2.
And we got Kaylee Walker out of Clemson. She's making her way through opening pass at 32 miles an hour. And I could have this story completely wrong because I've just been overhearing some chatter, but my understanding is that her ski didn't make it to this tournament and that she is on a borrowed ski.
Wow, that's incredible. Using a borrowed ski at nationals is definitely something that I'm scared of. But you know that layover demon will get those equipment bags on the worst days. And there was jump number 3 over there on the ramp. Didn't end up riding it out.
Well, a little bit of drama here. She's missed the gates on pass number 1. Now, it's Class C rules, so if she runs past coming back, she's fine. There's a lot riding on pass number 2, but if she can run the full pass, she keeps the dream alive. If she misses this pass, she will score 0. So it's like a double or nothing type situation. She's bet it all on red here at the National Championships.
You know, I'm going to blame it on the borrowed ski for now, but I think she's going to come out with that second pass here, run that course, and really show us what she's made of.
Kind of like that double or nothing bet that Happy Gilmore had with those 2 removal guys. You hit that guy. Well, he shouldn't have been standing there. All right, then. So on the water, Kaylee Walker for the Clemson Tigers. Corey Paul Wesley made it through the gate. So I think that the situation stands as that they continue to roll.
Seems as though that bet paid off. She made that second pass, and now she can continue on with her course. We've got jumper number 2 over on lake number 1.
Austin Cameron from Baylor.
Ooh, a little bit in the front there.
Yeah. Taking in a bit of heat into the jumper, not all of it self-generated.
Giving it what I like to call the bird method, swinging his arms around, flying around, flying off that ramp.
Yeah, that harks back to the days where, in order to roll your windows down, you couldn't touch a button, but you had the handle.
Oh yeah, the roll down windows there.
All right, there. So Austin Cameron we will get the distance for him very, very soon. Is that Jackson? Okay, so Austin Cameron has been scratched. Okay, so we're going to go to Jackson Boyd for the Vikings of Western Washington.
And while he's coming around there for jump number 2, we've got Kaylee Walker back on the lake for Clemson, running past number 3. Oh, falling down there at 3.5.
All right, there. It does shows here on the scoring that it is Austin Cameron, but if the folks around here are convinced that this is Western Washington, then I'm not really complaining about it too much. All right, then. So 44 feet on jump number 1. Second jump, a little bit soggy, but third and last jump coming up very, very soon. That is our second skier out on the water. That second skier being Jackson Boyd. All right, so we have a change of equipment so far as our boats are concerned. We thank the good folks at Correct Craft Nautics for successfully pulling the women's jump Division 2. We are now on with the Mastercraft Pro Star for the men's Division 2 jumping competition. Looks like we're getting our table situated for banquet tickets, to the best of my understanding. If you want to purchase a banquet ticket, all you have to do is to make your way up to the tent, right where I'm sitting, and scan the QR code. Yes. Grab your phone and scan that QR code.
Surely it can't be that simple, Tony.
No, that's just so simple. Scan the QR code.
Make sure you buy those tickets if you haven't already, and if you know that there's some people coming, you scan that QR code and come and come purchase those banquet tickets.
Oh. Only Curtis Williams shows up here at the height of technology with a flip phone. Can't scan QR codes with that. You can't even knock someone out with it if you hit them.
Yeah, we're now into the final 5 in rotation 3 of women's slalom. Nicola Barkwell of Arizona State University. She has opened up strongly at 32 miles an hour, 15 off, and she'll be returning to course at 34 in just a few moments.
Okay, Jackson Boyd on the water right now. Jump number 3. Whoa, in all kinds of shape except the right one.
Saw a little bit of that bird technique again. Those hands on the handle is always very important. But, you know, I've seen some people ride away some crazy things. Fall there on jump 2, so that'll give him 44 feet into the leaderboard. Second right now at 44 feet.
Absolutely. Eyes to slalom like Nicola Barkwell, 34 miles an hour, looking to post a solid score for the Sun Devils out of Tempe in Arizona. And she has made her way through that 34 mile an hour pass pretty comfortably. So, Mitchell, did your team have a chance to explore San Marcos and everything it has to offer last night?
We did a bit of exploring. We got in pretty late after dealing with all the rental cars and everything like that. But we were able to do a little bit of exploring. We have one of our teammates is a resident Texan from the Austin area. So he was telling us all the cool spots that he used to go to and still can go to. And so he was showing us all that. His name is Rhett. He was very excited when we got to Nationals this year, able to come home for a brief moment, say hi to the family, and get to experience his home state once again.
You guys tear up 5th Street in Austin last night, or?
We didn't go out that far. We just kind of did some smaller areas. Did a couple restaurants that Rhett knows that are really great around here, but it was a ton of fun. Speaking of fun, we got jump number 1 here from Randolph on Auburn. Lands that first jump.
Yeah, great opening up for him. And Nicola Barkwell, she has shortened up now to 22 off. Pass number 3 for the Sun Devil. Looking to post a solid score for her team, who have started off pretty well in the women's slalom event.
All right,
scores into 28 off.
So we're going to get a distance there for Randolph Marks, known as Randy to his friends. Is that right? What? I don't know what they call him. Okay. Well, so far the well hasn't run dry yet.
I'm not sure where they get Wells from Randolph, but you know what? I'm okay with it. Wells is the nickname, and that's what we'll go with from here on out.
All right, there. Here we go. Oh, nicely done, Randolph. Getting it again, the job done out there. Look at that. We're going to get a distance for him in just a moment or so, but I mean, he is just on fire out there.
Yeah, some nice form on jumps 1 and 2 coming off that ramp. Doing a little stomp there on jump number 2. Love to see it. And down the slalom lake, we got Nicola coming down, rounding that 4-ball. This is at 28 off, 34 miles per hour. Running that, making it look easy.
Yeah, the fist goes up. That's a solid score for her, and she'll have a crack now to pick up a few more boys at 32 off. All very valuable in terms of the team points for Arizona State University, looking to see if they can't stay in the top 5 in the nation for 1 more year.
All right, then. So we got a distance for Randolph. His best distance so far is 34 feet, or 10.5 meters, which basically puts him behind all of those skiers in the Division II girls division by 0.1 of a meter. So now he's got to try and man up a little bit and conjure up something a little bit further.
Well, I think jump 3 is the time to do it, and here he goes. Up over. Oh, just not right in that last jump out.
No, 35 feet. Actually, 34 feet, I beg your pardon. So that's his best jump.
Okay, and Nicola returning now at 32 off, pass number 5. How far down this pass can she get? Sam Hill, her teammate, got 4 earlier. Can she exceed that? It's a good start on 1. She hooks up well. She's around 2 ball. A little bit of a slow 2. She's in trouble here. She's going to slip inside 3. 2 at 32, though, a solid enough score for Nicola Barkwell.
All right, so who do we have next? Who do we have next jumping? Thomas Watson.
Thomas Watson from Texas.
Well, wasn't he Sherlock Holmes's sidekick?
Elementary, my dear.
Fun. Elementary, my dear Watson. All right, then he's out in the water right now. Thomas Watson.
And as I'm turning around here to look at lake number 1 for jump, I'm seeing a lot of people buy some banquet tickets. So reminder just to come up here to the tent and purchase those tickets if you have not already.
You need to scan the QR code or at least have the facility to do so.
And apparently for some people that could be a little difficult. But, you know, find a friend with some technological advancement and get them to scan the code for you.
Guys, one thing I've wondered today is I've been hearing Alabama a lot, but I haven't seen them. It's like they're invisible. I haven't seen the University of Alabama team at all today.
Oh,
I can hear them. They're cheering.
Yeah,
but where are
like,
they? I have yet to see them.
It's astounding. You know, you hear the voice, but I mean, I think, I don't know. I can hear
the strangest thing.
I'm seeing some like speakers floating too. Like, I don't know what that is down there. Maybe some paranormal activity down at the starting dock for women's D1 slalom.
All right there, Thomas Watson, jump number 1, unfortunately producing a fall. So no distance there from him. He's got 2 more attempts remaining. Don't forget, we've got the food trucks back here. They've got all kinds of tasty treats back there.
And not just food trucks, there's an ice cream truck as well. So if you're feeling hot down here in this Texas heat.
Hang on a second, back up a little bit. Did you say ice cream truck?
It's an ice cream truck, yes.
Is it
right there. That pink truck right there, ice cream. So if you're feeling hot in this Texas heat, I know where you can go to cool yourself off.
It's where you scream for ice cream.
Okay, on the slalom lake, we got Sierra Klinklatch of Florida Southern opening up her campaign. And she's a skier capable of getting all the way into 35 off, perhaps even further if all the stars align. Starting off well here on her opening pass.
All right, so the jumper who we see out on the water is Thomas Watson. Yet to put a discernible score out there. Currently the lead, and probably will stay that way all the way through to the very last jumper in men's Division 2 is Paul Wesley Corey.
Yeah, I believe he won the national title last year, but there's probably a couple guys in the mix who could push up around there. It's not a foregone conclusion.
Looking a little ahead, we've got some high 120s, low 130s down in A5, so we could see that being broken down in 5th or maybe even 4th round if we're lucky enough.
So it's not a foregone conclusion quite yet.
Okay, Sierra opened up confidently at 22 off. We're going to shorten the line, bring her back in at 28 off. And
all right.
Florida Southern had a decent showing from Delaney Harris, who got midway through 28 off. But there's a lot of pressure riding on these girls because they had to withdraw their first round skier. So they're only going to have 4 women slalomers. Every single one of them has to fire to keep Florida Southern in the hunt.
All right there, seeing a good few of my friends that they're walking on by for the Ohio State University. I just hope the tattoos that they have come off.
I think I've got some bad news for you, Tony. I don't think those ones come off.
And Sierra continues to build from strength to strength, running 28 off. We will shorten her up now to 32.
Oh, wow! Here we go. We got ourselves some Blue Bunny. Ask and one shall receive. We got the ice cream truck back there. Hang on a second. Yes, I did say ice cream. Yes. Yeah, I said ice cream.
Yeah, Tony, I vividly remember you screaming, and, ice cream appeared. So I think you guys should try it. Scream for your team.
It's like Beetlejuice if you say it 3 times.
It's like Beetlejuice, except it's team spirit. So if you scream loud enough, perchance, you guys might be able to get some ice cream from your team.
I don't know how everyone's team budgets are looking, but I'm going to tell you right now, if anyone on my team gets a PB, that's ice cream on the team.
Uh-oh, that's a challenge.
Well, I'd just be stoked if someone ran a pass, to be honest, at this point.
Orlando jump.
Probably a great place to start.
All right, then. So we've got on the water Thomas Watson. Thomas Watson, who hasn't scored quite yet. We'll see what he can do on the remaining jump or two that he has at his disposal.
Thomas Watson from Texas U coming up for his 3rd jump here. Up over. Oh, big splash. He's gave the wave. He's all right. And now we've got Jack Bay from Purdue in the water and ready to get going.
All right. So Thomas Watson not getting much out of that set, unfortunately. Which brings us to our next competitor. Who is our next competitor?
Jack Bay from Purdue.
Yeah, with those Boilermakers.
Those Boilermakers.
All right, so continuing on. The Boilermakers coming up next. And I believe that name derives from the trade-based education that Purdue University was actually chartered to provide, which back in those days also included building locomotives and steam engines. Hence the boiler. Hence the Boilermakers. Looks like our last competitor is about to get a re-ride of sorts, hopefully. So it looks like Thomas Watson is going to get a re-ride on that last jump, and he certainly needs it because he hasn't landed one yet. But looking around and seeing all of the outfits here from our various teams, like the Western Washington University's hat over there with the Vikings, you know, with the horns. Got to represent, of course. And they have been representing because they've landed all of their jumps so far. Almost all of their jumps, but enough of their jumps to be quite possibly the top team right now in the women's Division 2. It's either between them or Wisconsin lacrosse right now. We'll try and get those team results as quickly as we can if we're able to get them.
Yeah, and on the Slalom Lake, we've got Augustina Varas, who opened up at 22 off. Made easy enough work of that pass, and she is all set to come back in now at 28 off and post some points for Team Alabama. Done well so far. Brooke Boskus, she got into 32 off. Sam Hill also into 32 off. So great skiing. Augustina, she'd like to see if she could be the first skier from the University of Alabama to run 32 off. First, she'll have to run 28, which she is making easy enough work of. She's around 6 out the gates. A full pass at 28 off for Augustina Varas.
Here comes Tom Watson. Up. Oh,
almost trying to that one out there.
I'm just a little way short. What a pity. All right, then that brings on our next competitor from Purdue. The next skier coming to us from Purdue is Jack Bay. That sounds like a drink.
It does sound like it. It sounds like a good drink, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can we order 3 Jack Bays to the commentary box, please?
Yes, please and thank you.
Maybe just one and we can share.
3 straws, 1 drink, please.
Well, we've got an ice cream so far. Not too sure what this is going to yield.
You know, I'm hoping that if we just keep
Careful what you
talking
wish
about
for,
things.
yeah.
If we could just keep talking about things, people will just show up and start handing us stuff.
Okay, well, the boat about to bring Augustina back in now for 32 off. And she can run this pass. I wouldn't say she's 100% at it, but she would dearly like to get all the way through it. Be the first girl from Alabama to get into 35 off. Critical to get a good start here. The Chilean turned Alabaman, Augustina Varas. Good start on 1. Hooks up well. She gets herself outside 2. A little bit shaky at 2, but she's got the goods here as she heads now across to 4. Does Augustina. She's going to be early for 5 and a full pass at 32 off. Great skiing for Augustina Varas.
And whilst Augustina Vara takes that pass, or at least a good portion of it anyway, we got Jack Bay, and unfortunately unable to land his opening jump.
From what I saw, it looked like a solid jump there, but just fell over a little bit on the ramp.
Yeah, just got a little bit right ski heavy up on the landing, and he just toppled over.
Easy fix, easy fix. Jump number 2 sounds promising then.
I like the vibe that you two guys have got going on, you know, with like the shirts and what have.
Thanks, Tony. You know, I had this one on, and in the morning it felt great. You know, it was a little chilly, so you got the long sleeves. But as that sun came up, I started getting hotter, so I thought, why not just crop it?
Dressed to impress, man. Dressed to impress. Augustina now, she will return at 35 off. And the difference between getting a 1 or a 2 here at 35 and getting, you know, somewhere past 3 ball is probably worth quite a bit in terms of team points for Alabama. They're going to use this slalom score for sure. Team Alabama. How good can she make it? Augustina Vargas is 35 off. And she has picked up 1. Not a great start, unfortunately.
All right, then. So Jack Bay is getting his skis on and getting ready to represent Purdue once again. Let me see if I can find some fun facts about that area of the country. Yeah, Purdue. Apparently, they got a large drum called unimaginatively the big bass drum.
It's a great school, but it's a shame about all the pushing of Oxy they did. Their pharmaceutical wing definitely tarnished their reputation.
What?
Purdue Pharma. I assume that's part of the university.
Okay.
Really, really tainted their reputation.
But they have a great aerospace program.
Yeah. You know, you win some, you lose some. An opioid crisis, a great aerospace program. Let's find the worst thing about every school. Let's
the worst. Yeah, I think that would be
like
a great
you're naming
way to
notable graduates like Weird Al. Like which one? Like who has Ted Bundy or something like that? Like let's get some more interesting notable alumni.
All right, like the amount of tattoo parlors that are around the Columbus, Ohio area.
There we go, Tony. That's what we're here for. On the Slalom Lake, we have got Valeria Trubskaya of University of Louisiana Monroe. And she's opened up strongly. And we've got a lot of jump action happening here, too, in D2 men's jump.
All right, then. So we've got Jack Bay coming in on his last jump, I believe. Might even be a second. We'll do his second jump.
His second jump here, Tony.
Yeah, second jump, and
not able to ride that one out. Again, it looked like a solid jump initially. Just making sure we ride those ones out.
So, Valeria, she is a skier. There's not many left, but she is one of the skiers who has an outside chance of potentially winning the slalom event. Of course, the lead still with Ellie Garcia from all the way back in rotation 1. She picked up 1 at 39. And Valeria, she's opened up at 28 off. She's got an average deep down at 38. And so she's someone, if she has a really good day, could potentially challenge that lead. First up, though, she's going to have to run some warm-up passes. She'll have 32 off next.
all right, then, as we continue on, we urge those of you that haven't gotten their banquet tickets yet to get them situated right here at the announcing position. All it takes is a scan, that QR code, for everyone that has a phone that's capable of doing it.
And over on the Slalom Lake, Valeria, we'll go with that. Made easy work there.
All right.
Next pass.
That's a good Louisiana name right there. Louisiana born and bred, I'm sure. Valeria Trubskaya.
All right, then, here we go. Jack Bay lands this one. Yay!
Rides out jump number
Boilermakers.
3.
We're going to get a distance. It's going to be his only one, but he goes back to the dock, and he should be pretty pleased with that last one. Jack Bay. What is in a Jack Bay?
I mean, depends how you play your cards tonight, Tony.
All right, then. So we've got the Purdue Boilermakers, their team, welcoming Jack Bay back to the shore. In the meantime, our next competitor to take to the water, it is Joshua Crow. Joshua Crow for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yep, representing the Warhawks of University of Louisiana Monroe. Valeria returning now 35 off. A must-run pass for her and her team's chances. It's a great start on one. She's a very strong slalom skier out there, a little bit twisted up out of two. She's down course. She's in a good deal of trouble here, and that's disappointing. 3 at 35 from a skier capable of so much more, and she will be kicking herself. She couldn't convert out here in the women's slalom event.
All right, looks like we've got almost a tight situation here. Jackson Boyd with 44 feet, but only slightly above him by 20 centimeters, is Jack Bay in second place with 44 feet. All right, there, here we go. On the water at this time, he gets the first jump to go. That is Joshua Crow for the Buckeyes of the Ohio State University. I wonder why they put the emphasis so much on the there.
I think it wants to distract you from the fact that it's Ohio.
It's for sure an insecurity thing. There's
must be compensating for something.
Anyone who feels the need to constantly correct someone on a name or pronunciation, that's a huge insecurity red flag.
I guess it's to distinguish between themselves and the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio. Because people can really easily confuse those two universities.
Sounds like you're saying that out of experience, Tony.
Maybe. No, actually, come to think about it. Come to think about it. You know, when I went to Lafayette, when I went to Louisiana Lafayette, they actually had on the sheet for international students an emphasis on making sure that you flew into LFT rather than LFY, because the nearest airport to Purdue is West Lafayette, and that was the one, and you don't want to end up flying at the wrong place. But there you go, second jump there for Austin Crow. And we're going to get the distance there from him, Austin Crow. He's 2 jumps to the good right now. Let's have a look and see his first jump of 43 feet, 43 feet. All right, so Austin Crow, jump number 2. We're going to get the distance from him. In the meantime, on the water at this time.
Yeah, Lana Jones from Lafayette. She's opened up strong at 28 off.
Coming to us out of Church Point in Louisiana, which is just a little ways outside of Lafayette. And actually, Lana Jones represents a third-generation member of the Louisiana Lafayette water ski team. First member was actually Jim Davidson, who was the actual manager of that team for many, many years, starting in the mid part of the 90s towards the early 2000s. Then somewhere in amongst that, you had a daughter being a member of the team, and now her daughter is now a member of this team.
But it's 3 generations because the grandfather was a coach, not a skier, right? We can't quite be it long enough around that we've got 3 generations of skiers. It's probably coming in the next 10
That's
to 15
why I
years.
said member, not necessarily athlete.
Gotcha. That's a pretty cool piece of history there, Tony. I did not know that. Very deep connections to that school.
All right there. So we've got a score for Josh Crow of 46 feet.
Yeah, and Elena, she runs 32 off. She'll shorten up now to 35. And that's where things obviously start to get a little bit more challenging. She is another skier capable of getting midway, perhaps even deep down 38 off.
Okay, and as Elena Jones gets ready to come back at 35 off, and I believe Josh Crowe's getting ready for his return on his third and last attempt, unless he's already completed his set. But still, Paul Wesley Corey is still very much in the lead with a distance of 129 feet or 39.4 meters. Okay, so next competitor to take to the water at this time is Ryan Thomas from Nebraska. Up. Oh, and he almost split his difference there.
$35 off now for Alana Jones. Really would like to run this to continue Lafayette's dominance in women's slalom. Of course, they're largely skiing in a reverse-seated order, so we don't expect her to potentially post the big scores we saw from the likes of Garcia and Robuski, but she is making her way through 35 off, posting another solid score for the Raging Cajuns.
And Elena Jones, who got a silver medal in the World Junior Water Ski Championships 2 cycles ago, right there in Santiago de Chile.
All right, and that was Ryan Thomas from Nebraska on his first jump there. Not quite riding that one out. Made it over the ramp quite well.
Yep, he got his position okay, but just didn't quite get the landings situated, and you have to land to score.
Landing's the hardest part.
Yeah. Beautiful weather here today, well in excess of 80 degrees. It's better than the alternative, folks.
Okay, Elena Jones about to return to course, 38 off. The lead in this event is all the way through this pass into 39. What can Elena do? It's not a great start. She'll S-turn 2 ball, but solid enough score, 2 at 38 off.
All right. Okay, so we've got about to take to the water.
All right. And now we got Ryan Thomas up now, ready to jump for Nebraska again. Jump number 2.
All right there, so a skier on the water, Ryan Thomas. We'll see what he's got for us with the second jump. Here he comes. Very, very stiff there with his position, but he manages to get it done, and will ride out that jump there. That is Ryan Thomas.
Well, on the slalom leg, we've had a scratch. Isabella Tremblay of Rollins College is nowhere to be seen, but I have a great sigh of release from the commentary box because San Diego State, after 4 attempts, has finally run a pass. It has been a day to forget, a nightmare day on the water for the Aztecs. They will talk about this as Thursday, Bloody Thursday, in the annals of SDSU water ski history. But Kinsey Kellerman, she has put the hoodoo to bed, and she never really looked in doubt. A fantastic opening pass from her.
All right, then, continuing right along, just to remind you once again that we have our food truck back there, selling all kinds of wonderful goodies. We even have an ice cream truck right there.
And let me tell you, that ice cream is definitely worth it. Go check that out. Yeah, it's a great way to cool yourself off.
Yeah, that definitely hit the spot. All right, then. So coming on in on jump number 3, Ryan Thomas from Nebraska.
There he comes. Whoa, a little bit out the side there.
And unfortunately not getting much out of that attempt, I'm afraid. So it looks like we'll see what his previous score was. Okay, so Ryan Thomas.
All right, and we got Kinsey running our second pass here.
Looks like Ryan Thomas's best jump is a 34-footer, 3.4 meters, 3.4 feet, or 10.3 meters. Got a little soggy on that the last jump, so that concludes his run. In the meantime, we have Hunter Olson for Wisconsin Lacrosse. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in. Jump number 1, heading into the jump there with a good amount of speed, and should find his distance close to about 50 feet, I would say.
Definitely a solid jump there out of Hunter from Lacrosse, making those Eagles proud.
Kinsey, pass number 3, and, well, SDSU have gone from 0 passes run by the first 3 skiers combined to 3 passes run here from our 4 skiers. So the fortunes are changing. There's a little, you can hear there's a little more enthusiasm in my voice. It's been a very, very rough start to the day for me. I probably am right now looking at losing my job as team coach. It's a shame because it pays so well. I don't know what I'll do without that volunteer position.
All right, so Hunter Olson from Wisconsin Lacrosse. Here comes Hunter Olson. Oh, a little bit over his skis, but still managing to land and ride that one out. Nicely done. The little shake of the fist. All right, then. So Hunter Olsen, a 47-footer. That vaults him into second place right now. 47 feet for Hunter Olsen.
And Kinsey there running 2 balls there on her last pass. A great showing for SDSU.
All right, here we go. This is Hunter Olsen coming in. 47-footer to its credit. Pulling in and lands that jump there. I don't know whether he has anything more, but I think he's expended his 3 jumps, so 47 feet should be his best jump distance.
And Hannah Larson here from Texas A&M, starting out here at 32.15. Making solid work of this pass right now. Making her way around 5 ball, over to 6 and out the gates. That's a full pass from Texas A&M.
All right, then. So news flash here. We have got Hunter Olsen with a 62-footer.
Wow. An incredible
feet.
Jump, and I think a PB for him.
Could well be the case here. Hunter Olsen, at least we can check on the average that he brings into this event, and his best average is a 59-footer, so 64 feet is definitely, that will bump up his average by no small amount. As we get ready for Toby Smith from Michigan State.
I may be biased here, but definitely one of the better schools here. One of my favorites, personally. And here he goes. Up, over, and down. Rides it away on his bum there. Little butt scooting never hurt anyone. Solid jump there.
So Michigan State, which has the largest public university campus in all of the nation, 5,300 acres.
Let me tell you, it is a pain to walk from one end of the campus to the other. It is an hour walk to get from one end, from the east side to the west side. We got Hannah Larson coming down.
And they still expect you to be there on time.
That's right. Yes, they do. Seems like she's making easy work of this next pass here.
So if you're majoring in communications and your minor is in chemical engineering, you've probably got about.
Oh, you're walking the campus back and forth all day.
Well, at least the freshman 15 won't ever exist.
You say that, but it still happens. I've seen people Uber to class, Tony.
Oh, I gotta see that. All right, there. Here we go. Coming on in. Up, whoa! And flings it.
There's the wave. He's all right.
He's
a little bit
okay.
out the side there, too, eh?
All right, there. That's Toby Smith.
Reminder to come buy some banquet tickets. Make sure that you come up and scan that QR code if you're able, and if you're not able, grab a friend. Get them to scan it for you and get those tickets while you still can.
Absolutely, get those tickets.
We got Hannah Larson here.
Yep. Even the girls with the high vis are getting their banquet tickets.
Pass number 3 from Hannah.
All right, there. Looks like Texas A&M has completed their set out there on the water in the The women's Div 1 slalom, Hannah Larson from the Aggies of Texas A&M. Texas A&M, which has one of the largest football stadiums in all of college football, Kyle Field.
And it looks like Toby is hopping in the water, getting ready for jump number 2 here. As Hannah makes her way down the lake.
All right, so we're continuing to go with jump there. We've got on the water Toby Smith for the Spartans of Michigan State. All right there. All right, as we go along on the water.
Jump number 3 from Toby Smith.
Toby Smith.
Up over. Right in that last jump out.
Okay, so amongst other things, Michigan State University has a solar car racing team.
I didn't even know that, Tony.
A student-run organic farm.
That one I knew.
And it's one of the nation's only environmental journalism organizations.
That's incredible. We've got Keeley from Madison, from Wisconsin-Madison, out on the water right now.
All right, so that on the water. We've just seen Toby Smith, if I'm correct. Yep, Toby Smith from Michigan State, and we're going to get the jump score from him very, very soon. Toby Smith.
Looks like we got a full pass here out of Keeley.
All right, Toby Smith is a 50-footer.
50-foot jump from Toby.
Which puts him in third place right now. Paul Wesley Corey still in the lead. Hunter Olsen in second. And Toby Smith currently in third with 50 feet. All right, skier on the water as it stands right now is Nicholas Panido for the Salukis of Southern Illinois. I love that name.
It's a fun name. Not one that I've ever heard before I met people on SIU.
It's a Saluki.
I'm loving it. I think it's fun to say, Saluki. All right, looks like we got Keeley from Madison of Wisconsin coming down for
Nicholas Panino, does he recover? Oh,
so close there. We've got a score of 4.
All right, so representing the Salukis of Southern Illinois, we've got Nicholas Pinedo. Who do we have slaloming right now?
Well, Keely just finished up her pass, came around. I think she fell around 4, if I'm not mistaken. But we've got Katie from Miami of Ohio on the dock there.
Keely Pletner tried to get round number 4 and nothing doing for her, so 3 buoys is going to go her way on that particular run. All right, then, so we go to the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio.
Emphasis on the of there, because Ohio State gets the. Miami of Ohio can get the of.
Of course, Miami of Ohio continue to explain to the world at large that it's not the one that's situated in South Beach or even Coral Gables, but it is located in Oxford, isn't it? Oxford, Ohio, yes. Miami of Ohio. Skier on the water at this time.
We've got Katie. Nice solid 1 ball there on her first pass.
Katie Harvett for the Miami University of Ohio.
Looks like we had another fall there from SIU.
Nicholas Pinedo, and the boat's making its way back to him. His skis are all over the show. He's going to have to swim like Michael Phelps to get the other one before he gets rescued from the boat, and then get his feet back in and get ready for his remaining jump, the one remaining jump in this rotation. Just a reminder to you good folks there that all award presentations will be made at the banquet, including individual awards, irrespective of whether it's Div 2 or Div 1.
Here we go, Katie for pass number 2, coming down the lake.
Not looking bad at all. Look at this.
Nice
Slicing
clean
and
pass.
dicing.
Nice clean pass.
All right, one more jump there for Nicholas Pinedo, who's come up short on his opening 2 attempts and needing to conjure up something big there for the Salukis.
Right, Katie Harvett returning now at the maximum boat speed of 34 miles an hour.
And at the same time, we got Nicholas, jump number 3, able to ride that one out. We'll get the score, the distance there for you guys in a second.
And not too shabby here from Katie. She's making her way through this pass at max speed. She gets in deep there across the 5 ball, but it will be a full 6.
And good
fantastic
news for the
skiing.
And good news for the Salukis, they've landed their third and last jump there with their last competitor in rotation number 1. That's Nicholas Pineda. We'll get the distance for him in just a moment or so, but
and with Nicholas finishing up there, that is the end of round 1 for men's D2 jump. So on to round 2.
All right then, Nicholas Pineda. We're going to get the distance for him very, very soon. Seems rather strange. Okay, so moving on from rotation number 1 to rotation number 2. William Dean from Baylor is up on the water now.
That's right, and we got Katie Harvett returning now at 22 off. We've shortened the line, and she is still looking good as she heads from 3 to 4. This has got to be personal best territory for Katie. Slaloming up a storm for Miami of Ohio, and another full pass in the book. She runs 22 off.
And, you know, with Miami of Ohio, I mean, it's, you know, one of the traditions that they have on campus is if you walk over the seal over that campus, apparently it's, you fail. It also applies to the Red Hawks, but I doubt whether any of these folks are doing that, because they're certainly coming through in a big time with their runs right now.
Oh, we've got an update. Apparently, it says they say you'll fail your next exam unless you touch the turtles. Is that correct? Are there turtle statues going on? Oh, do you have to touch all of them, or would one suffice? One would suffice. Okay. Maybe you get an increased chance of it not affecting you if you touch all the turtles.
Okay, so one does the bad and the others do the good.
I think maybe, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you walk over that seal, make sure you find those turtle statues and give them a little love tap.
Right, we have shortened up to 28 off now for Katie Harvett, right up into personal best territory. She is having one of the slalom sets of all time. Posting big, big points there for Miami of Ohio. What can you do at 28? It's a good start at 1. She's having a red-hot crack here at 28. She's going to get herself across the 3. She's not done yet as Katie Harvett. Around 4. She's fighting for 5. Could she dare? Oh, no. She's popped the handle at 5. But what a set. 4.5 at 28 off.
Wonderful looking passes. Even made 22 look easy. Puts up a great score for Miami of Ohio, and they're going to be happy with that one.
All right, skier on the water at this time in rotation number 2. This is William Dean of Baylor. Let's see what he has. Oh, and not coming through with the landing on that jump.
Seems to have lost the handle a little bit there. A little bit of some crunching on the ramp as well.
Okay, so William Dean, if I'm correct. Still yet to get The scores for a lot of our competitors, William Dean included.
Okay, folks, moving right along. Women's slalom, we are about halfway through rotation 4, and we have Kayla Leff of Kansas University.
All right, just a correction for those of you wondering, the skier on the water is I believe Colin Day. We are in All right, so looks like we got our skier on the water representing Western Washington. It's Colin Day. We'll try and get you up to speed with some of the previous scores that have been produced right now. It's
right, Kayla Leff returning at 34 miles an hour, 15 off from Kansas University, who have had a strong showing in women's slalom, looking to see if they can maintain their seeding and finish in the top 8 of the nation. That'd be a big achievement for KU. And Kayla, so far, looking great here at 34 miles an hour. She will have the opportunity to shorten the rope.
Nicely done, making that pass look easy.
Here comes Colin Day for Western Washington University.
Jump
the
number
Vikings.
1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nicely
Taking
done.
it down.
Able to ride that one out.
I've been telling you all day, guys, Western Washington's jump team, you got to look out for them. They're a big mover and shaker.
They've putting on a good show. They did a nice job in D2 women's jump, and so far they've been doing really good in D2 men's jump. So if we can keep these scores up, we'll be definitely on the watch for them as we come along with this tournament.
So Colin Day, we're waiting on that distance to be revealed coming up soon. But in the meantime, here's jump number 2, getting the lift, just about managing to pull the landing together.
Okay, we've cut
on
the line down
replay.
We're at 22 off here for Kayla Leff from Kansas University, and she's getting a little bit of trouble here. She needs to fight hard to stay in this pass. I think she's doing it, though. She heads across to 5. Can she stay composed? She holds on for 6. Kayla Leff, she's going to run 22 off. What a pass.
And looks like on that jump there for Colin Day, just really couldn't get enough of his weight distribution forward. So that being the case, he takes the fall on that jump, and looks like he's going to be brought in for his third and last.
Saw a bit more of that fabled bird technique with the arms flailing around, rolling down those old-fashioned windows, getting a nice breeze through the car.
So Kayla finishing up with 2 at 28 off. A great score for her and for her team. And we move into the final 6 skiers in rotation 4 of Division 1 Women's Slalom. Getting to the pointy end, we'll start to see some short line slalom action. And next up, out of Clemson, will be Laura Rux.
And Colin Bay has just almost managed to ride out that last jump. He got a score on the board with the first and tried to beef up his distance with the remaining 2, but nothing was doing there. Colin Bay there for the Vikings of Western Washington University over there in Bellingham, Washington. Skier about to take to the water. Coming up next after skier from WWU, we got Matthew Peterson. Matthew Peterson from Auburn.
On the slalom lake, Laura from Clemson, starting out with 34.15.
That's right, of course, born and raised in Southern California, but attending university over in South Carolina at Clemson, and has really picked up the skiing bug in her time there. And she is cruising through 34 miles an hour, 15 off.
Easily getting all 6 on that opening pass.
Did most of her skiing growing up at Imperial Lakes, which of course will be hosting the 2025 Syndicate NCWSA National Championships. And I would wager that Imperial Lakes is the hottest water ski site in the United States in terms of maximum temperature. It regularly gets over 120 in the summers.
That is insane. Jump here from Matthew Peterson from Auburn. Looks like he almost went off the ramp with one hand on the rope. Bit of an interesting strategy, but clearly it paid off. He was able to ride away that jump.
Maybe there's some sites in Arizona that would get equally hot. I'm not sure, but it would have to be right up there. It's right on the border with Mexico. I'm sure we'll be seeing many of the people here on site over in California next year, but be prepared for some heat, even in October. We were out there last weekend, and it was still hitting 110 in the afternoons.
All right then, nice bit of balance there on the ramp there with the instant replay, just a one-handed jump.
Laura coming back now with 22 off, and she's around 6 out the gates and has laid the foundation here to post a big score for Team Clemson.
All right, on the water right now is Matthew Peterson from Auburn. He gets the job done on jump number 2. Pretty much the same drill.
Right on the slalom lake, we've shortened up to 28 off. Laura Rux will return to course. Clemson's 4th round skier. And Clemson, they are pushing to finish in the top 6. See if they can't get one over Rollins College. And it'll come from solid performances across all events. Laura Rux at 28 off. She is doing her part for the team score right now as she heads now across to 5 ball. She's down course. She's in trouble, but I think she'll squeak around 6 and out the gates in a full pass at 28 off.
All right, we've got jump number 3 here. Up, over, down, rides out all 3 jumps. Auburn's going to love to see that.
Yep, that was Matthew Peterson for the Tigers of Auburn University.
With Matthew being done jumping, that means we got Samuel Stenzel from Texas.
Yep, that's
on
right.
the dock and about to head into the water. Head down course and get ready to hit Big Red.
Okay, Laura Rux, this is 32 off, and she's in a spot of bother here as she heads now from 3 into 4. She's still in with a fighting chance, though. A big turn, she tried for it. I like the aggression and the intent, but she'll finish up with 3.5.
Jump number 1 here. Up, over, down for Samuel, riding it away.
Yep, Samuel Stenzel doing a fine job with that opening jump there. Still yet to get the distances. Looks like our communication seems to have been severed here at the announcing point with that, but we'll keep on trying to get you at the distance and get you back up to date with the distances that you'd already missed. Suffice to say that that Paul Wesley Corey still very much in the lead on a 129-foot jump.
Leaving the dock on the Slalom Lake, we got Sammy Streitfeld from Arizona State University opening up at 32 miles an hour, 22 off. Strong opening pass from Sammy, senior now. Arizona State, and she makes easy work of that 22 off pass at 32 miles an hour.
Very beautiful pass there.
Samuel Stenzel getting into a spot above her back there on the jump lake, falling on jump number 2 of 3. Jump number 3 coming up very, very soon for him.
Returning now, we have Sammy Streitfeld. This will be 22 off now at 34 miles an hour. And ASU have been a real revelation, I would say, in college water skiing over the past 3 or 4 seasons, they've consistently been the #1 school in the nation that doesn't offer any kind of scholarship assistance or employer coach or anything like that. The #1 student-run team in the nation for a long time. And actually, in the past couple years, they've managed to beat 1 or 2 of those schools that do have scholarships or paid coaches, things like that. And it's been very impressive, a real grassroots-led effort to knock off some of the titans in the sport.
Yeah, and you know, that's a pretty big bar that those schools fill. And you know, it's amazing to see these skiers come out here and do their best and still be able to challenge those big schools. We call them the scholarship schools that are able to go out there.
Yeah, it's a little fuzzy because some of them don't really have much scholarships anymore, but they have certain things. You know, they have a lot. They're more like teams than they are clubs.
Exactly.
They have sort of oversight. They have a lot of pull with the school, with admissions, things like. So there's all kinds of shades of variation there. But the old scholarship, non-scholarship distinction doesn't work as well as it did perhaps 10 years ago. But yeah, Arizona State, full credit, and they built an amazing program. I do feel a little bit, unfortunately, that this next few years are going to be a little bit of a rebuilding phase for them. They have a very big graduating class. They're going to lose a lot of talent. And, you know, it's going to be on them to see if they can maintain this high standard they've set for themselves over the past 3 years. Sammy Streitfeld, this now is 28 off.
All right, and Samuel Stenzel lands his third and last jump, so he will get a score for that. Still waiting on getting scores from a lot of people that have skied right now. Apologies for not putting them out there, but as I said, our communication with the officials doesn't appear to be in good stead right now.
And with Sammy running that 28 off pass, if you look out in the distance over by Lake 3, you can see a bunch of people swimming. If you guys are feeling hot, if you guys are feeling like you need to go swim, go check out lake number 3. There's some floaties over there that we can use. And with that, don't forget about the food trucks and the ice cream out back over by the D2 jump starting dock. Go check them out. That ice cream is definitely worth it. And our final reminder, the banquet tickets are still for sale. So check those out while you still can.
Right, Sammy Streitfeld about to return to course at 32 off. I don't know that she's run this pass before, but she is looking to see if she can post a big score in this women's slalom event. Valuable team points for Arizona State University.
And we had Ethan from Purdue just hit the jump. And we got some new information to clear up some misinformation that was going around. The Purdue pharmacy thing, nothing to do with Purdue. But what they do have is they have a great alumni that you might have heard of that was the first man to walk on the moon. So very cool alumni there.
You mean Neil Armstrong?
I mean Neil Armstrong.
Oh, yeah.
You mean walk on a stage moon in an LA studio, right?
Yeah, yes, right.
Obviously.
Of course, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. But
Sammy
there we go.
Streitfeld,
Sammy
guys,
running that pass.
has just run 32 off, a huge personal best. She is elated. The entire West Coast is going wild. And this is what College National is all about. When the pressure's on, you're doing it for your team, pulling out the big performances. Sammy Streitfeld runs 32 off. Huge score in D1 women's slalom.
An amazing pass. Lovely to see.
All right, so skier on the water on the jump lake for Purdue, Ethan Witowick. Hopefully I pronounced that right, and if I haven't, well, someone's bound to correct me on it. So Ethan Witowick coming in, I believe, on jump number 2. All right, let's see where Ethan is. Okay, he's approaching the jump right now. Ethan Witowick.
Here he comes.
Coming in up and over.
Much better looking jump.
Yeah, this time around it was a lot better.
There we go. All right.
Right, folks, on the slalom lake, Sammy Streitfeld into personal best territory. She's run 32 off, hooping and hollering, throwing the fist. This is 35 now. Can she get herself perhaps a piece of 2? It's not a great one. She fights long and hard for 2. She won't quite get there, but still, fantastic skiing for Sammy Stripefield, 1 at 35 off.
She's got to be happy about that. What an amazing pass from Sammy there.
Okay, with his second jump coming, Ethan Vitalvik now makes his approach. He's going to take a single cut right here. Nice, good, tidy-looking jump there, and will receive a score for that jump there with an increased boat speed. All right, so on the water, we still have Ethan, I believe, getting ready for his next jump. My apologies for not keeping you totally in the loop, but I believe that is Ethan Wojtałek from Purdue. I think it's actually Connor O'Neill. Connor O'Neill from the Ohio State University, the Buckeyes.
Yeah, and on the slalom lake, we've had Olivia Shute run her opening pass, 22 off. She'll be back in 28 in just a few moments.
And here comes Connor for jump number 2.
Oh, nice. Oh, managing to grab onto that and ride it out. Nicely done.
We got Olivia Shute coming down here, pass number 2. Making light work of 4 there. Coming around 5. Around 6 and out the gates. That's another full pass.
All right, then, as Elizabeth Shute gets through that latest pass, we've got on the water at this time and taken a pretty heavy hit there on the last jump. That is our skier from the Ohio State University. That is Connor O'Neill. All right, we've got our next skier coming to us representing the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. It is Colin McNichols.
Great. And on the slalom lake, Olivia Shute from Florida Southern. This will be 32 off. And again, Florida Southern need all of their girls to fire because they've got some injury withdrawals, struggling to field a full women's A team. And Olivia is doing it well, right through 32 off, full pass in the books. It's a shame when you look at Roland's Florida Southern because they have such great teams, but they're not able to fill a full roster. And you wonder, with the thousands of students at their school, couldn't they find someone and teach them how to run the mini course or anything? Like, it's just not part of their team culture, I guess.
Yeah, it's coming from a school that is quite honestly gigantic with so many students. It's harder than you think to get people to come out here. Not a lot of people have heard of water skiing in general, and if they have, they just think of combo skiing, which is more than welcome.
Yeah, we love combo skiing.
Oh, yes. Love to see people go out there on combos, Jalaloming as well. But, you know, people just don't know what's going on. They're all worried about, oh, am I going to be able to participate in this sport? You know, they said competition. But a lot of the times, no school truly cares how good you are at skiing. They just want to see you come out here, advance the sport, get a lot more people interested. And I know we found so many people that just started skiing in college, and they've made their appearance, and they're here now at San Marcos skiing for us at nationals, and it's incredible to see.
And you know, a lot of those students, turn to the sport of tournament water skiing, and they go on trips as well, like to Bennett's Water Ski in Zachary, Louisiana, where I base myself out, and I coach during the course of the spring and the fall seasons as well. So there's certainly that element to it as well, as we see our skier on the water. And that is Colin McNichols for the Huskers of Nebraska.
We got to get a whiteboard up here. We can start tallying up the number of complaints I get.
Complain? No.
Going for a new high score. Got to try keep it interesting, team. Next up, we go to the University of Alabama. Emma Goldstein, 34 miles an hour, 22 off to kick things off. And Alabama has had a solid, if not phenomenal, showing in women's slalom. I think everyone has skied relatively well. They all would have liked perhaps a little bit more. Could Emma be the one that turns the tides and pulls out that big score for her team?
All right, then. That's Colin McNichols from Nebraska coming back into the dock there, having completed his set. We'll go on to our next competitor, representing Wisconsin lacrosse, Andrew Apple.
And let's just take a moment to appreciate the Alabama women's slalom team, where they are skiing in the correct order of seating, and they're getting progressively better throughout the tournament. It's an interesting concept. It's very much appreciated. Florida Southern too has generally followed that order. ASU. So thank you to those teams that follow the spirit of the rules.
But at the same time, let's applaud the strategic brilliance of some of our teams who have put out their best
unsportsmanlike,
skiers
Tony. It's unsportsmanlike.
in conditions that aren't quite as windy as they are right now. All right, so now we move on to our next competitor in the jump event. We move on from Nebraska to our next college, and that college is Wisconsin Lacrosse. Andrew Apple. It's a nice name.
Yeah, I like that last name. Simple.
I wonder if I mention Apple enough times and an apple will magically appear.
I feel like with ice cream that sometimes that'll work, but I mean, maybe like a piece of fruit, Tony. I don't think you're going to get like an iPhone 16 show up, though. Although sometimes lost phones do make their way to the commentary box. So
it's true. You know,
yeah.
Someone's going to find a lost phone, bring it up here, and then you're going to be eating crow.
Now, an Apple phone isn't exactly what I had in mind. I'm just like a piece of fruit, you know, because I use Android.
Let's see how far this apple falls from the tree on jump number 1.
Wow.
Andrew Apple, nicely done for the Eagles of Wisconsin Lacrosse.
Okay, Emma Goldstein, she's returning now at 32 off, looking to post a big score for University of Alabama. A little bit hunched over here. She's behind the 8 ball, but very tall, very confident skier. I think she's going to get herself outside of 6, and in the end, a full pass at 32 off for Emma Goldstein.
Nicely done. Made it look easy.
Yeah, she looks like someone who could threaten that 35 off loop.
So Andrew Apple coming back into the course, jump number 2. Let's see if he can wind it on a little bit here. Well, the landing is a little bit better.
Rides that one away, though.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, it gives you the best chance to score.
Right, big moment here for the University of Alabama, one of their great hopes in women's slalom. Emma Goldstein is returning to course at 35 off. The blue loop, 12 meters. She comes around 2 ball now. She's fighting herself out to 3. Looks like a score of 2 for Emma Goldstein at 35 off. Okay, moving into University of Louisiana Monroe. We got Sammy Hoops. This is 34 miles an hour, 22 off for her. And a great opening pass there for the freshman at Monroe.
Okay, continuing on. This is Andrew Apple on his third and last attempt. Does he go for it on this one? Yes,
This one
does.
is Ashton Krill from Michigan State there, Tony.
I beg your pardon. Ashton Krill.
Jump number 1 there.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about Ashton Mitchell. Is he on the market? Can we plug him?
So no, he's got a lovely girlfriend back home. Her name is Audrey, and we've been friends for quite a while here.
Okay, so keep your hands off Ashton.
Yes,
is the
that's
word
right.
on the street.
Yeah, that's right. But a real fun fact about Ashton.
Is he quite easy?
But a real fun fact about Ashton is that
Is he
regionals
quite easy
tournament.
on the eyes?
At the last tournament, Ashton thought it was his best interest to ride the jump away with no skis and try to tumble up into a barefoot. Even though you can get no points for that, he still tried it.
I love that. Sammy Hoops, she's returning at 28 off. And another regulation warm-up pass for the Warhawk. Looking to post a solid score for her team. Now, again, I don't think that Sammy necessarily is going to challenge some of the top scores we've seen. ULM choosing not to ski in a seated order, so but she can still put out a solid score for her team.
Oh, of course. You know, putting out those scores is important.
But so unfortunately for fans of Ashton, he is off the market. But I am getting late breaking news, Mitchell, that you're out here looking for love this weekend. So if anyone's into, what are we, like 5'9" gingers and a crop top?
On a good day, 5'9", yes.
That's your type. Come approach the announcing booth.
Actually, on
he's got
very
charisma
rare
for
days.
days. That's what we're looking for.
Ashton's coming around here for jump number 2.
A quick page for Chip Chipman. Chip Chipman, if you are around, please make your way to the announcing point. Please, Chip Chipman, to the announcing point.
Here we go. Jump number 2 for Ashton Krill. Up, over, down. Rides that one out. Gets his land on jump number 2 there.
Yep, gets it to go, and we're on our penultimate skier in the second rotation in the men's Division 2 jump. Sam Hoops for Louisiana Monroe, the Warhawks.
32 off here.
Yeah, not a bad start here for the freshman. She's in a spot of bother, though, as she heads across the 3. She's behind the 8 ball. A little bit of slack line, not in control. She's fighting hard, though. It's scrappy skiing from her. Can she hold on? Just one more boy. I think she can. She's outside 6. Well, there's no style points, thankfully, and the full 6 is all that counts. But that was a scrappy 32
No
off pass.
cameras on the leaderboard.
And that using that Syndicate ski to absolutely fantastic, great effect there.
That's a great point, Tony. If she had been riding an inferior ski brand, I'm pretty confident she would have fallen several times in that pass.
Certainly. All right there, so that's the Sam Hoops. We still got Ashton Krill jumping. Sounds fishy to me.
Here he comes. Jump number 3 here for Ashton Krill.
Here he comes.
Up, over.
Hey,
Whoa.
hello. Oh,
Oh.
and trips up over his own skis.
Ah, yes.
Okay, coming back into course, we've got Sammy Hoops. This will be 35 off, all valuable team points for Monroe. She gets herself inside of 2, unfortunately 1 at 35 off for Sammy Hoops.
Quick page once again for Chip Chipman. If you are around, please make your way to the announcing point. All right, so we are to our next competitor representing the Salukis of SIU. It is Zach Weinberg. And there you go, opening jump there, and gets it to rock out there for him. 78 feet is average. All right. Our attention goes over to the Slalom Lake. And Curtis, who do you have?
Yeah, we're into our final skier in round 4 of women's slalom. It will be Sage Potbecker from University of Louisiana Lafayette. Sage must be a senior by now, so presumably skiing in her last college nationals and looking to post a solid score for the Ragin' Cajuns. They, of course, have the 2 top scores in women's slalom already, courtesy of Ellie Garcia and Anna-Marie Robrulski. And can they pick up the maximum points here in women's slalom? They have a very strong women's slalom team, so it would not surprise me if they are close to perfection here in women's slalom.
So Louisiana Lafayette, winner of over 10 NCWSA National Collegiate team titles over their existence. They came into being in the early parts of the 1990s.
Jump number 2 for the Salukis. Over and down.
Looking good with that first jump.
Yeah, that's right, Tony. You know, Lafayette has the honor of being part of that esteemed club, a very small group of schools to have won a national title. Schools like Monroe, like Arizona State, like San Diego State. They get to be the honor of part of that group.
Rollins.
UCF, Rollins, yep.
ASU.
Yeah, I said ASU, yep.
You said ASU.
It's a very short group. Is it 6 schools?
And San Diego State
and
as
San
well.
Diego State, absolutely.
They won the very first one.
Yep, you'll never take that away from us.
No.
It's all been downhill since then, but... Well, this is interesting. It looks like our next skier has opted to slalom on a tube. We got a tube in the course.
Uh-oh, here we go. They've got to swim quick.
And it's all happening because Sage Potbecker is coming in the course. This will be 32 off for her. And hopefully we get the tube situation handled before she gets to the end. But right now it's not bothering Sage. She is cruising through 32 off.
The tube has been recovered.
She's going to run the pass. Can she run the pass?
Running the pass. The tube is recovered.
Oh, my word. It's on a collision course. It's on a collision course. Not quite.
All right. Luckily, we have some wonderful boat drivers that know what they're doing, able to set her away from that tube.
Some great swimming. Shout out to whoever that swimmer is. They were on top of that situation.
Thank you for getting that tube.
He probably let that tube go in the first place, so don't appreciate him too much. All right there, so we've got our final jumper from the Salukis, Zach Weinberg, doing a fine job with that effort there. Still unable to give you much in the way of distances, I'm afraid, but I'm sure that's a challenge for you checking in online as well as the scores are not updated from our officials.
And as we check in on the tube situation, job's not finished. Get that tube out of here. And, you know, there's a bunch of people just sitting on the other inflatables. No one else wants to go out and help him.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow kick back to the swim zone. But Sage Potbecker right now, she is trying to make her way through 35 off. Get another score into 38. Could Lafayette take the majority of the top spots in women's slalom, get off to the perfect start, the dream start? Sage Potbecker is struggling at 35. She's going to finish with 2 on that pass.
Yep, needed to get some resistance behind the boat and didn't quite achieve that through the entrance gates into buoy number 1, and that's where things started to cascade from there. Little loose into number 1, managed to get a decent turn, but then number 2 got broken over, and even a relatively minor mistake could prove costly, as it did there for Sage Popbecker on the water with the jump event. We are on rotation number 3. Our third rotation skier is Truman Gruel from the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
Whoa! Looking at the instant replay there for jump number 1, it looks like he fell out the side there. Even pressure on those skis always helps. And it looks like with the tube situation, we have some saviors. A couple more people coming out and helping out with the...
Are they helping, or are they just kind of dragging off and making it even harder on that poor guy?
I think it's a bit of both. You know, you can't save something without having someone stop you, especially at collegiate water ski tournaments. But they're making light work of that tube. Let's make sure that rope is tied on tightly so that does not happen again. And as we get a little bit of a pause here, a reminder to buy your banquet tickets up at the tent right now before it's too late. As long as you have a phone that can scan a QR code, you should be able to buy them. And don't forget about the food trucks as well. Over by D1 Jump Lake. Go get some food. It's so delicious. Definitely worth it.
Oh, Patrick is back. Oh, my word.
That's got to be like a sauna inside of that Patrick Star suit. That is man of the hour. He's taken one for the team right there. I don't know what punishment there was on that, or what sort of hazing ritual this is, but
has to be a freshman.
I think he's giving
that is
out
brutal.
All right, jump number 2 here.
Right,
up, over, down. Big splash there.
Truman Gruel right now for the Mustangs of San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. It's only getting a little bit warm here, like in the mid-80s, lower 90s at the moment. All right then, folks. We got Truman Gruel getting ready for jump number 3. Okay, it looks like they're gassing up the boat for the slalom event. It doesn't run on daydreams and rainbows, you know.
If only. I don't think it ever lose gas here, or fuel in this case.
Yes. All right there. So Truman Gruel.
Not been able to ride out jump number 3 there.
Yeah. They tried to run a boat here with electricity. Couldn't find a cord long enough.
And as we look down at the slalom dock, looks like Patrick's getting down. Patrick, I have a question.
Hey, Patrick, how you doing there, bub? We have a question for you.
Oh, it seems like he's trying to say hello. That there's a fan in there. I bet that's not even doing anything, is it?
Tony, question.
Yes.
How many collegiate nationals have you been to?
Oh, I've lost count.
How many did you ski in?
4.
What was your best slalom score?
About 2 at 38.
Okay. And you're left foot forward, so you're slamming 135, right?
Yes.
Indeed. How do you think you do today if you had to strap it on?
I'd do pretty well. I'd hold my own.
We let you go 34.
You don't need to let me go at 34. All right, then. So who do we have on the water jumping right now? We have got Parker Aldridge for Baylor getting into a little bit of difficulty. You know, Marcus, I've just released a book aimed at 10 to 12-year-olds. And, I'm pleased to say it hit every single one of them.
No comment on that one.
All right, we got Mia from San Diego State here on the slalom lake. Starting out at 28:15. Parker for Baylor for jump number 1 there. Didn't manage to land it, but he's up now, ready to get around for jump number 2. As we got Mia from San Diego State going on the slalom lake. 28:15. Nice pull out for the gates. And in we go.
All right, then. Didn't take him long to refuel that Malibu.
Nice smooth cuts coming around these buoys here. There we go, around 5, getting around 6, and now back to the gates. And if you look closely at the broadcast, you can actually see her napping come around 4-ball. Eyes closed, took a little break there, made that look real easy. We got Parker from Baylor going off for jump number 2, wasn't able to ride it out. Looked solid on the ramp, but just wasn't able to hold on. Mia Case coming back at 30:15 after running a nice easy pass at 28.
Right, getting the job done there. And getting ready to go in for another jump is going to be Parker Aldridge for Baylor. Then after him is going to be Sean Taylor of Western Washington, Robert Hodge from Auburn, Robert Caston of Texas, Hayden Roberts of Purdue, Kazar Moose from Ohio State, Cole Mason of Nebraska, Joshua Veen of Wisconsin Lacrosse, William Fiedler of Michigan State, and John Sears of the Salukis of Southern Illinois.
All right. And we got Mia Case coming back for San Diego at 30:15. Makes light work of that 30 pass. Nicely done. Mia Case, the first skier in women's D1 round 5 for slalom. Turnaround going now 32.15. Now we got Sean on lake number 1 for Western Washington University. And Mia Case coming here for pass number 3, 32.15. Nice strong cut to 1 ball. Coming around solidly. Round 6 and out the gates. Another easy pass, it seems, for Mia Case. And here comes Sean Taylor for Western Washington.
Getting his difference split apart there for him.
Yeah, it seemed like he was close to riding out there, but just wasn't able to hold on and split his skis a little bit there at the end.
Yeah, just not getting into the best position prior to hitting the jump or coming off the end, but continuing on. And just a quick reminder that we still got our Water Ski Spirit Award being brought to you by Syndicate. Syndicate, the title sponsor of this, the 2024 Syndicate NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. And if you've got Spirit, we've got prizes. So make sure you exhibit your spirit fully for this event.
All right, nice pass. Nice pass here from Mia Case, finishing up 4. A couple passes here from Mia Case. At 34.15.
Okay, so we're moving right along with the jump event. We still got Sean Taylor from Western Washington.
Looks like we got Mackenzie Maynor from Texas A&M in the water now for D1 women's slalom. Starting off here at 34.22. And up she goes. She's ready to run this pass. A nice cutout for the gates coming through. Mackenzie Maynor for Texas A&M. And on the jump, Blake, a little bit of a tumble there for Western Washington. Again, not too bad on the ramp. Coming off the ramp, a little bit of some tumblage there. And Mackenzie Maynor getting all 6 on that first pass. Will now be going 34.28 here.
All right, and while our skier, our Viking from Western Washington, gets his bindings on, we'll continue on with the slalom event on on the slalom lake. Still got plenty of skiing to come. We are in the 5th rotation now, isn't that right?
Yep, we're just started off the 5th rotation. Mackenzie Maynor from Texas A&M is our second women's round 5 skier. So we're coming to a close here on this women's D1 slalom.
All right, and then you've got the Div 1 men's tricks to come very, very soon.
That's right, yes. Division 1 men's trick. It will be after Division 1 women's slalom. And it looks like we got Mackenzie coming in 28 off, 34 miles an hour. Coming down the lake.
All right.
Making that pass look easy. All 6 buoys for Mackenzie.
All right, Mackenzie doing well there, and we'll hope to see our Western Washington skier Sean Taylor do equally as well with his 3rd and last attempt. And you know, we've got the perfect situation so far as men's tricks are concerned in Division 1, because I mean, if they start from here and do their one singular pass there, all the boat has to do is just complete its run, go underneath the bridge, and just absolutely bat it across the back lake here and pick up the next skill without disturbing the other one.
Yeah, and that's perfect. That'll be really helpful for trying to keep this moving and get that speed of this tournament going along and making it very, very efficient for all the skiers.
Yes, and we do have our full complement of boats. You know, I mean, if we're still continuing to roll at this rate of speed with the jump event, then we should have all the Mastercrafts, all the Nautiques, and all of the Malibus at disposal as well. So, I mean, no excuse for wasting time.
That's exactly right, Tony.
Here we go.
And we got
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, pass number 3.
Mackenzie Maynor getting a little bit buffeted into number 4, even worse into number 5.
That'll be 4.
And Sean Taylor getting into a bit of difficulty with that 3rd and last jump, which concludes his set. Moving right along, Robert Hodge for Auburn. Oh, and look at this. We've pulled out the tiger suit.
There it is.
There it is, the first costume jumper.
That's right. He's got to be feeling good in that. Ready to hit Big Red, ready to jump.
I wonder, all right then, so let me ask you this question. What's the one costume you wish that was worn by someone jumping?
I mean, I think the classic and easiest answer is a Superman. But honestly, I'd like to see a Flash out there. I'm a big Flash guy, and Spider-Man as well.
I'm going to go for Deadpool.
Deadpool, I think that would be really, really cool.
Or Wolverine.
That'd be a good costume. Wolverine, yeah that's good as well.
Wolverine would have trouble clasping the handle.
Yeah,
without
probably.
cutting it open. All right there, so here we go. Coming in on jump number 1, Robert Hodge of Auburn. Hey! And I think the hood kind of dragged in the water that one.
I think so too. He almost rode it away on 1 until I think that Tiger just bit the dirt there.
Yeah.
Or water in this case.
Robert Hodge.
Next on the water, it looks like we got Cal O'Callahan for University of Wisconsin-Madison.
So who do we have slaloming?
We have Elizabeth O'Callahan. Opening pass here. Nice strong cut out there. Coming in, getting around one ball. Nice and strong. There we go. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. First pass.
All right, so what do we got here? On the water as it stands right now, we've got Robert Hodge. He's 1 jump down and 2 jumps to come. Then we've got about 7 more before we round off rotation number 3. So essentially, we're almost halfway through there.
And we got Cal O'Callahan from University of Wisconsin-Madison coming back at 34-22. All right, we got Cal O'Callahan coming down. Hand drag at 6 there at 34-22. Bit of some showboating. But that's all 6 there. 6-ball hand drag at 34-22.
Nice. Sometimes that works, but sometimes, like, for me, it doesn't.
I've never tried it, Tony. Do you think I should go out there and do it?
No. The only person that should be allowed to do that is Mike Mack, the inventor of the body slide, who will actually be receiving an award of distinction come May the 3rd of next year. Oh yes, and by the way, that reminds me too, as we get ready for Robert Hodge to come into the jump, representing the Auburn Tigers. Yes, he lands and rides that one out, so good stuff. Hey, listen, you know your good friend of mine, Jeff Surde, right? You know him.
I do know Jeff, yes.
In May of next year, he is going to receive the award of distinction for his contributions to the American Water Ski Association and the National Collegiate Water Ski Association. So we certainly congratulate him on that upcoming award for him.
That is absolutely amazing. We got Cal O'Callahan coming through at 28 off. Coming around. 3-ball there. Out to 4. Around 5. Little break there at 5. Will they get to 6? Got to 6. Holding on and able to get out those gates. 6 at 34-28 for Cal O'Callahan.
All right there, here comes Robert Hodge. He lands and he rides it one out. Look, very, very patient there on the landing there. And that's something you don't ordinarily get to see, you know, because a lot of people land and they try to stand up and get out the water as quickly as they can. But sometimes you just got to wait for the line.
Yeah, and you know what? Tigers infamously patient, hiding in the bushes, waiting for their prey to come around, and I think that translated here.
Oh, I knew you had to play that one in there.
Oh, of course I did.
Oh, that was terrible.
I know, it was horrible, but I still said it.
You did. You
landed out that 3rd jump, though, and that's quite impressive. And I'd love to have.
So Robert Hodge from Auburn, isn't that right? Let's see.
That's right, yep.
Okay, and Robert.
We got Cal O'Callahan coming in, 32 off. Oh, smacking 2-ball there. Down they go. There's the wave.
Okay, still waiting to get a distance on him. Looks like we got a few distances come through from some of our earlier jumpers. Yeah, we can catch up. We can catch up with some of these.
Let's catch up then.
All right, we've still got Paul Wesley Corey in the lead with a 1:29. Zach Weinberg on 70. Hunter Olsen on 62. Ashton Krill with his 53-foot jump. Ethan Wojciech from Purdue with 52 feet. Keep an eye on that jumper if you would.
I will. Robert's going off the jump right now. Up over, rides that one out.
Robert Caston for the University of Texas at Austin. We got Connor O'Neill with a 50-footer. Toby Smith also with a 50-footer. Andrew Apple with a 49 feet. Samuel Stenzel with a 48 feet. So too Colin McNichols. Joshua Crow with 46 feet.
We got Mary Nelson on the slalom lake as well, starting off here for Miami of Ohio.
All right, as we continue moving on there, we got Jack Bay with 44 feet. Colin Day with 45 feet. Nicholas Panito with 40 feet. Matthew Peterson with 37 feet. Randolph Marks with 34 feet. Ryan Thomas with 34 feet. And that brings you up to date.
Lovely. Thank you, Tony. And we got Mary Nelson running a clean 22 off pass. Making it look easy.
Indeed,
making me feel like I could go out there and do it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I just need to lose about 50 pounds, then I'll be back out there slicing and dicing. But at the moment, I'm running with the hovercraft. Oh, a little bit of an aggressive edge there. Our
jump
skier
number
from
2
Texas.
there. Robert from Texas.
Yep, Robert Caston.
Riding that one out, though.
Nicely done there. His average is about 49 feet. Robert Caston. We're going to get the distance for him very, very soon. Robert Caston, University of Texas at Austin. Okay, not getting much in the way of a distance there for him, but we'll certainly keep trying.
We got Mary Nelson coming in here for her second pass. Ooh, little clip there of 1-ball. Still got around it. Still able to ride this course. Looking like she's doing well. Round 4. Getting to 5 easily. Round 6. And out the gates.
All right, Robert Caston's best jump so far is a 48-footer or 14.5 meters. He's still got one more to come. Here comes Robert Caston, taking a single cut here.
Jump number 3. Oh, a little twisted on the rip.
Whoa, he takes a big old hit.
Big somersault, but there's the wave, making sure we know he's all right. And you love to see that. A friendly reminder to wave if you fall. It really helps out all of us.
Yep, and the boat makes its way out of the course, and Robert Caston will swim in. So there we go.
Mary Nelson here for pass number 3 on the slalom lake.
All right, this looks like 32 to me.
Coming around 1 there. Nicely done at 2. Getting around 3. Whoa, a little heel heavy there on the end there, but that's all right. Mary makes quick work of it. Making it through, getting that full pass, and getting into 35.
Looking good, looking smooth.
And it seems we've made a mistake here. I think that was... All right, here comes Mary. Pass number 4.
Looking good. Oh, and Mary Nelson getting in a little bit deep here, but still able to stay upright for the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio. Still there, and good
Sneaking
skiing.
around 5 there. All right, so I was right. This was 32 off pass. Made all 6. And we've got, I believe it's Hayden from Purdue on the water.
All right, from Purdue. Yep.
Going
Hayden
over that
Roberts,
jump.
Up and in.
Over and in?
Over and in. Not over and out, over and in. All right, we still got those water toys on Lake 3 for your pleasure over there. We've got cornhole as well.
Oh, some lovely yard games, some lovely floaties. If you're feeling warm, go head over there and take a swim, but make sure we don't lose those floaties anymore. We got Mary Nelson going for 35 off here. Pass number 5. Strong cutout for the gates. She'll be making her way in. Around 1 ball. Oh, losing her stack there around 1 ball. Still a very strong pass from Mary Nelson. 1 at 35. Nicely done, Mary Nelson.
Right. Okay, so we are on 5th rotation right now. So who is currently in the lead in slalom? I still believe that Ali Garcia is still in the lead.
Ali Garcia is still in the lead there with 1 at 39.5 off, I believe. There's a
in
30.
second place is Anne-Marie Wroblewski, right?
That's right.
And after that?
After that, there is a tie for Elena and Leah at 2 at 38.
2 at 38.
Yes.
All right, so continuing to rock our way down towards the list in both events, women's slalom Div 1 and men's jump Div 2. For those of you that are watching, wherever you happen to be around the world, you are most certainly welcome. The time right now is 2:30 in the afternoon. Add another 6 hours to that, and it will be about 8:30 in the evening in the United Kingdom, 9:30 in Europe. And probably quite early on in the morning in Australia and New Zealand. You are watching the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships, being title sponsored by Syndicate.
Up next on the D1 Women's Slalom court, Lake, we've got Amanda Rose from KU.
All right. So, skier on the water is Hayden Roberts from Purdue. Looks like one of our boats is making it across the lake to the other side for some strange reason. Here comes Hayden Roberts. Let's see what he's got.
Jump over. Whoa, big jump there. Nice ride out there.
All right, excellent skiing there.
There we go. Nicely done from Hayden.
Okay, on the slalom lake, we got Amanda Rose. She's coming in 32 miles an hour, 22 off. Looking to continue to build on the strong performances of the Kansas Sprayhawks water ski team.
Amanda Rose made light work of her opening pass here. Will soon be coming back.
All right, so let's see our jumper on the water right now. This is Hayden Roberts from Purdue. He's got one more jump to come. Let's see what he's got. Up and over. Does he get it to go? Just about. So Hayden Roberts, he skis into the shore. We're going to get the score for him if everything works out. Hayden Roberts.
Nice jump there from Hayden as he rides out jump number 3. We've got Amanda Rose ready to come down the lake here.
Yeah, we've bumped the boat speed up 34 miles an hour, 22 off for Amanda Rose. And again, she started off very strong. I'm sure she'll back it up here with another consistent pass at 34.22. And even better than pass number 1, you'd have to say. She is getting better and better with each pass, aging like a fine wine. The set from Amanda Rose.
All right, then we got the best jump
Amanda
distance.
Rose.
We got a best jump distance for Hayden Roberts. It is a 53-footer, 53 feet, which currently puts him right now in 4th spot. Paul Wesley Corey still in the lead with a 1:29. Zach Weinberg with 70 meters. That would be something, wouldn't it? Okay, Hayden Olson with 62 feet. Hayden Roberts. Hunter Olson with 62 feet. Hayden Roberts with 53 feet. And Ashton Krill from Michigan State with 53. Those are your top 5 as they stand. In the meantime, on the water, we have got Kazar Moose.
That's a fun name, Tony.
Okay, it had 2 O's and I've given it 20.
He seemed excited about it.
What doesn't make you excited, Tony? You have this amazing ability to stay excited and on top of your game all day long. I wanted to know your morning routine. All you told me was Chobani yogurt. Surely that's not the secret.
No, it isn't.
I mean,
He's not going to tell me.
I feel like it's pretty hard not to be in a good mood at Collegiate Water Ski Nationals.
This is true.
We got Amanda Rose going in pass number 3.
Yeah, this will be 28 off here for Amanda Rose. I'm not willing to add all the O's. And she's looking great, honestly. Another solid pass from her. A round 5 into 6.
Ball.
She gets better and better with each pass.
Yeah, she does.
Looks like
solid 6 ball and out the gates. That'll take her to the next pass.
Looks like we got a problem with the jump course, which is why we haven't sent in Kazar Moose into the course quite yet.
Well, I'm sure our boat crews are on that, fixing it up as quick as we can so we can get back on this wonderful journey of men's D2 jump.
Yeah, Tony's caffeine routine, it's like the Coca-Cola recipes. Only one person's allowed to know, and he's going to take it to the grave. He must just taper it just right.
I try. I you know, I have some routines.
Earlier, we offered him an energy drink. He turned down the cold one and went for the warm one. Maybe it's something, maybe it's warm energy drink or something that is the key.
It might be.
To his stamina, really, is what
Sounds
we're
like
talking
I got to
about
start trying warm energy drinks to keep me moving throughout the days.
Sip a little battery acid.
A little bit of battery acid never killed anyone, right?
Well, you know,
maybe.
You know, in New Zealand and Australia, they like to drink their lager cold. Well, in England, we tend to drink it a little bit at room temperature.
Rob Hazelwood, how do you feel about warm beer?
I'm gonna get some stick for this, but beer just sucks.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
Oh,
well,
whoa.
we're not
whoa,
friends anymore.
Whoa, hang on a second. Hold someone back.
Very few things in life are sacred to me.
I'm a seltzer guy. I'm one of those.
Yeah, actually, this makes sense. I can see it. Amanda Rose, 32 off. She is throwing it all on the line. She's scrapping her way through. She's run the pass, folks. What a pass. Amanda Rose.
Did Robert just say seltzer? I think that's like just a stage higher than a shandy, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure he's a shandy guy.
A shandy in fairness.
All right there, so here we go. Okay, you guys, especially those of you Buckeyes from Ohio State, I want you to get behind me with this one. Coming into the jump on jump number 1, Kazar Moose.
Riding that one out. Beautiful. I think it was Tony's excitement about his last name.
The webcast, we got some great picture-in-picture action here.
Yeah, I'm
Kelvin's,
seeing that too.
It's a new innovation. I haven't seen that before.
You can see Amanda Rose's beautiful
legs.
6-ball there.
Yep, Kelvin Kelm doing a fine job there with the inset on the bottom right-hand corner for this. Kazar Moose doing pretty good. From what I understand, his professor actually does roll call in the morning and say Moose. It's a bit embarrassing though after a while.
Well, we must be right up around personal best territory for Amanda Rose. She's run 32 off. She's going to have a crack at 35. Great skiing. That was scrappy as anything. She looked like she had no business whatsoever running that 32 off pass, but she would not take no for an answer. She, hung on for dear life. I love to see that kind of tenacity out there on the water.
And you can't give up when you're out here water skiing. You got to keep going for those buoys. Even a half buoy, a quarter buoy could be the difference between so many placements. It's always a great idea to give it your all, and clearly Amanda Rose did that. So she will be running into 35 here.
All right there, Kazar Moose. We got 51 feet on jump number 1. Here he comes on jump number 2. Nicely done.
Riding that one out as well.
Well, this is disappointing. Your heart goes out. The call has come through. 0 gates there at 32 off. Amanda Rose, after all that work, scrapping her way through the pass. We were just talking up how brilliant she was. She's still brilliant, but unfortunately, she has missed the entrance gates, and so her final score will be 0 at 32. And oh, how fortunes can change.
All right there, so here we go. Kazar Moose for the Buckeyes of Ohio State University out of Columbus. Let's see what he's got. 51 feet to his credit.
Boom.
Moose.
Oh.
And he goes down. But still, Kazar Moose is currently in 7th spot with a 51-footer. Right, that was Kazar. Now we're going to go on to Cole Mason of the Cornhuskers of Nebraska.
And on the slalom lake, we go to Clemson's top women's slalom skier, Natalie Pfister. She's opening up at 34 miles an hour, 28 off. And Natalie, you know, an outside chance of a podium place, potentially if she could ski to her full potential. We do have several scores already into 38 off. She's someone with a personal best into 35. And opening up strong at 28.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Huge fall there. From Cole Mason from Nebraska. A huge fall. Hopefully they're all right. Whoa. On that instant replay.
Yeah, and we have Natalie Pfister returning 32 off. Young lady skiing for Clemson University. And she's looking great here as she heads into 5. And
made that look way too easy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's got 32 off in her sights. She's looking to get even deeper, perhaps deep down 35 off.
Yeah, that 6 ball, I don't even know. That was incredible.
All right, then. So skier on the water is Cole Mason. We're going to get a jump distance for him very, very soon. All right, and he lands that one, Cole Mason from Nebraska.
Definitely happier with that jump than the last one. He didn't go upside down this time.
That's
going to be real happy.
Okay, 32 off now for Natalie Pfister of Clemson University.
Big pull out there for the gates. Whoa.
Yeah, not a bad start here as she works her way across the 3 ball. Young lady's down course. She's fighting hard here. She gets herself across to 5. She's going to hold on. She's going to run the pass. Great skiing, Natalie Pfister.
Make that 6 and get out those gates. Nicely done.
All right, so just waiting on the next jump for Cole Mason.
And Natalie will be increasing the speed to the max speed, 34, 32 here.
We still have Paul Wesley Corey still out in the lead with his jump of 129. That has not even been close to being threatened over the last few jumpers.
Yeah, so Natalie, interestingly, cut rope all the way down to 32 at 32 miles an hour. She ran 32.22, and then she came back and got 4 at 34 miles an hour at 32 off. Great skiing from her.
We have a distance for Cole Mason. It is a 48-footer. Actually, 49 feet, I beg your pardon, or the equivalent of 14.8 meters. Natalie Pfister in a 5th rotation slalomer for the Clemson Tigers. Just managing to get through the exit gate. Was that the exit gate? On the instant replay, or just on looking at that?
It was 4, yeah. So this is a big moment, folks, because we are into our final 5 women slalomers. But even most importantly, we're into our highest seeded woman slalomer in this event, Luisa Jaramillo of Arizona State University. Because some of the other schools have sort of done some Mickey Mouse stuff with their running orders, she is realistically the last skier who has a shot at taking the national title from Ellie Garcia. We got some strong skiers still to come who put up some great team scores into 35, perhaps even 38 off. But for someone to challenge that lead of 1 at 39, it's really going to have to be this lady. So it's coming down the national title. Will it be Lafayette's Ellie Garcia, or will it be Arizona State's Luisa Jaramillo? She's going to open up at 32 off. Not mucking around at all, right into the business. 32 off for the Colombian turned Arizonan. And she is cruising through this opening pass, is Lou, the senior from Tempe. Gets herself outside of 6 and a full pass in the books. Luisa Jaramillo runs 32 off.
She made that look way too easy.
All right there, so as we continue on, do you know that we got food trucks here? We got an ice cream van even.
Tony, I think I heard that through the grapevine. And I've heard they're really good.
Absolutely. They've got great food, you know. And as they say in England, respect to the man in the ice cream van.
Do they say that in England, or is that just something you say, Tony?
You better get some ice cream.
The ice cream is great.
There we go. We got Cole Mason there. I believe that was Cole Mason on his...
second jump there.
Second jump. He's got 49 feet to his credit.
Yep, 2 skiers with fantastic pedigrees. Ellie Garcia leading with 1 at 39, a former collegiate national champion, a regular on the professional circuit over the past few seasons. Then Luisa Jaramillo, another senior, her last act at a national championships in the slalom event. She is a former junior world slalom champion, and she is looking to see if she can't add a collegiate national championship to her long and growing list of titles. First up, though, she will have to run 35 off to give herself a shot at the title.
Luisa Jaramillo, former junior world champion, right?
Absolutely, that's
and here
right.
she comes, coming down the lake, 35 off.
Yep, smooth and tidy so far for the Colombian. She gets herself around 5 and into 6. And she had time to whip out the mobile phone and send a text to the folks back in Colombia into 6 there. She was so early.
And also has a sister that skied collegiately as well for UCLA, right?
A couple, yeah. So her oldest sister skied for UCLA. The middle sister started at University of California, San Diego, and then transferred to ASU. And, of course, her twin brother, Federico, he'll be skiing at these national championships as well. So all 4 of the family have competed in collegiate skiing.
Nice. All right there, so we got on the water Cole Mason for the University of Nebraska, the Cornhuskers. Yep, the Cornhuskers who are like ranked #1 in the nation for for volleyball, not the beach volleyball, but the regular type volleyball. So much so that they actually staged a game right in the middle of the football stadium.
I heard they're also #1 in husking corn.
Yeah.
Right, folks. Wherever you are on site, make your way down to the slalom lake. This is potentially the last act in deciding the title here at these national championships. Luisa Jaramillo, 38 off, the last skier who's capable of running this pass without a huge upset. She has to run it to challenge the lead of Ali Garcia. She comes in now. Critical, she gets a good start. Hooks up well out of 1. She's going to be on it and out of 2 here. Luisa Jaramillo, it's a slow 2. She's in trouble. She's scrapping. She's behind the 8 ball. Can she use her experience? She gets around 4. She's late. She's all kinds of late. She holds on into 6. Luisa Jaramillo, I think she's done it. I think she's run 38. Well, where Ali Garcia did it with ease, Luisa had to scrap and struggle her way through it, but she had the confidence, she backed herself, and now she's going to have a shot at the title, a piece of 2 ball, and she will be your national champion. Fantastic skiing from Luisa Jaramillo.
And just as a reminder, there is no provision for a tie break in collegiate skiing. So if she gets around 1 into the wakes.
Well,
there
it doesn't change the team
Joshua
scoring,
Wing
but we will give them a
for
run.
lacrosse.
Yeah.
Nice little jump there from Joshua. Riding that one out. Nicely done on jump number 1.
Right, folks. The boat, we're pulling on the line. We're shortening it all the way up to the 10.75, 39 and a half off. Luisa Jaramillo is just moments away from deciding who the national champion is. I apologize. I know there's 4 skiers left, and they're all great skiers, but I don't think they would be the first to admit that they probably are not looking to run 38 off today.
We could see a miracle, though.
We'll see. Let's
she
have a
is
look.
chasing that score. She needs a piece of 2 ball. She pulls out now on the gate glide from Arizona State University. Can
Here
they
she
pick up a
comes.
national title? She comes around 1. It's not a bad one. She'll get 2. Will she? Judges
Oh,
call.
whoa.
Did she get her ski outside of 2? I do not know.
I heard a
so.
1 1/2.
We got a split
One from
call
the
from the
judge.
judges.
1 from the boat judge. We're waiting on the other remaining scores as we see out there on the water representing.
Okay, we have a majority score of 1. We're going to a runoff for the national championship.
And
Ali
if you're watching
Garcia.
the broadcast, we got Joshua from lacrosse.
Joshua
Jump number
Veen.
2. A nice jump there from Joshua.
So nothing's official. There's still 3 or 4 skiers left. But assuming none of them exceed 1 at 39, we're going to have a runoff for the national title. So Luisa Jaramillo, Ali Garcia, do not go far from the starting dock. You will likely be having a runoff here in about 4 skiers.
All right there. So Ali Garcia, if you are around, please make yourself available for the potential of a runoff for the national title. And we see
there goes
on the water there, we've got Joshua Veen.
Wayne. And there was actually Will Fiedler from
Okay,
Michigan
so Josh
State.
took 1 jump then. So Josh took 1 jump, and that was William Fiedler on the water. We'll try and get the distance for both of those competitors, including Cole Mason, but But I mean, some exciting developments with the slalom event as we continue to roll right along. This is Aaliyah Young-Hanifa.
Yeah, of course, strongest in the trick and jump disciplines, but a handy slalom skier in her own right. She's opening up at 22 off. Now, Aaliyah will probably not be featuring on the top of the podium, but everything she can get will be very important to the Moccasins team score, and she's a skier who's capable of getting deep down, potentially even running 35 off if she gets it all together here today.
So, Aaliyah Young-Hanifa, Asian record holder in a whole variety of different events. Slalom, tricks, and jump.
Yeah, she made history at the Under-21 World Championships last year. Tony, the first skier out of Asia to win a medal at a World Championships.
That's right.
And the
That
jump event
is,
that was.
that on the water there is Josh Fiedler.
William Fiedler.
William Fiedler, I beg your pardon. We're still trying to get the score for Josh Veen and Cole Mason. We'll try
And there he goes. Kind of just sunk in the water there. He was not pleased. Hands on the head as he was going down. His skis are on, so they're going to get him up and good and going for jump number 3 here.
All right there. So Cole Mason and Josh Veen Josh Veen got a 55 feet, I beg your pardon. Cole Mason got 54 feet. And we've seen William Fiedler get through on a jump number 1. William Fiedler, 53 feet. So round about the same mark, I would say.
Okay, and Alia returning now at 28 off. The weakest of her third events, but still, like I said, handy slalom skier, capable of posting a solid team score, and makes pretty tidy work there of 28 off. So as it stands right now, a provisional podium. Of course, we still have 4 skiers' scores left to register, but tied for first, likely heading to a runoff, are Ellie Garcia and Luisa Jaramillo. Sitting in third is Anna Marie Robruski with her 4.5 at 38 off. And currently tied for 5th place are Elena Jones and Leah Miamo with 2 at 38
There
off.
goes Will, jump number 3, rides that one out.
All right, then. So his best jump distance up to this point has been 53 feet, and looking to get a little bit further than that with that 3/4 cup, but nicely done. So Aliyah Young-Hanifa coming to us out of Putrajaya, which is located outside the metropolis that is Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Conditions are pretty consistent all the way around, considering that Kuala Lumpur is maybe a degree or 2 out from where the equator would split that part of the world.
And here goes Aliyah. Pass number 3.
Yeah, this will be 32 off for Alia. Making her way through the green loop, 13 meters. This is where things start to get a little bit trickier. She's getting in deep, but she's very strong and has fantastic balance on the ski.
I like the way she works the ski, though. She really just drives the tip of the ski and then just waits for the power to come on.
And here we go. D2 jump.
Here we go.
Up, over, and whoa.
Voila.
Out the back a little bit, but that's okay. John Sears from SIU rides that one out.
Good. We're just trying to get the distance on Will Fiedler's last jump. It should be a little bit higher. Indeed, it is higher. Ladies and gentlemen, Will Fiedler jumped 61 feet. He is currently in 4th place right now. Paul Wesley Corey in the lead with 129. Zach Weinberg on 70. Hunter Olsen on 62. Will Fiedler on 61. And Joshua Wine or Veen, no matter which way you pronounce it, is on 55 feet.
I know Leah making light work of her pass there.
I think that's the replay still. She's going to come in shortly here at 35 off. A pass that I think Alia has run, but probably doesn't run super consistently. So it would be a big score if she could make her way through 35 off.
35 off the standard 75-foot line, which leaves with 40 feet of line to get through a course that's 37.5 feet in width.
Wow.
How does that make sense?
Yes.
So many numbers. This is Alia, and she gets in very deep at 2 ball. She's in trouble, and she'll finish up with a 1.5 at 35 off.
And there's the wave. She's all right. Always lovely to see the little wave at the end there.
Okay, so we've got
John Sears running out that second jump there on the replay. He's going to be coming around for jump number 3.
Yeah, you're just waiting on the jump distance. We've already given you the top 5 as it stands right now. John Sears for the Salukis of Southern Illinois University. Right, just working on the results coming up right here. And Zach, Yeah, got one from SIU that's currently in second place, but still trying to search for Sears. Haven't gotten the distance there for him yet.
Well, he's coming around for jump number 3 here. John Sears from SIU. Up over. Big jump looking like.
Oh,
Down.
nice. I like the look of that jump.
Yeah, me too. Definitely a nice looking jump. We got Claire Edens from
University of Alabama, and she is starting things off at 34 miles an hour, 22 off the orange loop. And she's got a personal or an average this season into 38 off, only just, but she is someone who, with a big performance, could potentially threaten the podium.
And you know what? I'm here for it. I believe in her. I think Claire can run it. And I want to see that 38 pass ran.
All right there, John Sears. His jump has actually vaulted him to second place right now with 72 feet for the Salukis of Southern Illinois.
A nice jump there from John Sears.
All right, then. So that moves us on to the next rotation, which I believe is rotation number 4. Gabriel Harburg for the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
Coming down the lake here for jump number 1. Here we go. Here he comes.
Up and over. Unfortunately, not able to land that jump out.
Claire Edens on her pass coming back. Second pass here. 28 off. Coming around 4 ball. Getting to 5. Nice and early to 6. Making it look easy. Going out the gates. Nicely done, Claire. She'll now be getting into 35 off? No, 32 off. 32 off.
All right, Gabriel Harburg. Let's see what he's got coming for us. And yeah, he's San Luis Obispo failing to land on jump number 1, getting his jump skis on. So we're back on live with the situation. Skier on the water right now. This is still in the 5th rotation in the women's slalom. Who do we have out there?
We've got Claire Edens, and she's going to be going in for her 3rd pass at 32 off, 34 miles per hour. All right, here goes Claire Edens. 3rd pass, 34, 32. Nice cutout. Nice little 1 ball there. Getting around 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, that'll do it. She's going into 35 off.
35 off for 12 meters coming up next. Gabriel Harburg now back in the course and getting ready for jump number 2.
Here we go, jump number 2. Whoa,
whoa, and getting a little bit squirrely in the air, but thankfully he's got his skis on.
All right, we got Claire coming back. 35 off. Whoa, a little squirrely on one. Whoa. Getting 2 there at 35, 34. A nice solid pass there from Claire.
All right, working our way to Gabriel Harburg, coming in on his third and last jump, is yet to record a distance for the Mustangs of Cal Poly. Here he comes. He hits the jump. He hits the water. He lands. He scores. Yes. That's right. He scores.
All right, and about to get in the water, we got Nellie Allard from ULM. Starting at 32 miles an hour, 28 off. Nellie Allard from ULM. Here we go. Nice strong cutout. Bringing it in. Nice one ball. Feeling stronger on these buoys for this course. Coming around 6 here. Making it look easy. Out the gates. And that'll be a full pass for Nellie Allard. Joseph Gage from Baylor coming up to the ramp. Jump number 1. Riding that away. Nicely done. He'll be making his way through for jump number 2 here.
All right.
All right, just a reminder that if you want a banquet ticket or you know someone that needs a banquet ticket, buy them now. Tickets are running out and real close to having them sold out, so be fast. If you want a ticket, you can come buy them up at the tent as long as you have a phone that's QR code capable.
All right there, so okay, so we got jumps coming through distances. Joseph Gage with 36 feet. Gabriel Harburg also with 36 feet. 10 centimeters separate those two, with Joseph Gage from Baylor about 10 centimeters more.
That's right. We got Nellie Allard coming back in at 28 off again, but this time at maximum speed. And a little bit less control, but still on time and early. And she will get the full pass done.
Nicely done there, Nellie. All right, and we got another land there.
Okay, so there you see a little bit of an example of zero-based scoring right there, because she went in at 52K, right, which is 32 miles an hour, and came back at 34 miles an hour, 55K. And the reason for that is there are just some people out there, actually quite a few, that do not like to ski on 18.25 meters. So the next best option to do is to take out the speed and keep the line length the same.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, because you do get to a point where, you know, is it actually, does a pass, is a shortening in rope, my words are not coming out very clean right here, Tony.
No.
It's been a long afternoon. But is a boat speed the same as a line length cut? And I don't know if I think they're different. I don't think it's the same thing. And so can you really equate it? Right, like is 32.28 really the same thing as running 34.22 in difficulty?
You know, under the provisions of the zero-based scoring, I could go out there on 12 meters and start at 43K. I'll just have to run up the speed, and
I would love to watch that. Can we make that happen? We can do an exhibition. Let's send Tony out there at 43K, 12 meters.
Maybe.
That's like 23 miles an hour, 35 off.
Here we go. We got
All
Nelly
right,
Allard.
Oh, and dumps it out the back there.
34-32. Nice strong cut around one there.
Oh, broken over the waist there, and that was 28 off, wasn't it? $34.32 off.
Yeah, so a few developments because we're down to our last skier before the pending runoff, but it does mean that Anna-Marie Robuski, Leah Mimon, and Elena Jones are guaranteed on the podium. Now, in theory, if Lara Butlin skied really well, Leah and Elena might end up sharing 5th place, but they can do no worse than 5th equal. So those 5 girls are guaranteed on the podium at this point in time, so congratulations to them.
All right, and our final skier for D1 women's slalom is Lara Butlin from ULL. And after that, we've got the runoff. So if we could get Louisa and Allie to the starting docks. You're probably already there for the runoff.
Over. Our skier from Western Washington.
Right after Lara Butlin from ULL. Aaron Burke for Western Washington. Strong first jump there.
All right there, so skiing on the water representing Western Washington, it's Aaron Burke. So Aaron Burke is 11th time he's ever hit the ramp.
It sounds over-prepared, if anything, Tony.
Yeah, I think so.
You can overtrain, you know.
Yeah, but that's fine if it yields the results. I mean, it works.
All right, we got Lara ULL starting off at...
Yeah, 32 miles an hour, 28 off for Lara Butlin, the freshman at the University of Louisiana Lafayette, originally out of Australia. And making her first appearance at a Syndicate Collegiate National Championships. Probably slalom is the weaker of her 3 events. I'm sure she'll be featuring in the trick and the jump for the Raging Cajuns. But a great addition to their team, a very solid 3-eventer. Picked up a bronze medal in overall at the Under-21 World Champs last year.
Yeah, in the last
strong
cycle.
first pass there as well.
All right there, looks like we got a score for Aaron Burke, 63 feet on jump number 1, and he's just landed jump number 2 for a 19. He's jumped 19.3 meters or 63 feet, and Lara Butlin out there. First appearance, as you rightly said, in the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships.
Not her first attendance, of course. She was there last year, but that was before she started school. She was helping run the event last year.
Indeed, yes. Absolutely right. And last year's event held over at Bennett's in Zachary, Louisiana. And Bennett's one of our sponsors for this competition as well. So a big shout out there to Jay for his support of this event and the collegiate water skiing as a whole. So this competition, title sponsored by Syndicate.
Hey, we got a 3/4 cut happening here on the jump lake.
Coming in from Western Washington, Aaron Burke. Whoa! Almost got hung on the bottom right-hand corner.
And there's that wave.
That was pretty predictable. From the second he turned into the ramp, I knew we were about to see a crash. But yeah, I don't know if 11 sets is quite enough to start doing a 3/4. It's hard to even begin with what's wrong with the technique here, but I love the grit.
I think he took that bird technique a little bit too much to heart because he let go of the handle and just started flapping his arms.
And certainly way too early to start jumping with a sling.
Yeah, Lara Butlin, and she has run 28 off now at 34 miles an hour. And we're done with the warm-up passes for her. Now, I was hearing some questions about asking for a scout report on the Rail Yard Bar and Grill. And I can report I spent a good amount of time there last night. I think I helped close the joint down. And it is a fantastic establishment. It's roomy. It's got an indoor and outdoor section. It's got a great outdoor section that's quiet, chill. It's going to have some games like cornhole, things like that. The indoor section has a great wide bar with very quick bar staff. And a stage where there's going to be a live band. So it's certainly going to be the place to be, the Rail Yard Bar and Grill.
Sounds like a lot of fun. That being said, speaking of nighttime activities, the banquet, the tickets are still for sale. There just won't be a lovely person to help you out. The QR code is still here, and all you got to do is come up, scan the QR code, and pay for the tickets. You'll get your wristband on Saturday.
All right, then. So Aaron Burke from Western Washington, 71 feet, and I believe he might have another jump to come, or we might be on our next competitor.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the slalom. Like, we've got Lara Butlin coming in at 32 off, looking to see if she can't post a solid score for the University of Louisiana Lafayette. They've already had a whole bunch of big scores in the women's slalom.
All right. Okay, that's going to be a bit of a judge's decision right there because he achieved skiing position, he got outside the jump course, and then he fell. So the judges are going to decide whether that's a fall in preparation for jump number 2 or whether that's a fall that eliminates jump number 1, by which you'll have 2 remaining jumps. And just in case you're wondering who that is, by the way, that is a skier from that is Robert Bice. Yeah, Robert Bice. Yeah, the Auburn Tigers. Alabama's other team.
Wow, Tony, controversial statement. I'm sure the entire University of Alabama at Auburn, Alabama, would take offense to that.
I'm kidding.
All right, and Lara Butlin, as you can see on the broadcast, is the replay of her running 34.32. She will now be moving up to 34.35.
Yeah, and her teammate, Sage Potbecker, picked up 2 at 35 off. So anything she can do better than 2 at 35 off is extra team points for the Ragin' Cajuns.
All right, there. So we got Robert Bice right now. He fell on a jump number 1. But I tell you what, though, that first jump was rather interesting, to say the least, as we continue on with slalom.
And that'll be 4 1/2.
Whoa, up, taking a really, really deep buck.
That'll be 4 1/2 for Lara. A nice pass there from Lara. Crazy fall. I saw that at 3 ball there. She was cranking it. Tried to catch the rope there, but just wasn't enough. Saw the wave, so she's all right. And now we are going to go on to the runoff for the winner.
Yeah, so the way this is going to work, Mitchell, is both skiers will start at their last completed pass, 38 off. They're going to have to go out cold off the dock, start at 38 off. And whoever has the highest score, of course, will win the national title. If there is a tie, we will go to a second runoff. And in the second runoff, it'll be head-to-head rules. So if there is a tie, the skier who goes first will win. So the second skier, in the head-to-head rules, the second skier has to beat the first skier. We're not doing that here in the first runoff. If there happens to be a second tie, we will go to head-to-head rules.
All right, as we continue to rock our way into the runoff for slalom, just to tell you that Robert Bice
Here we
40
go.
feet on the jump that he just landed. Continue on, guys.
Here we go. Run
38
off.
off, cold off the dock. This is tough. This is really tough stuff to come out. She hasn't skied for 4 or 5 hours at this point. Ellie Garcia, beautiful start on 1, though. She gets herself outside of 2, the Ragin' Cajun. She's looking for a second national title. She's on time and early for 4. She's stroking this 38 off pass, but it's not a good 4 ball. She's down course. She's holding on tight. She's going to get 6. Ellie Garcia runs 38 off.
Oh, my gosh. Ran that pass. That gate, I thought she was going out with that pole there, but she was able to hold on.
I mean, I can't stress how impressive that is. Remember, she skied 4 or 5 hours ago. She skied about 9 a.m. That's a long time ago now. She's come out completely cold at 38 off, and she has run it.
Wonderful stuff. Absolutely amazing. So she's going to be coming back at 39.5. She's going to be showing Luisa what she can do, and Luisa has to top it to get that first place.
No, not in this. In this first runoff, a tie will force the second runoff.
Okay. And if you're watching that broadcast, you can see what I'm talking about, that yank at the end there through the gates.
Okay, and just to let you know that this does not affect the points that are awarded to each skier. It's still split between the two, but this is just to decide the individual title. All right, looks like we got a skier from UT.
Dylan Hammerbeck from U of T.
Okay, folks, in just a few seconds, any moment now, we should have Ellie Garcia back into course at 39.5 off. She got 1 in regular competition. She'll know, though, something like a 2 is a lot more solid and dependable to put real pressure on Luisa Jaramillo still to come. The start is critical. She's done the difficult part. She's run 38. Can she post a big, imposing score here at the very, very short 39.5 off? She's around 1. It's a slow 1 again. She'll fight for 2.
Oh, and she collapses on 2.
Judges call, I don't know.
1 1/2 there
Wait
at
for the
39. We've got a 1.
Split decision here. Wow. We had 3 judges, 3 different calls. We got a 1, a 1 1/4, and a 1 1/2, which means she gets a majority score of 1 1/4 at 39.
Wow. That's huge. That is
and
huge.
That quarter buoy could be the difference.
All right, so a skier on the water in the jump event for the University of Texas at Austin. It is Dylan Hammerbeck falling on jump number 1, so we wait for his return for jump number 2. So all of you good folks out there, your eyes are on the water for Division I Women's Slalom. Luisa Jaramillo.
Yeah, well, this is a tall order on Luisa, but she does have the advantage of having only skied about 20, 25 minutes ago, so she isn't going completely cold. She is going to have to run 38 off, and she's going to have to get more than 1 1/4 at 39.
All right, skier on the water is
Some
Dylan
tough
Hammerbeck.
stuff, and here she comes, coming in at the 38 pass.
Dylan Hammerbeck lands, and let's bring on Luisa Jaramillo.
She didn't have the cleanest of 38s in regular competition. She needs to tidy it up. It's a round 1. Not a bad start on 1. For the Sun Devil, she gets herself across the 3. She's still on time. Not the best 3, but she's fighting through it. I think she's going to do it. Luisa Jaramillo around 5. She's going to run 38 off and have a shot at the title.
All right.
There we go.
Look
Ran
at the
that 38
elation,
pass.
the fist throw. The crowd is loving it. And these 2 young ladies are inseparable right now.
That's right. Luisa now needs to get 1 1/4 to go into the next runoff, or if she gets 1 1/2, she will be the technical winner.
All right, so what does it boil down to, folks, so far as Luisa is concerned? She basically needs to get round buoy number 1 and outside the buoy line for 2 and stay upright, essentially.
Well, so 1 1/4 will be a tie. They'd have to go to a second runoff. She's going to be looking for a 1 1/2 or a full 2. And so what that means is that she has to have a crack on the gate. She can't take her gate too conservatively because she needs to get a solid enough 2. She get outside, solid enough 1, she get outside 2. And at 39.5 off, Tony, you know this well from all your time at pro tournaments around the world, but the margin for error is virtually gone. And it is so, so tricky to even get yourself outside 1, outside 2. So Louisa, she's got a tall order coming up.
Indeed, indeed. And Dylan Hammerbeck on Division 2 men's jump. 42 feet, his best jump distance, 12.7 meters. Keeping an eye on things on that. I know it bails into insignificance compared to what we got on the other lake right now, but we got to keep the information flowing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the slalom lake. Here we go.
All right, let's see what
39.5.
Needs the turn and gets it through the entrance gate. Oh,
got one ball.
There. She's there. She's got it. She's to the weight.
Strides it out. And there she goes.
There we go. You're a national champion, Louisa Jaramillo. Her senior year, she is stoked. Look at her, elated, and huge congratulations to her.
And that is a full 2 buoys. She's got to be happy.
Okay, up on top of the water, we've got Dylan Hammerbeck and falling on the third and last jump, so that means that his score is 42 feet. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for the participants of that runoff and your champion for 2024 in the women's D1 slalom, Louisa Jaramillo for the Sun Devils of Arizona State.
Congratulations, Louisa, and congratulations to all the women that skied. Such a fascinating and amazing event. We will now be getting into D1 men's trick over at lake number 2. So make your way over there with all your D1 men's, and let's get trick rolling.
That's right, and of course, let's not forget the other members of the podium. Anna-Marie Robulski, she's in third with her 4.5 at 38, and a fourth equal will go to Leah Memo of University of Louisiana Monroe and Alana Jones of the Ragin' Cajuns of Lafayette.
An absolutely wonderful podium.
Louisa, if you are within earshot, please make your way to the announcing point. I'm sure that there are quite a few people that will want to hear your thoughts and reactions about what has just happened out there on the water. But Louisa, come on up, please.
I'm seeing a gigantic tunnel forming for Louisa here. And she's going through. There she is. Who do we have on the jump lake right now, Tony?
Okay, we have Noah Bursma from Purdue in rotation number 4.
Noah from Purdue. Louisa, your women's D1 slalom champion.
All right. Okay, Louisa, sweetheart, if you can hear me, come on up. Yeah, she can hear me.
All right, we got Noah up and ready for jump number 2 over on lake number 1. Louisa, we'd love to see you up at the commentators booth to get a little bit of a post-runoff interview.
All right, so skier on the water for Purdue, the Boilermakers, Noah Bursma. Having failed to land jump number 1, we'll see what he can do with jump number 2. Decent edge coming on all the way through and rocking over the back of the skis. And unfortunately for him, unable to ride that jump out. He's got one more attempt remaining in this fourth rotation of 5.
That was a good-looking jump, too. You know, I think he's got this third one. He's going to be booting it. You know what they say, third one's for the hospital. Let's see Noah go out there with everything he's got.
Right you are. All right, we're down to one final jump there for Noah Bursma for the Purdue Boilermakers. Let's see if they can generate a little bit of steam here for Noah. All right.
Here he goes, jump number 3 for Noah.
Whoa, a little bit, whoa,
there we go. Nice
bad.
Little land there from Noah.
Yeah, nice, solid skiing there for Noah Bursma and getting the job done. Looks like we've got a little bit of time in our hands. We got our boats getting rid of the slalom course buoys that will be reattached for Div 1 men's slalom come tomorrow. But for the time being, we need to clear ourselves a little bit of a trick lane. And as I did mention a little bit before, the site dynamics here really lends itself for collegiate skiing because, you know, each skier gets 1 20-second pass. As soon as that skier is done, irrespective of the fact that whether he or she is still upright by the time 20 seconds has passed, the boat can just absolutely floor it to that bridge and then still keep on flooring it round the back there or whilst waiting for whilst the next boat carries on with the next skier. You don't have to ride behind the boat once you floor it. All right there. So Noah Bursma.
He's already gone.
Next. He's done right now. Darren Wan for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Here he goes.
Whoa.
Wave. We're good.
Hello. Right. Good afternoon. Right, we're going to get the final jump distance from our previous competitor. Previous jump competitor being Noah Bursma. Noah Bursma on this list. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Noah Bursma, as a matter of fact, got 54 feet, which is 16.6 meters. And Noah Bursma currently lies in 4th spot right now, so he has a chance. I think Noah Bursma actually a little further down the list, I beg your pardon. I didn't scroll up enough, but Paul Wesley Corey, he's been in the lead now for the best part of 3.5 hours. Yep. Louisa. All right, then. So we've got on the water at this time Darren Wan for the Buckeyes of the Ohio State University getting ready for the jumps, for the second and third jump. All right, then. We're going to grab that microphone. Not an uncommon feeling there for you, Louisa, but Louisa, you're a big old winner at the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. Let's give it up for her, please. All right, so When you initially slalomed and you got what you needed, a 1 at 39.5 off, what was the feeling that came over you that time, because you knew that the score you needed was exactly that, right?
Yeah, so there's a little tailwind on that end, and my gate wasn't too good and my wombo wasn't too good. So I tried to make it out to 2 because I knew Ali had gotten 1, but didn't exactly make it. Got a little crash on the way, but I knew I had to do a runoff, so came down here.
So it basically came down to a split-second decision on the initial one, but now you had to turn your attention to the runoff. Now you knew that Ali Garcia had already been on the water. I mean, the last time she was on the water was about 2.5 hours ago, and you skied around at that time, you know. So when you saw Ali Garcia leave the dock and just absolutely stomp 38 off 11.25 meters, what was going through your mind at that point?
Well, to begin, that's very impressive. Like, she hadn't skied in a very long time, so props to her. I mean, it was a beautiful 38. And then I was like, well, I guess I have to go run it now. And I'm very glad I did. The conditions were perfect. There's a nice little headwind off the dock, so it felt very good out there today for sure.
Excellent stuff, and beautiful kit additions. And I mean, you could see the conditions right now. I mean, they've gone back to their default, you know. But when you got to 10.75 meters, 39.5 off, and you got the one that you need. It didn't need to be perfect. It just needed to be enough for you to hold the handle and ski outside buoy number 2. When you got outside number 2, euphoria, huh?
Yeah, I mean, wombo was a lot better. I thought Ali had gone a 1.5, and I hate S-turns, but I was like, I don't want to fall, so I S-turned, and I almost fell on my S-turn, but I didn't, so happy that turned out well.
All right, then. So making your way back to the dock, you only had a few seconds to kind of collect your thoughts. So what were they? I'm sure your brother was there, ready to hug the heck out of you, and the rest of the team as well. But I mean, that was a great feeling, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was great. I want to thank everybody here. I mean, it's a great event. All my team for always supporting me. It's been nothing but fun. So happy to be my last nationals and come out this way.
All right, being the last nationals, you get to ski on the Water Ski Pro Tour maybe next season, isn't that right? You've got a little bit more time to do that.
Yes, I'm gonna be down in Miami for the last stop, but yeah, it'll be fun to hit the Pro Tour next year.
All right, then. I look forward to seeing you in Miami. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up one more time for the 2024 Syndicate Skis National Water Ski Championships in Women's Slalom. Your champion, Luisa Jaramillo. Excellent stuff there. Yeah, and she just indicated that she will be skiing in Miami, the last stop of the season for the Water Ski Pro Tour. Make sure you check that out on the first full weekend of November, live and exclusively on TWBC. Okay, so Darren Warm. Oh, Darren Warmer gets his third and last jump. What about that for timing? Did that complete interview and right on time for Darren Warm on his third and last jump, successfully landing. Well done. All right there, so moving on for Darren Warm, as I endeavor to give you the distance. All right. This is one of my favorite competitors in the entirety of Division 2. And I do have to admit a little bit of bias here because it kind of worked with him over the summer at Bennett's Water Skiing School in Zachary, Louisiana. He comes to us out of Nebraska. His name to his friends is Morty, but to everyone else, he's Ethan Mortimer for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Now, he's really been working on his jumping over the last few months.
Have you seen him down there at Bennett's then a lot, eh, Tony?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, he's down there. He's like really rocking the jump, you know, just basically to make sure he doesn't get embarrassed in front of his friends there, you know. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's a competitive environment down there for the most part. Oh, he's gonna go for the 3/4 cut. Oh, my word.
Out the gate. Here we go.
Right off the bat here. Here comes Ethan Mortimer.
Big jump there.
Oh, flattening off a little off the wake, though. A little early, I would say.
Yeah, just a smidge. But, you know, for your first jump, that's all right. First one's for the team. Get those team points. Get those points going so that you know that those next two, you can really just ride them out. Second one's for yourself. So let's see what Morty can do.
All right, just making sure I'm getting the scores here. We've got the previous competitor, score Darren Warm. Gonna get the jump distance for him. Let me see if I can find that on the live scoring. I do beg your pardon. Anyway, Darren Warm's best jump distance is 45 feet. Ethan Mortimer, on the other hand, will wait to get his distance coming through. It's steam-driven, this computer, so it takes a while.
Maybe you should get one of the Boilermakers over here.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Maybe a steam-driven computer is the deal, is the lick. So Ethan Mortimer, jump number 1. And Ethan Mortimer, 66 feet.
Here he comes.
Here
Jump number 2,
He's
another 3/4
now. Oh, this is late. He's going to struggle to get on here.
There he is. A nice jump there.
Oh, and he lands with one ski.
Keeps that one on.
And he's chosen the most difficult one to ride out on. Oh, and oh, come on.
So he falls around the turn.
Okay, that might negate his third jump.
That's what I'm thinking. That would probably be up to a judge's call.
It might negate his third jump. It's interpretation issues. Looks like they're going to pick up his ski. They're going to nicely deliver it over to Ethan Mortimer.
How kind of them.
Hopefully by not knocking him out in the process with it.
And we can see the next 2 skiers there on the dock, ready to get going.
All right then, Tricky. As Run DMC used to sing back in the day, let's get tricky. So here is my recital. I think it's very vital. To rocker rhyme, that's right. On to here we go. All right.
All right,
So,
starting us off for Trick, we have Cannon Edwards from Kansas.
all right, now getting the results for the Tricks event is going to be a little bit, dare I say, tricky. So, it'll take a while to get those results. We'll try and get them to you as quickly as we can, but please understand that it is a very subjectively based event, and sometimes it takes a while. So we got Ethan Mortimer. Getting ready. Is he ready to go? Well, I know the next boat's ready to go. Our next Mastercraft with our next competitor, Ethan Mortimer. All right, so Ethan Mortimer, 66 feet or 20.2 meters, currently in 6th spot right now. Actually in 5th spot, I beg your pardon. All right, let's give it up, please. Ethan Mortimer. Yeah.
Here he comes. He's going down the lake, coming back for jump number 3.
Morty.
All right.
Morty.
Next on the lake for San Diego State.
Only one pass for each
We have
skier.
Joaquin.
Yes, and there you see an example of the perfect setup for collegiate tricks. You see the other boat that's on the other side of the berm over there just absolutely going bat whatever.
Bit of a wake front there from Joaquin, wake back.
There we go there to the back. And
there's an O.
Surface O. Surface O reverse.
Surface O again.
Let's see what he's got. Oh, handle up high. Now the boat is going to go full speed underneath the bridge and make its way back to the dock.
And as it's making its way back to the dock, we've got Morty coming out for his third jump. Three-quartering once again. Coming out nice and
one
wide.
last jump for the man they call Morty.
Cutting through. Off he goes. A nice jump there from Morty.
Nicely done. Now
right as that one away as well.
He put all of that training into good use there. Ethan Mortimer.
Next up, there's Miami of Ohio.
Which one?
We've got Nike on the water for Miami of Ohio. Coming through for Trick.
I think when he was born, the feet came out first.
Yeah, you think? He's got some side slides going on here. Saw a little bit of a back. There's an O. Surface O, reverse surface O. Oh, holds it through.
Oh, and he tries the surface O
trips it out on the 5, I'm assuming. A nice little run there from Nike.
All right there, so we're waiting on the score for Ethan Mortimer. Oh, look at this, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a distance for Ethan Mortimer. It is 76 feet. He's vaulted himself up to second.
76. Nice jump there out of Morty.
Morty from Nebraska. All right, another jumper who's deciding to go with the three-quarter cut.
Is Thomas
Berglund.
from lacrosse. Up over. Whoa, big old jump there from Thomas.
Oh, there you go. Now we're starting to just wind it on.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's starting to land. Everyone's getting those three-quarters. We're getting some big jumps, and I'm loving to see it from D2 men's jump.
Look at this.
A nice jump as he cuts across. Little late pop there. Little late extension, but that's okay. You know, he's got 2 more jumps. He's going to come around for jump number 2 and see what he can do here. We've got our next trickers here in the water. We got Brandon Thomas.
All right, just to let you know, with our boat situation, we're running 2 mastercrafts on the jump lake. We're running one of them on the tricking lake.
Texas A&M, Brandon Thomas. Coming down the lake here.
And I believe we're running one of each on the tricking lake right now. Yep.
Brandon Thomas, a bit of a back there. A wake back. Wake front. Surface O.
Representing the
reverse surface O.
Aggies of Texas A&M.
And there's a
through.
5.
Oh, 720
tried
there.
for the 720. Fell on that second spin. Nice little run there from Brandon Thomas. Next up, we got Edward Sandgren from
Here comes Thomas
Thompson.
Berglund. Coming in. Oh, he's late. He's
Very late.
He's struggling to get on here.
Whoa. Wow.
And he just about lands it and rides it out. Thomas Berglund.
You know, the idea is you avoid the side curtains.
Yeah. When there's more white than red, you better let go.
Yeah. Thomas decided I'm going for it, though.
Yes.
Landed it out.
He landed 81 feet on jump number 1, which vaults him into second place right now.
We got Edward Sandgren from Clemson on the water now for the Trick Lake. We've got a back.
Rocking and rolling.
We've got a wake back. Surface O. Reverse surface O. Ooh, a bit of a 5.
Yeah, not bad. He's not doing too badly. Was that
got
a
that
side
540, but he's spinning after the rope fell out of his hand.
All right then. So how many skiers have we gotten through right now?
So right now that was our 5th skier for the men's trick, D1 trick. We got Sam Lowry from University of Wisconsin-Madison next. And William, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that because I'll probably fail for ASU.
All right then. Let me give that one a try.
Yeah, here.
All right then. So what's that one? The one from ASU? Did you say? Chafulius.
I like it. We'll go with that. All right, here we go.
All right then. So 10 minutes into this event,
Jump.
we've already gone through 5 trickers, rate of 2 minutes per skier. Let's have a look and see.
Jump number 3
for
for
Thomas Berglund.
Whoa.
Oh, nice. Good dose of
Another nice
speed there.
jump.
Thomas Berglund, who jumped 81 feet on one of the previous jumps.
And we got Sam Lowry from University of Wisconsin-Madison. Bit of a side slide. There's a back. Oh, tries for the surface, though. Doesn't quite make it. And we will have William going for ASU coming up soon here. And Chase Sparks. Next up on the jump leg, we got Drew Budzinski from Michigan State. Great team. Not biased. Great team.
All right, then. We're just waiting on the jump distance with Thomas Berglund. All right, it's an 82-footer. 82 feet, adding 1 more foot to his previous jump. It is exactly 25 meters.
Exactly 25 meters. So Drew Budzinski's going to be looking for an 82-foot jump. Maybe get a little bit into the 25.1 centimeter.
All right,
here.
then. Drew Budzinski, 80 feet is his average. So let's see. Let's see what he's got there.
Here we go. Drew Budzinski, jump number 1.
He's taken a single cut, though, on jump number 1 just to get his eye in.
There we go. A nice, beautiful-looking single there.
Yep, he represents the Spartans, right?
Yeah, he sure does. He's definitely a figure on the Spartans. We love our Budzinskis.
And what's that over there I see? Look, is that like the mummified corpse of Twiggy the squirrel? It is. How'd you rescue that? We'll get you the distance, Drew Budzinski. Is that right?
Drew Budzinski, yep.
Drew Budzinski. Okay, so it's not going to be terribly far, that much I can tell you. But it is going to be a registered distance. Okay, Drew Budzinski. Okay, 64 feet. That's not bad, I guess.
64 feet from Drew.
That's 16 foot below his average.
Yep, he definitely wasn't too pleased with that, but that's all right. That's why he's got 2 more jumps. First one's for the team, right? You know, we got to get the next one. Next one for yourself, and we all know what the third one's for.
All right, then. So he did a single cut on jump number 1. He's going to do the same on jump number 2. Now, if he wants to get closer to 80 feet, then he's got to really just pull his,
big jump there from Drew
out,
Budzinski. All right, we got William Shafolius, from ASU, going out on the trick leg. Here goes William. Bit of a back outside the course. Wake front, side, side, back, reverse, back to back, back to back. Surface O, holds it on. Oh, just loses the handle there on that reverse surface O.
So Drew Budzinski, 70 feet on that second jump. So He's on an upward trajectory, but it's not very steep quite yet. Let's see what he's got.
Here
on
he
this third
comes
and
for
last.
jump number 3, though.
If he's going to go over 80 feet, it's going to be off a single cut, and that will be impressive. But I don't think that's 80 feet, though.
Yeah, I'd venture to say it wasn't either. All right, next up, we have Chase Sparks. Starting with some toes. Little out-of-course toe backs there going on.
All right, rocking and
All right,
rolling.
now he's wrapped himself up in the toes to start this off. Gonna start with a toe. Nice little toe run here.
Very stretched out with his toe leg, though. Not
Yeah.
keeping it close to his standing leg, which is
Oh,
which
down he
would have-
goes.
which would have helped for that.
Yes, I would think. Keeps it nice and close to your body.
You know, so far as toe tricking is concerned, I mean, there's a lot of debate what the perfect position is with your toe foot in regards to your standing leg. And generally, the vast majority of people believe that if you try and trick like Mr. Miyagi, or at least one of his students, with the toe foot up high, level with your leg, and 90-degree angle, and just manipulate it in very, very small movements, then it's a lot easier for you to stay upright on your trick ski. Isn't that right, Blaze?
All right, SIU, we got Alexander Graves coming in for jump number 1, three-quartering out the gate.
Three-quarter cut. He's going to go full guns blazing here.
Here he goes.
Oh, nice float.
Big jump. Alexander Graves from SIU.
Okay, so Drew Brzezinski, 75 feet. That's put him in the top 5 right now. Drew Brzezinski. We got that distance, and we're going to get a distance for our competitor on the water, which Mitch has just told
Alexander
me is
Graves.
Alexander Graves.
From SIU.
SIU, the Salukis.
Next up on the trick lake, we have Charlie Ross. On the nautique. All right, here comes Alexander Graves, setting up that three-quarter cut.
Oh, three-quarter cut, and he's going to send it deeper into the jump course. He's going to be late. He's going to turn. He's going to set those skis and drive into the jump. Bam!
Oh, there he goes.
All right, then, just to let you know, on jump number 1, he jumped 92 feet. That vaults him into second. So we're just waiting on that distance there for Alexander Graves on jump number 2.
Yep, and over on the
Whoa.
trick lake.
Oh, here we go. Newsflash, folks. We've only had one competitor up to this point that has jumped over 100 feet. Now you can count Alexander Graves as being the second one. It's a 103. 103 or 31.4 meters.
A nice jump there out of Alexander Graves. And Charlie Ross was on the trick lake, did a little bit of his trick pass there. We'll see it on the replay here.
This is Charlie Ross.
Away it goes. A very nice
The
Very
last
nice
time he
trick pass
competed in
here.
trick skiing was when he was age 15.
That's incredible.
Yes, he's still standing up for the most part.
And he throws that flip at the end. Almost lands it too. Very
Not
nice.
bad. Impressive
All right.
stuff.
Jump number 3 here from Alexander Graves, coming out for the 3/4.
All right there. The only other competitor that's above him right now is Paul Wesley Corey.
You
He's
can
on
hear that
103
boat
on
going.
the second, and that one is further.
Whoa! A nice jump there, rides it out. I'm sure he's
Nicely
pretty
done.
happy with that.
The question is, how much of the gap between himself and Paul Wesley Corey has he reduced?
Next up on the trick lake is Carter Reese from Alabama. All right, next up on the water for the jump lake, we have Carter Yosef. Coming out here.
All right, then. So we wait on the jump distance for Alexander Graves. Alexander Graves' last jump yet to come through.
Here we go, jump number 1. Up over Cal Poly, down.
Oh, and
big ol'
getting into a
splash.
little bit of difficulty there with the airform and the subsequent landing.
Carter for Cal Poly. All right, on the trick lake, who do we got? We got Carter Reese for Alabama. Here we go. Whoa, we got a mob. Oh.
All right.
Oh. He's holding on. Tries to tumble. I feel like I've seen that before. I can't remember when. I think it was 2 weekends ago, but I'm not sure. I don't know which team could possibly do that.
All right. Oh, looks like we got our leaderboard back again. I had a little bit of trouble with getting it back, but just to say that Joseph Carter hasn't registered a distance on that jump yet to get the distance on the third and last jump there for Alexander Graves.
All right. Now that Carter Reese is gone, we have Damir
Balaratov. Balaratov, yes.
I like
he comes
it.
to us from Ukraine.
Ah, nice. ULM skier. .107 on Alexander Graves' last jump. A nice spot there, keeping him in second.
Yep, fairly and squarely in
Here we go.
second.
We got Carter Yosef.
All right, so coming in on jump number 2, this is Joseph, or Carter Joseph, I should say. Up and over, we'll land, and we'll get the score in the books there for the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Rocking and rolling. I hope you fans here along the shore side are enjoying this competition as much as I am. Especially you folks that are watching on the monitor. Keeping out of the sun. Smart work. And especially you folks there watching the webcast from wherever you happen to be around the world. Whether you are watching late at night in Europe, whether you are watching us very, very early on in the morning in Australia and New Zealand, where it is a Saturday morning right there. Friday morning, I beg your pardon. It's not that far into the future. Thank you very much. Now, most tournaments I do, they start on Friday and end on Saturday, so give me a break here.
All right, on the jump leg, we got Carter Joseph for jump number 3. Coming in from Cal Poly. Here we go.
All right, Carter Joseph
Up,
coming
over.
in. Up and
Nice
over.
little jump there.
Whoa, and collapsing upon the landing there. So,
all right, we got Demir from ULM coming down the trick lake.
all right there. So Carter Joseph, 62 feet on the middle jump distance. Here comes into the tricking course. This is going to be highly dynamic there. Position to the back. Mo back to start. That's 850. Oh, nice. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back reverse. Continuing on with regular backflips, 500 apiece here. Continuing to go. He's got maybe about 8 seconds remaining. Ski line back to back. Continuing on. Ski line 5 back, and he goes down. Just looking a little bit out of sorts there with that run, but it's good points for the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe.
A nice little run there from Demir. Next up, we got Lucas Panette from ULL. And on the jump lake, we have Riley Hidalgo.
Okay, it's Riley Hidalgo.
Yeah, Hidalgo. Okay. From
For
Baylor.
the Bears of Baylor.
That's right.
Riley Hidalgo.
Here we go. Up,
Up,
over, and down.
over.
Rides that away. Nice and easy.
Gets it done. I like what he's doing. Riley Hidalgo.
First ones for the team.
So they say,
So they say.
or some might say.
All right, next up, we got Lucas Panette from ULL. Seeming like he wants that nautique there. Very popular boat choice, it seems. All right, here we go. Jump number 2 here.
Up.
Whoa.
Whoa, hello. A little bit out of position there.
Yeah, I would say. All right, next up on the trick lake. Once again, we got Lucas Panette from ULL.
All right, then. So the skier on the water right now, Riley Hidalgo on jump number 1, and just didn't quite have everything going for him on that one. So now jump number 2 is beckoning. Ooh, big old hit there on the trick lake. So whoever says that tricks are for the meek hasn't really been tricking. All right there. So a good friend of mine, Mr. Rob Hazelwood, going on site right now, taking some video that he'll use to make the post-event video for the Collegiate Nationals to be released sometime in the new year.
Riley Hidalgo. Jump number 3. Doesn't quite ride that one out. Next skier, we're moving into round 2 for men's D1 trick. We got Colin Norum for Kansas U.
So Riley Hidalgo, I believe, has just landed just one singular jump. And the others didn't quite pan out for him the way that he really wanted to. So Joseph Hidalgo just having to make do with 34 feet for the Bears of Baylor. In the meantime, let's turn our attention to Anders Larsen for the Western Washington University Vikings.
And we're moving our way through men's D2 jump round 5. Anders Larsen from WWU.
Yep, the university that is the closest to the Canadian border out of all of the universities in the contiguous lower 48 states. It is. Yep, they tell me that Bellingham is very, very close. I've actually been to Bellingham, Washington, and I know how close it is. You basically sneeze and you're in Canada. Yeah.
Wow, well. All right, on the trick lake, we got Colin Norum, Kansas U. Behind that nautique.
All right. So going through the initial tricks, these shouldn't be too hard to accomplish. Oh, and catching that edge on that surface. So Anders Larsen falling on jump number 1. We'll see what we can do with the remaining 2 jumps. Now, the jumping teams for Western Washington seem to be really, really clutch this time around. And I think part of the reason why is they do have access to some training up there in the north, you know, with the likes of the Goodman family, who are absolutely legendary family when it comes to jump skis and to jump training. You know, there aren't too many companies out there that produce jump skis anymore. I mean, you can count them maybe on one hand. I mean, it'll be like the likes of Stokes D3 and Goodman's as reference, as I alluded to just there. But let's have a look and see.
All right, we got Alexander Pierce from Southern SDSU. Falls on that reverse Waco there.
All right there, so Anders Larsen, good to go with 1 jump. He's got a score in the books there for the Vikings. All right there, so Anders Larsen, his best jump so far, his only jump so far, is 43 feet off 13 meters.
All right, coming up next on the Trick Lake, we got Drake Peavy from Miami of Ohio, Colin Fogel from Texas A&M, and John Harrison from Clemson.
Whoa, and Anders Larsen just trying to rise up, but unfortunately, it kind of helps if you still have the handle in your hand. That generally helps.
Generally, I'd say, yeah, usually.
Yeah, I think
it's a benefit,
I think we're in lockstep in that one.
Yeah. It's definitely not a hindrance to have the handle in your hand.
All right, then. So 43 feet is his best jump, his only jump out of the 3. On the water at the moment, we are about halfway down the, almost halfway down the list in rotation number 5. Jake Kusaya for the Auburn Tigers. Now, the Auburn Tigers have been pretty vocal up to this point. Very nice. Very nice. Jake Kusaya.
All right, on the
averaging
Lake,
64 feet.
Drake Peavy from Miami of Ohio.
Yes.
Yes.
We need to make sure they're from Ohio.
Yes. Miami of Ohio. Confirmed. Here we go.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, nice. I love that jump.
And Drake Peavy there just falling on this reverse surface, so.
All right, what do we have so far as the distance is concerned? That is Jake Kusaya.
All right, next up on the Trick Lake, we got Colin Fogel from Texas A&M doing a little bit of a tail grab there. Out of course, tail grab. 100 these points, yeah, I think at least.
All right, so let's have a look at the distance. Jake Kusaya, it's a 46-footer that vaults him into second place in this rotation. We're still yet to combine the scores from our other rotations, although I do have to say, still in the lead, and after 4 hours with 129 feet, that's Paul Wesley Corey. Oh, and that ski kind of got wrapped round behind him.
All right. And it looks like Colin Fogel also out on his trick run. Now we've got John Harrison from Clemson.
All right, continuing on with the tricks event, each of our skiers has the choice of one out of our 3 towboats, whether it be Mastercraft, Nautique, or indeed the Malibu. And the skier about to take to the water right now behind the Malibu and going through his...
John Harrison from Clemson.
John Harrison, and unfortunately getting round on one surface O, but not quite the second.
Falling pretty early on his pass there. All right. Jake Kuzia from Auburn has one more jump. He's in the water. They're going to get him going for jump number 3. And we've got Carter Hooten from Texas on the dock, ready to go.
All right, then. So, skier on the water on the jump lake. We've got Jake Kusaya with a 46-footer and fall on the second. Coming in for a third and final attempt, Jake Kusaya for the Auburn Tigers.
All right, next up on the Trick Lake, we have Adam Gray from Madison, University of Wisconsin-Madison. Here he goes. Up and ready.
All right. So who have we got tricking on the water? We got
Adam Gray from
Gray.
University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Madison, yes, the Badgers.
Starting with this, of 5. Back-to-back. Reverse back-to-back. Wake back. Wake front.
Oh,
I
just
don't know
about
that.
making that.
There's jump number 3 there. Over
Jump.
on the jump lake.
Yeah, for
Rides it out.
Jake Kusaya for the Auburn Tigers.
Whoa.
Oh.
All right. Throw those side slides at the end. Might as well get those points.
Mm-hmm.
Stands up his run.
Not looking too bad as he skis into the shore and allows the boat to basically gun it all the way to the bridge.
John Matlin from ASU, ready and going next. On the trick lake here.
Okay, we're continuing on with the University of Texas at Austin. This is a guy that I've been looking forward to jumping all day. This is going to be Carter Hooton, representing UT at Austin.
All right, and that was John from ASU on the trick lake. There's a bit of a replay there.
All right, then, here we go, folks. Here comes Carter Hooton coming into the course on jump number 1. UT of Texas, nice slow turn, good progressive edge off that turn. Bam!
Big jump there out of Carter Hooton.
Good solid jump number 1, whether it's going to be anywhere close to Paul Wesley Corey's effort.
Next up on the trick lake is Trenton Oberndorf from FSC. Looks like he will be behind the Ski Nautique. Beautiful red and white boat over there.
All right, we've only had 2 competitors that have jumped over 100 feet. And here is your third, Carter Hooton with 102, or 31.2 meters.
All right, here comes Carter Hooton. Jump number 2 here. Nice wide 3/4.
All right, there, here we go. Let's go.
Big jump there from Carter Hooton. And on the trick lake, we have Trenton Oberndorf.
Carter Hooton taking in a lot of speed on jump number 2, but still looking for that extra little bit of height off the top of the jump to really sell that one over towards the 120-foot range. More specifically, the 129 from Paul Wesley Corey. Back with the tricks.
Trenton doing a nice little pass, going for the flip. Lands it. Going for another. Oh, just slips out there. Nicely done there out of Trenton. Now we've got Patrick Payne for the Rollins. Patrick Payne skiing behind that Ski Nautique there.
All right, so let's see what that distance is from Carter Hooton. Jump number 2, he jumped 102 feet on the opener. I don't think he exceeded it with the second jump.
Here he comes, though, for jump number 3. Carter Hooten.
Here he comes. Oh, he's really late here on jump number 3. He's going to have to push to get on here.
Whoa.
A little bit of a backward slippage off the top of the jump there. That would cost him a distance. He might have gone a little bit further
Some
just
out
on
of course
pure
tail
speed
grabs
alone.
on the trick lake, though, for Patrick Payne.
Patrick Payne's on the water tricking. We'll find out what he's doing right here. There we go. There's a backflip. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does. Oh, front flip. Oh, nicely done.
Close there on that front for Patrick Payne.
That would have been 800 points had he have gotten that one.
That means that Cade Stockstill is next for Alabama.
Okay, so Carter Hooten, 104 feet on jump number 3. That puts him into third place. Alexander Gray still in second with a 107, and Paul Wesley Corey on a 129.
And that means with that, we got Jack Wiedmeyer from Purdue on the water for jump number 1. And we've got Cade Stockstill for Alabama on the trick lake. Nice little land there from Jack.
All
Cade
right.
Stockstill starting his run. Spinning there at the end there. Spinning out for Cade Stockstill. He could stay. He didn't stay stock still.
All right. All right, then. So the skier, the jumper on the water at this time, it is Jack Wiedmeyer from the Purdue Boilermakers. About to take to the water in a few minutes for Louisiana Monroe is Atu Averta, and he will be succeeded by Vincenzo Marino. We've still got some competitors to go before that time. Let's have a look and see what our skier from Purdue can do on jump number 2. Not very much, I'm afraid, but still came through with a first jump distance. We've yet to get that distance, as a matter of fact, but I will endeavor to get that out to you very, very quickly. Still in the lead is Paul Wesley Corey with a 129. Alexander Grazer with 107. Carter Hooten with a 104. Thomas Berglund with 180 with an 82, and Ethan Mortimer with a 76.
We got Atu Verta from ULM out on the water at the Trick Lake.
He comes to us from Finland.
Little spotty on the broadcast, but you can still see him landing all these tricks here. All these flips. Oh.
All right, then. All right, so we've just seen one jump there. One jump previously from our competitor out there on the water. We just saw a failure to land on jump number 2 for Jack Wiedmer. Jack Wiedmer from Purdue.
That means he's coming around for jump number 3 here.
Absolutely, that's right.
We got Vincenzo out on the trick lake here, getting ready to get going for ULL.
Mm-hmm. Jack Wiedmer, incidentally, 47 feet on jump number 1. He's still got a lot of work to do to get on near enough lead level terms.
All right, jump number 3 here, looking like a bit of a super single for Jack.
Here we come, Jack Wiedmer for Purdue, and unfortunately unable to land the third one, which means he's going to be routed exactly where he was previously with the first jump. And that means that as we get closer and closer towards the end, we'll be in a better position to determine who your top 5 is. In fact, we've got 5 competitors remaining. From The Ohio State University, our next competitor is going to be Ethan Moore. And if Ethan Moore cannot jump over 129 feet with any of his 3 jumps, then we have 1 podium spot occupied courtesy of Paul Wesley Corey, with 4 competitors remaining after him. So, Ethan Moore, average 77 feet. So, when it comes to tall orders, that might be one of the taller ones.
All right, next up on the trick lake is Bergen Wolf from Kansas U. And Christian Wegner? We'll go with that. From SDSU. All right, here we go. On the trick lake, Bergen Wolf.
All right, Ethan Moore.
Jump number 1 there for Ethan.
Yeah, nicely done. Steady on that jump there. The first jump is for the team, as they say. Or at least one person I know says that.
All right, here we go. Bergen Wolf on the trick lake.
Ethan Moore, I suspect that jump isn't going to be terribly far, but I believe it's probably going to be around around about 40 feet, give or take. Ethan Moore.
All right, here we go. Up on the water, we have Christian from SDSU. And incoming on the jump lake.
Oh, he's taking a 3/4 cut. He's not leaving this to chance at all. Coming in, looks like it's going to be an early approach here. Coming off the top left-hand corner of the jump there. That indicates how early he was.
And here's Christian on the broadcast, doing his trick run, doing a 5. Whoa. Stumbling there a little bit, but he managed to recover. Oh. Managed to recover again. And hits the back. The reverse back.
Yep, losing time all the time with that. Ethan Moore will get the jump distance for him, his best jump at this moment in time. Ethan Moore, as a matter of fact, 57 feet, 57 feet. That puts him in about 12th spot right now, just by looking here. Yep. A quick look said it was 12th. He's actually in 13th. But let's see if he can move up past that mark and maybe ascend into the top 10. Here comes Ethan Moore for the Buckeyes of the Ohio State University. Whoa, getting stretched down into the bottom, and he was lucky that he didn't biff the jump.
That's right. Over on the trick lake, we got George from Miami of Ohio going through his trick run. Seeing reverso. Back to back there. Whoa. Good cover. There we go. Wake front. Looks like he stood up his run. He seems pretty happy.
All right. So as Trix continues on the on that lake, we'll see if we could confirm whether Ethan Moore's best jump occurred either on that third jump or any of the previous two other jumps.
And while we're waiting to confirm that, we got Sam Weber on the water for Nebraska.
So Ethan Moore and 66-foot jump. Ethan Moore, 66-foot jump. That actually vaults him into 10th spot right now. But at this time, we've got another jumper on the water getting ready to jump with his first attempt. Samuel Weber from Nebraska.
Here we go. Sam Weber. Nice jump there from Sam.
It's nice and floaty. That is a technical term, by the way. It's floaty. So getting a lot of speed and getting the lift exactly at the right time. Well over the tips of his jump skis. Good aerodynamic form. Just like what he's doing out there. That is Samuel Weber.
All right, next up on the trick lake, we got Alec Helzer from Texas A&M.
All right, the Aggies of Texas A&M trick right now. Samuel Weber from Nebraska has vaulted himself into the top 5. 4th place with a 92-footer. All the distances above him are into triple digits. So 92 feet on the opening jump there, and he's got 2 more attempts at his disposal. Samuel Weber for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. Taking his time, making it way back into the course, and here he goes. Nice. Waiting for the line to tighten. He turns in, he drives off that second wake. Ah, look at that. Textbook form in the air.
A nice
Good,
jump there from Sam Weber.
Technique.
We got Will Harrison from Clemson on the water now for the trick lake.
So Samuel Weber at this time. He's jumped 92 feet. Has he improved with jump number 2? The answer is, it's actually a 2-part answer. First of all, he has jumped further, 95 feet. Has it increased his positioning? No. He's still in 4th. Theo, try to be honest with everyone here. You know, and yeah, why not trick back? Why not, you know, you pays your money. Yeah, exactly. You've earned your right to the Nationals. And if you have an opportunity to ski on your way back, you know, on the back lake, absolutely.
Next up on the trick lake, we got Jacob Artang from University of Wisconsin-Madison.
All right, let's see what we've got.
Sam Weber's last jump here.
Samuel Weber coming in. Oh, this is late. He's going to have to drive this one all the way through. Oh, brilliant looking jump there. That's got to be close to triple digits. He got 95 feet on jump number 2, and I suspect that one is a skosh further by itself. In the meantime, our next jumper is already out on the water. We are running this so efficiently, it makes me cry. Brett Anderson for Wisconsin Lacrosse, our third from last skier out. What I can tell you is that with 3 skiers remaining, both Paul Wesley Corey and our second place jumper in this competition, Alexander Graves, have vaulted himself up into the top 5. They'll have a podium position when the awards get presented on the banquet night.
All right.
I guess you're wondering what that distance was for Samuel Weber. It's a 98-footer, 98 feet. It's an increase upon 95 feet, but no increase in position.
As Brett Anderson's coming in for jump number 1, 3/4 cut. We got Jacob from University of Wisconsin-Madison off the jump.
Oh, and putting in quite a bit of edge off that turn, wearing the arm sling to keep his...
Jacob's doing a flip there. Lands that one as well. Seems pretty happy with that one. Goes for the third. Ends up tripping on that, but nicely done.
And don't forget, this is a Class C competition, which means that the competitors are by no way restricted on the amount of flips that they can actually do. Normally it's 6, but that limitation is not in place for a Class C. But all right then, so let's have a look. We're going to get the distance for Brett Anderson from Wisconsin Lacrosse.
And as we're getting that distance, we got our next tricker out on the water. We got Ryan Emmering from ASU.
All right, so Brett Anderson from Wisconsin Lacrosse, he has put himself in the top 5 with a 93-footer. That puts him tantalizingly close to a top 4 spot. The only competitors above him are Samuel Weber on 98 feet, Carter Hooton on 104, Alexander Graves on 107, and in the lead for what's now to be the 4th hour is 129 feet, courtesy of Paul Wesley Corey. Oh my word, this turn is absolutely atrocious. He's going to struggle to make it on, but he gets on, and he actually gets that jump off brilliantly.
And over on the trick lake.
Oh, and he drops the handle. Oh my word, disaster, calamity, catastrophe.
Over on the trick lake, we had Ryan Emmering stand up his run.
But
he's going to be pretty happy about that.
Maybe this isn't such a bad thing here for our jumper. Maybe it gives him enough time in the water to think and contemplate what he's got to do for his 3rd and last jump. So Brett Anderson, 3rd and last jump, coming right up. He's chasing down the lead of Paul Wesley Corey, and whatever stands between him and that distance. So, Mitch, what do we got tricking?
What do we got tricking? We just had Ryan Emmering stand up his run for ASU, and now we have Jonathan Horwood for Southern Florida. Florida Southern. Getting ready to go off the dock. And then we have Topher Hummel on the dock as well.
All right there, so we're monitoring action on both lakes right now as one tricker makes his way back towards the dock, having transitioned through the back lake. Now let's have a look and see what we have in store with Brett Anderson.
Third and final jump here. You know what they say, it's four.
Last jump, 93 feet to his credit. Let's see if he can get this turn situated. This has been his bugbear so far. Here he comes. Oh, nice. Get a good pull off the top, and he lands and ropes that jump out.
All right, in the water, we got Jonathan Horwood for Florida Southern.
Brett Anderson for Wisconsin Lacrosse.
Next up on the jump lake, we got Aiden Hughes for Michigan State.
Indeed, Michigan State, the Spartans.
Great school, not biased.
Men in green. All right, so we'll get the jump distance for Brett Anderson. I very much doubt whether it's taken the lead or anywhere close to it. But we'll make sure of that.
Here we go. Jonathan Horwood for Florida Southern on the trick lake.
Oh, wow. Brett Anderson has vaulted himself up into the podium spots with two competitors remaining. Brett Anderson, 114 feet. 114 for Brett Anderson. Two competitors remain, meaning that the top three that we have on the list so far have guaranteed themselves podium positions. Alexander Graves on a 107, Brett Anderson on 114, and Paul Wesley Corey from UCLA on a 129. Only two competitors can deny Paul Wesley Corey the championship.
Up for jump number one, Aiden Hughes from Michigan State.
Coming in.
Big jump there.
Taking in a whole bunch of speed. The control needed to work for him.
Next up on the trick lake, we have Topher Hummel.
All right. We're waiting on the distance. This is going to be interesting, folks, because if this distance is over 104, then that would move him into a guaranteed podium position. However, he is 20 centimeters shy of that distinction. Carter Hooton with a 104. We await the distance coming through. I'm just trying to get that. Aiden Hughes is in the position behind with a 103, 20 centimeters behind for Michigan State. And he has two jumps remaining.
Here's Topher Hummel on the trick lake, running through his trick pass. Oh, catches at that front edge there on the front. Taking a wee bit of a tumble.
All right, so Aiden Hughes needs to find the length of a ruler, more in terms of distance, to guarantee himself a top 5 position. Aiden Hughes for the Spartans of Michigan State.
Jump number 2.
And I think he's done it.
Oh, that looks good to me, Tony. Might be biased.
Yeah, I think he's done it. I think he has actually clawed back the 30 centimeters. And then some.
Next up on the trick lake, we've got Will Blair from Alabama.
Aiden Hughes, has he done it? Has he produced the jump that has put him into the top 5?
Here we go. Will Blair on the trick lake for Alabama.
Aiden Hughes has not only jumped into the top 5, he has put himself into second spot on a 121. He is tantalizingly close from the top position, currently held by Paul Wesley Corey on 129 with one jumper left to come. It's exciting stuff here in Division 2 men's jump. It is just absolutely mind-boggling.
The feeling here is electric, Tony. As a Spartan, I am very, very excited to watch Aiden go here. I would love to see him boot what I know he can, 130.
If he gets 130, then that will definitely solidify his spot in the top 5 and could potentially take the win here.
Here he comes.
Aiden Hughes.
Jump
Tight line
number
off the
3.
turn. That was a really flat kick on that one. I don't think that's anywhere close to what he jumped previously, but
still a beautiful jump.
It is. And
I might be biased.
That puts him on the podium and will finish no worse than 3rd. All right there, so we're waiting on the distance on the last jump, but in the meantime, our very last skier from the Salukis of Southern Illinois University, Sean Freitag. Sean Freitag, and Freitag, for those of you that don't understand German, means Friday. Yes. He's competing on a Thursday when his name is Friday. A man who sees his life in the future. All right there, so Sean Freitag.
Coming in for jump number 1.
All right, this is our last jumper of the day, our last competitive action of the day for Division 2 men's jump. Let's see what he's got. First of 3 attempts. Whoa! Oh, my word. He came in with a lot of heat and not much else.
Yes, he did, but he still rode it out. Was able to get a score out of that one.
At the same time, we're going to get the distance for Sean Freitag. We'll also get the final jump distance for Aiden Hughes.
We got Jacob Duffy here for ULM.
All right there, so 124 for Aiden Hughes, just less than 5 feet separating himself and Paul Wesley Corey, who is approaching his 4.5 hour of being in the lead in this competition. Our very first competitor out could end up being the very top competitor ending up.
We got Jacob Duffy here for ULM, out there doing his trick run. Throwing some flips here. Whoa! Falling there, catching that back edge on the trick ski.
All right, then. So looking at this list.
Here comes Sean Freitag coming down the lake for jump number 2.
Sean Freitag currently in 7th spot with a jump distance of 97 feet. He needs to find a distance into triple digits at least. And anything over 104 feet will put him in the top 5.
Here he goes.
Let's see what he's got. Sean Freitag.
Oh, God. All right.
Still not finding his timing out there.
Something very important just came across the group chat. Make sure that trickers are tricking after the red buoy. Is apparently something that is a slight issue. Trick after the red buoy. All right, Sean Freitag, jump number 2. He's coming around, going down the lake to spin around for jump number 3 here.
All right, and looks like we got some tricking out there on the water there with some flips and twists and Lord knows what else.
I believe this is Jack Silver from ULL.
For Louisiana Lafayette's Raging Cajuns, we'll try and get him up on your screen as quickly as we can. But that is Jack Silver, Captain Jack Silver.
Looks like from this angle he stood up his run. A little hard to tell from that camera angle, but that's okay. We've got the instant replay showing us all of what he was doing. Some nice looking tricks here. Over the line again. Whoa, stumbling there on the replay. Still a very nice trick run.
I said that Sean Freitag needed a jump into the triple digits, and he's just done that. It's a 1:06. That puts him confirmed in the top 5.
And
now,
here
can
he goes.
Move up higher?
Jump number 3.
Oh, yes, that's a better looking jump. He had the speed. Is it enough to put him into the top 4? Sean Freitag currently in 5th. Alexander Grays in 4th. Brett Anderson in 3rd. Aiden Hughes in 2nd. Currently your champion. Unless that jump by some minor miracle is over 129 feet, is Paul Wesley Corey.
And over on the trick lake, we got Luke Hamilton for Kansas U.
All right, then, hold the phones, folks. The distance coming through. Is it good enough to see Sean Freitag go higher? The answer to that question is yes. It's put him in the top 3 with 116 feet, which means your top 5 in the men's Division 2 jumping competition is as follows. Alexander Grays with a 107 for the Salukis. But it's not the only jumper that they have in the top 5, because Brett Alexander is in 4th spot for Wisconsin Lacrosse with 114. In 3rd place with 116, Sean Freitag. In 2nd spot for Michigan State is Aiden Hughes, and your jump champion in Division 2. He was the first skier. He is the first skier to win in this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion is Paul Wesley Corey from UCLA with a 129-foot jump. Give a big ups, give a big congratulations, give a big cheer to those Division 2 jumpers.
Congratulations to all those jumpers. On the trick lake, we have Luke Hamilton from Kansas U. Behind that Malibu, going down the trick lake.
And just looking down this list, I see a whole slew of jumpers from the Salukis, from Southern Illinois University. I see a whole slew of jumpers from Wisconsin Lacrosse. So it is going to be a tight battle between those two schools right now in the Division 2 men's jump competition. On top of which, you add the jumps and you add the consistency from the Western Washington Vikings as well, and it's going to be a really, really heated battle between those 3 schools, as far as I can see, for just looking plainly on based upon the results that I see on the screen.
Next up on the trick lake, we have Kyle Knight from SDSU. Here we go, Kyle Knight starting his trick run here. Doing some surface O's, surface 5, some side slides at the end. Can never hurt to get those points. Tries for the Waco, falls on that Waco. He seems pretty happy with that run. Next up, we got Rhett Bendur from Miami of Ohio. This is our 3rd skier in round 4 for men's D1 trick.
All right.
Cruising along, I'd say mighty speedily.
Cruising right along. We'll see if we can get some point scores. I know it's been a little bit hard to do so in this competition so far, but while I'm not doing much of anything right now, I'm gonna try and help you guys out. How about that? Does that sound like a good? Does that sound like a deal to you guys?
Sounds like a lovely deal, Tony.
Okay. Well, I don't have too much to tell you so far as the trick scores are concerned. I mean the scores that I have. I mean Texas A&M with Colin Fogel. I believe that this was on it in a previous rotation. 590 points. Alexander Pierce. Wasn't he the head of Hydra? Alexander Pierce. You know he was. Yeah, that's Robert Redford, isn't it? All right, there. So 450 points. And John Harrison, wasn't he the guy that blew up that building in Star Trek? Okay, all right then. So it's 90 points there for Clemson, making all of these pop culture references along the alongside as well. Oh, it's been fun today. Oh,
I've been having a good day too, Tony.
yeah, I've had a real good day. I tell you what.
We got a runoff in D1 women's slalom.
Yeah.
We had a 129-foot jump immediately starting men's D2 jump. You know, we had those last couple jumpers there jumping that up into the 110s.
And let's not forget the women, hey?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was getting there. The women phenomenally jumping. Our leader,
65 feet.
65 feet, which is a great jump for women.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, with men's trick moving along steadily, I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far.
Okay, so what rotation are we in now?
We're still in the fourth. We're in the fourth round. We're the Rhett Bendur for Miami of Ohio. He's up next, and he is getting himself ready and about to hop in the water, I would assume.
Hoppity into the water. All right, then. So, okay, and just a quick note to those swimmers with the inflatables: try and stay out the way, out of the path of the boats, if you could. That would be nice.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So, who do we have next?
Rhett Bendur from Miami of Ohio.
Okay, so Rhett Mendura from the Miami University of Ohio. Coming to us out of Oxford.
Doing some Wakos, a wake 5, back-to-back, reverse back-to-back, wake front, wake back. Ooh. Whoa, down. Nice little run there from Rhett. Next up, we have Carter Perez from Texas A&M.
All right. I'll tell you. All right, then. I do have to say, and I really do have to say, in amongst the conversation that I was earwigging a little bit with taking quizzes and stuff like that. I mean, the students here at the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships are certainly very studious. You know, they're not going to put aside their work just for the sake of coming to this part of the world. They still have to do their quizzes and their tests and everything, and they've still got to communicate with their professors, you know. And in the whole era of the whole COVID and the pandemic and all that improved communication, you know, with the Zoom call and everything, you know, it's it's made life a little bit easier in that respect, but they still have to put the work in, and I do have to admire them very much for doing what they do.
Thank you, Tony. We always appreciate. Oh, an out-of-course fall.
Oh, okay. Mulligan.
That's okay. Hey, you know what? That's okay. We're using that. You know, you wanted to get a feel for the water again, right?
Okay, just to see how wet it is.
That's right. You got Carter Perez from Texas A&M here. Bit of an out-of-course fall. That's all right. You get one of those. So don't do it again.
Okay. Or else the consequences will be a little bit more dire.
Yes, that good old goose egg on the scoreboard consequence.
Dire Straits. Yes, they're a great band. Yes.
What's your favorite Dire Straits song, Tony?
Walk of Life.
Walk of Life.
Yeah, on
That's a
the
good
album. Can't remember. Yes, the Blue album with the guitar on it.
All right, here we go.
Brothers
Carter
in
Perez
Arms. Brothers in Arms.
from Texas A&M, back up on the water. Hopping the wakes here before he starts his trick run. Here we go. Starting with the back to back.
All right, then, Texas A&M Aggies coming. Oh, out.
Bit of an early
us
fall there on his run.
out of College Station and taking a big old hit. The team with the second shortest distance necessary to actually make it to these championships. The other with the shortest distance, obviously, is the University of Texas at Austin, which isn't too far down away from here. And actually, for you motor racing fans, especially Formula One, not too far away from this very site is the Circuit of the Americas, which will be hosting the United States Grand Prix not too long from now.
Next up on the trick lake, we got Mason Gulliford from Clemson.
All right, so getting the speed settled and everything is situated here.
I don't know if it was just the lighting, but I thought he was wearing a Speedo for a second.
Yeah, it's very, very deceptive sometimes.
Yes, of course. He's running through his trick run here, though. Looking strong, little bit of a wake front there. Surface O.
Yeah, that is a 7. 2 rotations on the surface, unimpeded.
All right, so that was a 7. Very nice. Stands up his trick run. He's going to be pretty happy about that.
And you know, within the last 2 or 3 seasons, the rule was changed to allow for more than 2 tricks from each section within the specified trick rule book to be performed. You know, so back in the day, the rule was that you can only perform like 2 tricks, like 2 surface O's, and you can't do surface 5 or surface 7. Now you can do them all if you want to.
Very interesting. Next up on the water, we got William from University of Wisconsin-Madison.
The Badgers.
That's right, the Badgers. Yes, they are. He's rocking through his trick run right now. Wake back there. Wake front here. Coming out wide. Wonder what he's going to do. Cutting in strong. That's a flip attempt. Whoa! Got around. Slid out the back there.
All right, so we're working our way towards the end of the rotation 4, and then we've got a few more skiers to go. So glad that you're staying with us with this coverage, not only on site, but also on the webcast.
All right, next up on the trick lake, we got Blaze Grubbs from ASU. All right, Blaze Grubbs here from ASU.
All right there, so Blaze Grubbs. Let's see how much air he can put out there on the water to match the air that he normally has up in the sky, flying that serious single-engine jet. So here we, oh, nicely done. Flip twist to the back. There we go. Mo back to back. There we go. Front flip. Does he go for the reverse front flip? No. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back reverse. Does he have anything more? Boom. Look at this. Excellent. Excellent tricking. Still going strong. He slows down enough to do the fives and the ski lines, and I think that one could be enough to take the lead.
I gotta believe
if
that
we
was an
only knew the
incredible run.
score.
Yeah, if we knew the score. That was an incredible run. He stood it up. He's very happy about that. Gave a fist pump at the end there. And here we go on the instant replay.
Okay, looks like we've found some scores as Cade Stock still with 2760. We got Adam Gray with 93 with 930 points. Colin Fogel, 590 points. Alexander Pierce of Hydra, 450 points. And John Harrison with 90 points.
All right. We have found some AirPod Pros in the grass right next to the road. So if you are missing your AirPod Pros, I'm going to need you to come up to the commentator's booth and sing me a song to get them back.
Otherwise, I'm going to Bluetooth into them.
Tony's got some great taste in music, so I think that you'd be all right. But yeah, I'm going to need a song to get these AirPods back.
Oh, nice
little dismount there.
Yes.
I think that adds a couple Steez points to his run. Actually, hold on. Speaking of Steez.
Who is this?
We've got George from Florida Southern.
Malinowski, right?
Yeah, I like that. All right, we got George Malinowski from Florida Southern in sunglasses.
The moccasins.
Definitely increasing the Steez points here.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we can see a couple out-of-course tail grabs, that would even add a little bit more. Oh, some ollies.
Here we go. He's just
tail grab. There it is.
There we go.
That's some more Steez. Another wake hop. He's looking ready for this.
He's just waiting on the red buoy. Then he can start tricking.
All right, here we go.
George Malinowski for Florida Southern College Moccasins out of Lakeland. There we go. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back, 310 points for each one. Now he goes in for the backflip. There's 500 right there. There's another 500 to add to 1,000 for those two flips. There we go. Flip twist back to front. That is 550. And then 750 right there for the flip twist back to front. But,
wow.
Decent skiing there from George Malinowski. All right, but if you think that was on a next level,
here we
check out
go.
The next person.
Pablo Font.
Pato comes up later, but his brother is no slouch on the tricking either. It's going to be Pablo Font coming up next.
From Rollins, yes.
From Rollins College.
And there he is
out of
on
Winter
the broadcast.
Garden, Florida. Actually, Winter Park, Florida. There is a Winter Park that's on the northern side of Orlando, And then there's a winter garden that's out towards the western portion of Orlando, out towards Horizon West.
All right, we got Pablo Font in the water behind that nautique there, ready to start his trick run.
And we do thank the drivers and the promo boat owners who have contributed their boats towards the successful running of these championships. Mastercraft, Malibu, and indeed Correct Craft, Nautique, all involved here. And this is Pablo Font, whose average, this is his average, folks, 63.20 on one pass.
Absolutely incredible. And he's past the red buoys now, so let's see what he's going to do.
Positional to the back, flip twist back to back, and 850 points for both of those. Front flip, 800. Oh, and he goes down in the, gets soggy with that one.
Fallen early there on his pass.
Okay, so I think we're pretty much set on 850 points twice. So what is that? That is 1,700 points. Wow.
Even for falling early, that's a good score set up there.
And if the judges are a little bit generous, they might add the points for the positional to the back. But unfortunately, there for Pablo Font, not one of his better days out there on the water. Mind you, when you consider the scoring with collegiate skiing, for those of you that are not really into collegiate skiing as much as these guys are, if you're watching internationally and thinking how the teams are calculated, it's 10 points for every position above last. So obviously, if you're up towards the top, you get the maximum points. If you have a team member that tricks something or close to that score, that's fine. It just doesn't equate to the same amount of point spread as you would in a competition. It's only 10 more points, and the other events are counted like that as well. Jump, slalom, tricks, and whoever has the most points wins.
That's absolutely right. And up next here we got Gage from Alabama.
Gage Kaprovic. He comes to us from the Crimson Tide of Alabama, out of Tuscaloosa. All right, then. As you'll find, a lot of these elite level trickers will tend to plump for the hand tricks. Their hand runs tend to equate to more better scoring.
All right, here we go.
Flip twist back to front there. Flip twist front to back. There we go. Mo back to back. Have a pretty high clip there, and unfortunately, it's that high clip that may have contributed to his fall towards the end. Now, the skiers tend to run with a significantly higher boat speed for hand tricks to try and crispen up the wake, and also to try and reduce the amount of drag coefficient between the trick ski and the surface of the water, so they can perform each trick skis with a lot greater intensity, a lot higher rate. The downside to that is that you could potentially catch an edge very quickly and quite catastrophically. Just giving you an insight here as to what tricks is all about.
And a little bit of a reminder here as we come to the end of round 4. If you guys are walking around and just walking through the site, you guys could grab some trash that you find on the ground, any trash, and dump it out. Throw it out for us to help clean up the site. That would be much appreciated. We want to keep this beautiful site as clean as possible. So if you're seeing trash as you're walking around, please grab it and throw it out. Thank you.
Because don't mess with Texas.
Don't mess with Texas.
Or don't make a mess in Texas.
That too. All right, next up on the water, we got Carter Lucas from ULM.
All right, then. Looks like we're loading the boats up for our next 2 or 3 competitors to go. Look at that picture, folks. If you've got a camera out there, just line up the boats. We got the Nautique, we got the Mastercraft, we got skiers on each of the platforms.
Absolutely
I mean, just
beautiful.
look at it. Even Marcus. I mean, he's a photographer by trade. You know, he is just absolutely enamored by this.
All right, in the water, we got Carter Lucas from ULM.
Yeah.
Ready to ski, ready to get tricky.
Tricky. Carter Lucas, Louisiana Monroe. The Warhawks. And the Warhawks, the Louisiana Monroe team, actually named after the P-40 Warhawk that was such a feature in the United States victory in World War II.
It seems as though we're mistaken, Tony. This is Gage from
Gage
Alabama.
Gaprovic. Okay,
There we go.
for Alabama.
All right. Gage coming out, running through that trick pass.
Okay, Gage Gaprovic. Oh, and really, front flip there towards the end, and a good effort there from Gage Gaprovic, representing the Crimson Tide of Alabama. So just looking at the instant replay here and looking at Gage Gaprovic, flips from one side to the next, and then 5s and O's, and that front flip kind of stuffing the tip on the landing. So continuing on, and they tell me that the lake depth isn't all that deep. It's maybe about 4, maybe about 3.5, 4 foot deep, you know, and that does have an effect upon the wakes generated by the boat. The boat doesn't run quite as deep, and therefore the wakes thrown up naturally by the boats are, aren't quite as steep unless you put some weight in there, which you can do with at least with the next 2 boats, because we do have Correct Craft Nautiques with Carter Lucas, who is coming up next for Louisiana Monroe, and Alexander Gashiel from Louisiana Lafayette. You do not want to see mine. You do not want to see mine. I know what you're trying to do, and it ain't gonna work.
We've got a cheer here.
I know they've got
Tony.
a cheer. Oh, something's going on. Right, as we work our way towards the end, we got Carter Lucas for Louisiana Monroe. And as I was mentioning right at the beginning, Louisiana Monroe, who back in the day were known as Northeast Louisiana University. They were known as the Indians back at that time. But due to concerns and PC and what have you with names that go with Native Americans, what have you, they changed their name to Warhawks, and around about 1997, they actually changed the name from Northeast Louisiana to University of Louisiana at Monroe. That was before the nickname change. But looking good, though.
But as we're going, we got nice trick run, lands that front.
Now going through his surface tricks and back-to-backs.
Wake,
Carter Lucas. Oh, nice.
wake back-to-backs.
Does he have any more
Oh.
of some ski lines there? So jumps over the line. That's a ski line.
Yes, that is a ski line. And it seemed like on that one, he landed on top of the line there. Obviously not something you want to do exactly, but...
No, you definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah. But, yeah, so a nice solid run here from Carter Lucas.
Not getting much elevation at the top of the wake, I do have to say. He really has to pull his knees up and do that within a split second to try and get that ski underneath his body in order to continue on with the remainder of his run. So not using the full extent of the wake to gain elevation. All right, so.
All right, next up, we got Alexander
Gashiel
from ULL.
Yeah, coming to us originally out of Austria. All right there, so Alexander Gashiel looking good there, getting the good elevation here. Skis over at Salmsee, which is not too far away from the nation's capital of Wien.
And I don't know if you guys noticed, but he's actually wearing gloves. I don't know how many trick skiers we've seen wear gloves. No hate at all. Just an interesting note. I kind of like it. It like looks good with the whole fit going on.
Yeah, you'll actually be surprised that there are quite a few elite level trickers that do wear gloves. And the reason for that is because a lot of the tricks that they produce towards the end of their run, which is typically ski lines, has to feature them going so deep into the water that they need that extra bit of grip to actually recover from that trick and continue going. Otherwise, the handle would tear up the hands or something chronic, and you just wouldn't be able to trick much beyond that point.
And that is definitely not ideal. But with the ending there with Alexander Gashiel, that is the end of our round 4 in men's D1 trick. So moving on, we have Harrison Hartzler from Kansas U, starting us off in round 5 for men's D1 trick.
All right there, so 5th rotation now. How many trickers do we have? We have 12. Top 12 trickers in the country based upon their team scores. University of Kansas, 1,400 points for our first competitor. Well, what a great day it's been. I tell you what, we've still got some great skiers to come. I see that my good friend there, Pat O'Font, is getting ready to go. He'll be 4th or 5th off before the end of the tricks competition. He's just trying to stay focused and out of earshot from what I'm saying right now. And that is typical. So, 5th rotation, the first of 12 skiers up on top of the water. Who do we have, Mitch?
Harrison Hartzler from Kansas U.
The Jayhawks, who come to us from Manhattan. Looking pretty good.
You can see he grabbed the water there to help him stand up a little bit. Stood up his run. He seems pretty happy with that. Oh, wake back. Definitely out of time. Next up, we got Jackson Bacon from SDSU.
All right, so Harrison Hartzer from Kansas. The college that can lay claim to the invention of basketball through its association with James Naismith. Yes, that's why they call it the James Naismith Arena. All right there, so let's continue on, shall we? Who do we have next?
Jackson Bacon from SDSU.
Jackson Bacon. That's kind of like a combination of bacon and pecans, which sounds actually quite tasty. Here we go. Jackson Bacon. Is he going to try the flip? Yes, and he sends it. Oh, my word. He had so much room there, he could have spun to the back and rode that thing out. But unfortunately there, that wasn't the case. But I'm sure that he's landed a few flips in his time. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that we still have 2 more days of these national championships. And let me tell you that Friday will get up and running with D2 women's tricks at 7:30 in the morning, followed by D1 women's jump. And then on Lake 2, which starts at 9 a.m., as we did this morning, D1 men's slalom will be our lead-off event, followed by D2 men's tricks. So we got all of that to come. Don't forget tonight that we got some festivities going on right after we get done here. We're gonna go to the Rail Yard Bar and Grill in San Marcos. From what my good friend has told me, it's the lick, and they got a good house band as well. I like a good house salad as well.
Next up, we got Braylon Lynch from Miami of Ohio, our 3rd skier in round 5. Men's D1 trick.
Brendan Lynch for the Red Hawks.
Here we go. Braylon Lynch doing a little wrap here. Getting ready to start his run.
I see some parallels between Miami of Ohio and Louisiana or Monroe, you know, because they called upon birds so far as the renaming of their mascots. Yes. There we go. Keeping it going. Keep going.
A little stumbling here, but he's all right. He's going to keep it going, do some side slides at the end there, get those 80 points. Might as well, right?
Absolutely. Keep on going.
That's right.
Just keep moving.
Just keep swimming.
Yes. As Michael Jackson would say, don't stop until you get enough. All right, then. So we're moving along rapidly. This certainly helps us out because the next competitor,
Dustin Roberts from Texas A&M.
The Aggies of Texas A&M. Certainly one of the great educational institutions in this part of the world, the great state of Texas.
All right, as he starts off his run here, we're getting some outside of the wake tricks so he can do some nice flow into the wakes.
Oh, nicely done with that flip. Here's the reverse. Oh, and he almost stuffs it.
Here we go.
Flip twist back to front and not getting as much elevation on that one, and that contributes to the fall.
Almost rode that one out as well.
All right, then. So let's have a look, and I've just been given the team scores in Division 2 by my good friend, the chief scorer, Mr. Matt Page. Yes, indeed. Big ups to him, because let me tell you the scores, and I'll give you all 12. Why not? Division 2, Baylor University in 12th. 11th, UCLA. Much of that scoring was from Paul Wesley Corey in the jump. 10th place, Auburn. 9th place, San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly. 8th place, Texas. 7th place, Michigan State. 6th place, Western Washington. 5th place, Purdue. 4th place, Nebraska. And here are your top 3. Ohio State Buckeyes in 3rd place, but not by much. They're less than 200 points behind Southern Illinois University. And ladies and gentlemen, your lead school in Division II after 2 complete events, the Eagles of Wisconsin Lacrosse lead after day 1. Those team results are posted up on the board underneath the announcing station. So big ups there to the Eagles of Wisconsin Lacrosse. They are in the lead after the first full day of competition.
All right, next up on the water, we got Alexander Menzel from Clemson.
Okay, so who do we got? We've Alexander Menzel for the Tigers of Clemson. The college that's the home of Dabo Sweeney, right? Oh, they've won nationals, you know, in football. You know, just that small sport, you know, that never really heard of them. Oh, right. Then.
All right, here we go. Alexander Menzel from Clemson coming down the lake here behind that nautique. He's doing toes.
Oh, here we. Did you say toes?
Toes.
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 Here we go. Toes.
Here we go. Starting in that toe wrap.
Oh, one of my favorite tricks, toe 5 back.
There it is.
I think that might have been a partition spin on that one, which means they'll get credit for the toe back and the toe 3 preceding it. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Toe wake
Here
back.
we go.
Toe wake,
Toe wake front.
Does he have anything more? Toe wake
Toe
back
wake
to back. Toe front. Yes, and he stands up.
Wow.
All right, good skiing
Stands
there.
on all 5 of his toes.
Yes. I think he did more than 5 toes.
Well, I think he did a couple toes, but, you know, he stood up on all 5. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Maybe 5, maybe 4. I don't know. But I'm going to assume 5 here. Alexander Menzel for Clemson. That means up next we've got Jackson Heilman from Madison.
The Badgers.
The Badgers.
Yes.
University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
We might actually have Arizona State University coming up next, right? Or is it beyond? Madison and then ASU. It looks like the towboat. We need to get that towboat back. All right, so we're about halfway down, aren't we? Halfway down this list. Almost halfway. All right, so good skiing there from our skier there from Clemson.
All right, now that we've got that boat back, Alexander, from that toe pass that Alexander just did, we've got Jackson Heilman from University of Wisconsin-Madison on the boat behind that Mastercraft.
Jackson, we just seen Jackson, right, from Madison? Or
No, we just saw Alexander, so now it's Jackson.
Okay, just need to make sure. All right. So we're about halfway through now. Skier number 6, Jackson Hellman. And then we'll see Arizona State University with Federico Jaramillo. Then Christopher Horwood for Florida Southern College Moccasins. Then Pato Font for Rollins College. Ryan Gay for Alabama. Jacob Chambers for Louisiana Monroe. And then finally Dominic Kuhn for Louisiana Lafayette.
All right, here we go. Jackson, University of Wisconsin.
Looking okay. Going through each of the tricks one at a time. There's the backflip. Does he go for the reverse? Yes. Flips on each side, 500 points apiece. The surface O, and gets a little bit soggy towards the end there, just catching an edge. But we will see what he scores point-wise. I will try and get them to you as quickly as I can, provided that they are available to be gotten.
All right, a nice trick run there from Jackson.
All right, then, here we go. We've got a smattering of points coming through. We've got Vincenzo Marino with 47-40. We've got Damir Filaretov with 43-50 from Lafayette and Monroe, respectively. Lucas Pinette, his score of 35-70. Atu Vanu from Louisiana Monroe with 3,100 points. Cade Stockstill from Alabama with 27-50. And that, I believe, represents the top 6 right now. We've got Patricio Font with 24-20. Just a smattering of scores. We've got Trenton.
All right, on the water, we've got Federico from ASU. Some nice trick in here. Flips after flips after flips. Here we go. Over the line.
Ah, good.
Another
elevation.
one.
Oh, no, and he
Oh!
goes down on top of the line, and that might have been curtains there for any chance that Arizona State might have increased in their positioning in the men's tricks competition in Division I. He was certainly very, very aggressive with these tricks. But when it came down to slowing down and waiting for the boat speed to kind of catch up with him a little bit, just didn't quite have everything in place by that time. Now, for some of you that don't know, with tricks, especially and only with hand tricks, the skier can actually request a boat speed change, only one in the course of that pass. Normally it's a case of the boat speed going up for flips, but sometimes a skier might request the boat speed to go down a few clicks in order to transition from flips into ski lines, so the wakes soften up and they're less likely to catch edge. So certainly flips do require it's certainly more advantageous to have the wakes to be a little bit crisper, a little bit narrower, as a matter of fact, as well, because whenever you do the flips, you want to try and widen your landing patch, and sometimes widening it makes, you just have to narrow the wake a little bit to do that.
All right, next up, we've got Christopher Horwood from Florida Southern.
Okay, so Chris Horwood, is that right, for Florida Southern College?
That's right.
coming out of Lakeland in Central Florida, which is a little ways close to Tampa. And I certainly hope that those good folks that are watching, that are actually have the capability of watching this webcast from that part of the world, are safe and they are secure as a result of the hurricane that just came through, Hurricane Milton. And of course, certainly wish those guys the very best of luck indeed. And of course, if you're in the mood for giving, then may I suggest the American Red Cross is the place to go to contribute funds towards the relief effort there for as a result of Hurricane Milton.
All right, and Chris Horwood coming through with his trick run. So far, so good. Over the line. Oh, just falling there.
Yeah, he went for the mode back-to-back, which is an 850-point move, and just couldn't quite recover out of it.
Seemed pretty late in his run, so I bet he's not terribly upset with how well he's gone.
No, he had the bulk of his flips right to the beginning, you know. I mean, he's throwing flips here from side to side, 500 points apiece for the regular flips, 750 for the flip twist, for the flip twist front to back, 550 for the flip twist back to front, and then he got loaded up towards the end there, and he just didn't keep his head and shoulders up, you know, and that's what you need, you know, to land, so you don't go any further down on the compression for the landing.
And next up, we've got Pat O'Font on the trick lake.
All right then, folks. Eyes up, folks. If you've been watching for one skier in the tricks event, this is it. The current world tricks record holder. Case in the top of the wake, but that's no worries there. There we go. There's the flip. Front flip, twist back to front. Look at it. There's another front flip. Here he goes. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front, going in a little bit deep here. Ski line 0 to the back, ski line back to back. Does he go for more? Ski line back, twist to the front. There you go. That is the power of Pat O'Font.
Wow. Stands up that run. Absolutely incredible. Just an insane run from Pat O'Font here.
So, Pat O'Font, certainly one of the skiers that a lot of people have earmarked for maybe going over 13,000 points sometime in the future. 13,000 points, obviously, not on the basis of one pass, of course, but I mean 13,000 points based on the toe pass and the handle pass. But incredible skiing to see, you know, and he has the national record in collegiate skiing as well with a score very, very close, if not over 7,000 points.
Absolutely incredible. And here we go. We see the replay here on the broadcast. Absolutely incredible.
And you know what as well? Pat O'Font is eligible to compete in the World University Water Ski Championships, which will take place in the latter part of February. That will take place in New Zealand. He could well be representing Team Mexico for that competition. And the way that competition is actually scheduled towards the end part of February makes it very, very close to the Moomba Masters, which take place typically on the first week or two of March. So definitely an incentive for someone like Pat O'Font to travel to that part of the world just a little bit earlier than he typically does to start the season.
That's right. Yeah, that was, again, absolutely incredible. Next up on the lake, though, we've got Ryan Gay for Alabama.
Representing the Crimson Tide of Alabama, a powerhouse university whenever it comes to athletics. Where it comes to athletics, whether it be football, whether it be women's soccer, whether it be a whole slew of other events, they are, you know, they're so competitive in a lot of sports, but this is the one title that they have been searching for the longest time, and we'll see how close they can get to it this time. On the water at this time, who do we have?
We've got Ryan Gay.
Ryan Gay
ready to run his trick pass. Coming up past those red buoys, so he's going to start.
Positional flip twister back to back. There's the back to back reverse, 850 points apiece. Look at that one.
Wow.
Look at those front flips. 3
Textbook.
front. Look at that. Flip twist to the back. That's 750 points. Flip twist to the front. Look at this. Great, great skiing. Ryan Gay, look at him go. Beautiful skiing.
Gotta be dizzy after that.
And what would you expect from someone who has been tricking their entire lives under the tutelage of someone like Russell Gay, who is the mind behind Masterline, and you know, has just produced trickers that are extraordinary to say the least.
I mean, absolutely incredible. Nicely done for Ryan Gay there on that trick pass. All right. And as we're coming to the end here, we've got our final 2 men's D1 trickers. We got Jacob Chambers from ULM, and we've got Dominic Kuhn from ULL. On the water right now, we got Jacob Chambers.
All right, then. So, and just a reminder that this competition is strictly a C-class competition, which means you can add as many flips as you typically want. Normally in record capability tournament, you have an upper limit of 6.
And clearly Ryan was taking advantage of that with the amount of flips that we saw him doing down the path. But here we go, Jacob Chambers.
Bo back to back, not getting much height. He had to bulk out of that one. Flip twist to the back. Jacob Chambers representing the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe. Having a little bit of trouble in the transition
Wake
there
line.
with the ski lines. Front flip, does he? Oh,
Nicely
he nails
done.
that one. Look at it.
Another wake line O.
An inverted ski line O, and he
Inverted
shakes his fist at the end there.
Wow.
Brilliant looking run there.
Absolutely incredible. Nicely done, Jacob Chambers from ULM.
Yep,
Absolutely beautiful trick pass.
Yep, Louisiana Warhawks. They have been national champions for on at least almost 24 occasions.
Wow.
At least 24 occasions. They might actually tell me that it's closer to like about 27 or 28 times national championships. You know, but I think at that point, you know, numbers become insignificant.
Yeah, that's at least 2, and I mean, that's actually insane. Next up, we got Dominic Kuhn from ULL.
Just an announcement for anyone on site listening. Trick sheet's going to be released tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on the bridge, so you can all take off after this last skier. Trick sheets will be released at 8 a.m. for the 30-minute review period.
On the bridge.
On the bridge. All right, thank you very much. We got Dominic Kuhn, ULL, our final round 5 men's D1 trick skier.
All right.
Let's see what he can perform. Past the red buoys, positional back.
Nicely done. Flip twist to the front. Regular back flips. Knows what he needs to do. He needs to just stand up. Doesn't need to do the full-on boosted run. He just needs to conjure up the flips that he knows that he can get under his belt. Front flip. Look at him go. Great skiing there. Our Austrian athlete representing Louisiana Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns.
Absolutely wonderful pass there from Dominic. And in comes Jacob, finding his team. Wow. Nicely done, Dominic Kuhn. Nicely done, everyone. And that concludes our event for the day. Thank you for everyone coming out. Thank you all for this wonderful day, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Fantastic effort there. Thanks a lot, Mitch. Thanks a lot there, Curtis. Both of you done an exceptional job out there. Just to remind you that our lead-off event tomorrow is Division II Women's Tricks, followed by Division I Women's Jump on Lake number 1. Starting off, our lead-off at 9 a.m. on Lake number 2. Division I Men's Slalom, Division II Men's Tricks. Those are the events that we have lined up. Just a reminder that the scores have been put up for Division II with their events today. You can find them here at the announcing point. It's posted up on the board. A reminder, once again, as Curtis said, that trick sheets will be available 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So don't sweat the trick sheets because they will not be available until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Anything more you got to say, Curtis?
Just love to see everyone tonight at the Rail Yard Bar and Grill. Everyone who's cool will be there. I know the entire West Coast will be there. I'm sure the Midwest is rolling deep. We'll see you there tonight, right, Mitch?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the place to be. We got live band, live music. So want to see everyone on their A game at the Rail Yard Bar and Grill tonight.
And I just want to say thank you so much, Tony, for letting me come up here to the broadcasting stand and letting me yap with you. It's been a pleasure.
Indeed, indeed. Hopefully we'll do it some more tomorrow. But that concludes day 1 of 3 in the 2024 Syndicate National Water Ski Championships. The NCWSA Nationals, day 1 is done. We'll get the trick scores out, get the tricks to you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. But until that time, my name is Tony Lightfoot. You have been a great audience. Have a good night, and ciao for now.